DANZO, the most touching figure in Konoha. Chapter 001, Traveling Through Time as Hokage and Becoming DANZO? I really traveled through time and became a pot king. DANZO held the mirror and stared at the strange face. DANZO at this moment is no longer the same DANZO as before. Because just an hour ago, a soul from outer space broke into Shimura DANZO's body. After a simple and rough reinstallation system, the foreign soul successfully occupied this body. To be honest, DANZO is very dissatisfied at this moment. Because before traveling through time, he was only 20 years old, in the best youth. As a result, after traveling through time, he became a 60-year-old man. A bandaged one-eyed man. That's right, the time he traveled through time was the 51st year of Konoha. At this moment, Konoha F4 is exactly 60 years old. From 20 to 60 years old, DANZO said that he could not accept such a big generation gap. System, get out of here. DANZO threw away the mirror and said coldly. Ding, may the glory of the Virgin Mary shine on the world. The Holy Mother system is always at Ning's service. DANZO's mouth twitched, and he took 3 deep breaths before saying, for this time of crossing, the experience is extremely bad, I am very dissatisfied. I want a refund. Ding, restarting the crossing program requires 1 million moving points. Host's current moving point balance, 0. Failed to start the crossing program. DANZO was unwilling and said bitterly, then you have to give some compensation, such as a novice gift package or something. Ding, Ning's novice gift package has arrived. Do you want to check it? Check it, open it directly. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a rejuvenation pill. Rejuvenation pill, after taking it, you can be 40 years younger, without any side effects. Only for host use. Oh my god! Can it be like this? DANZO was a little confused. An hour later. When he was young, Guo Ying was still good looking. Looking at the young and handsome face in the mirror, DANZO finally nodded with satisfaction. DANZO was indeed very handsome when he was young, and this is not DANZO bragging. You know, Tsunade and Shizuan once went to look through the photos of DANZO when he was young. As a result, when they saw DANZO in his youth, they were surprised by DANZO's handsomeness and even blushed. It can be seen that DANZO was very good looking when he was young. Let's get back to the topic. The body is the capital of revolution, and youth is the capital of waste. The restored young DANZO is full of confidence in the life in the next Hokage world. But then again, compared with the peaceful and prosperous world in his previous life, the danger level of the Hokage world is quite high. According to the development of the original plot, DANZO's ending is not very good, and it can be said that he will not die well. DANZO's previous misdeeds Madara, most of the blame in the ninja world is on his head, he must have many enemies. What if the enemies come to seek revenge? What makes DANZO speechless is that he now has a saint system. Shouldn't he become a saint and win people over with virtue? Thinking of this, DANZO himself couldn't help laughing. Let Shimura dance, the dark of the ninja world, put down his butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot? Why does this sound so magical? It's too damn outrageous. Just when DANZO was thinking about it, a voice sounded behind him. DANZO. The 3rd generation has something to call you. A root ninja wearing an animal mask knelt on one knee and said. DANZO turned around and said lightly, I know. When the root ninja saw DANZO's face, his eyes were obviously dulled. Yes, even though the root ninjas are called emotionless tools, when they saw DANZO's young face, their hearts, which were originally as calm as dead water, were still shocked. DANZO-sama has become younger. How is this possible? Am I under an illusion? On the way to the Hokage building, DANZO called up the system interface. Host, DANZO. Age, 20. Nin, 4, indicates the Grand Master's ability in ninjutsu and the ability to use it proficiently. Tai, 8, indicates the Grand Master's ability in taijutsu and the ability to use it proficiently. Gen. 3, indicates the Grand Master's ability in genjutsu and the ability to use it proficiently. Sen. 8, indicates the amount of knowledge and the level of IQ. Strength. 7, starting with wrist and foot strength, indicating the physical strength of the whole body. Speed. 7, indicates the sensitivity of movement and reaction. Energy. 8, indicates the energy as the basis of chakra. Seal. 4, indicates the Grand Master and proficiency of seals and hand seals. Chakra attributes: fire, wind, earth, water, yin. Motivation value: 0. Looking at this terrible attribute, Danzo is a little speechless. Danzo is at least a cage-level strongman. How come his attributes are so bad after he traveled through time? According to the setting of the Hokage Gen Z book, this total of 49 attributes is really garbage. Except for taijutsu, which is still acceptable, ninjutsu and genjutsu are simply terrible. You know, for a cage-level warrior, the 8 attributes are usually around 70 points. In other words, the current Danzo has inherited the physical fitness of his predecessor, but cannot rely on inheriting the memory of his predecessor to gain the ability of ninjutsu and genjutsu. The current Danzo is a cage-level warrior on the surface, but in fact he may not even be able to defeat Chunin. Thinking of this, Danzo calmly uttered one word: damn. Chapter 002 Danzo, does my opinion matter? Hokage Building, Hokage Office. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The hoarse and majestic voice of the third generation sounded. Danzo pushed the door open and walked in with a swagger. He glanced at the 3 old guys and said, "Everyone is here." Danzo. Yudin Koharu stared at Danzo's energetic face, and a flash of surprise flashed in his vicissitudes of life. What secret experiment are you doing to make yourself so young? Everyone loves beauty, let alone a woman. Seeing Danzo, who has returned to her youthful appearance, Yudin Koharu felt a little jealous and some other little thoughts in her heart. Can I also ask Danzo to help me turn myself back to my youthful appearance? As everyone knows, when she was young, she was a famous beauty in the ninja world. Thinking back to the past, how many young talents fell at her feet? I am not obliged to explain this to you, am I? Danzo glanced at the daydreaming Yudin Koharu, then looked at the third generation and said, "What do you want me to do? Tell me now. I'm busy." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is in his 60s, has a head full of white hair and a vicissitudes of life face with a trace of fatigue. You guys, you always do things that are unexpected. If you want me to talk about these salty things, then I can only say goodbye. Although he said goodbye, Danzo found a seat and sat down carelessly. Okay, I'll tell you straight. The third generation laughed and said, "You should know about the Cloud Shinobi Village delegation and the Hyuga family. How to deal with the aftermath, tell us." As soon as the third generation finished speaking, Danzo frowned and said, "Cloud Shinobi Village and the Hyuga family? What's the matter? Explain it clearly." The third generation, Mito Kato Homura and Yudin Koharu all looked at Danzo strangely. With the Roots Intelligence Department that is like a web, how could Danzo not know what happened at the Hyuga family's residence last night? But in fact, Danzo was really confused at the moment. Because he had just traveled here not long ago, although he inherited the original owner's memory, his mind was a mess, and he hadn't had time to sort it out. Therefore, it was normal for Danzo not to know what the third generation said. However, as a traveler, when Danzo heard that Cloud Shinobi Village and the Hyuga family appeared at the same time, his heart was inevitably moved. In the 51st year of Konoha, Hinata was 3 years old. Could it be the incident when Hinata was almost kidnapped? Last night, the leader of the Cloud Shinobi Village delegation sneaked into the Hyuga family and kidnapped the little princess of the Hyuga clan. Fortunately, they were discovered and Hyuga Hayashi killed the Cloud Shinobi leader on the spot. The third generation slowly opened his mouth and explained, "Of course, this is the Hyuga family's statement. The Cloud Shinobi Village delegation does not recognize it. Not only do they not recognize it, the delegation also sued the Hyuga clan for killing their leader without reason. They threatened that if Konoha could not give them a satisfactory explanation, the two countries would only meet on the battlefield." After listening to the simple narration of the third generation, DANZO secretly said as expected. If the original plot had developed, DANZO would have known the final outcome of the incident. To be honest, Hyuga Hisashi died very pathetically. The Hyuga clan was originally a victim and had a great deal of reason, but because of the weakness and compromise of the Konoha high-level officials, they actually suffered secondary damage. This is a bit like something that happened in a Sun country. A woman was RD by a woman, went to the police station to report it, and was RD by a woman again in the police station. This is really realistic and magical. War. Konoha now can no longer withstand a war. Mitokado Homura said. What is the attitude of the daimyo's government towards this matter? Yudatan Koharu said. The third generation pondered for a moment and said, the daimyo doesn't want to make a big deal, and hopes to make a big deal small. After the three of them finished speaking, they all looked at DANZO. Why are you looking at me? DANZO touched his nose and said. DANZO, do you think this matter is peace or war? The third generation said. The third generation certainly knew that DANZO has always been a war advocate, but they were a little surprised why he was so calm today. If it were in the past, DANZO would have slammed the table and stood up. Does my opinion matter? DANZO pulled the corner of his mouth and sneered, you all want peace, and I want war alone. That's 3-1. Does it make sense? Ahem. The third generation coughed awkwardly and said, of course your opinion is very important. For so many years, no matter how big or small, we have voted to decide. DANZO smiled and said nothing. It is said that people become more timid as they get older. This sentence is really appropriate for these three old guys. The tone of this matter is set. Tomorrow, we will convene representatives of all tribes to hold a meeting to listen to everyone's opinions. The third generation made a concluding speech. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. DANZO stood up and suddenly stopped when he walked to the door. By the way, I will not attend tomorrow's meeting. With that, DANZO left without looking back. This guy is still the same. Watching DANZO leave, the third generation shook his head helplessly. It's okay if you don't come. DANZO, after all, is a root buried deep in the dark, and you, Hiruzen, are a leaf bathed in the Sunday. Mitokado Homura said meaningfully. I am very interested in DANZO's secret experiment. Yudatan Koharu recalled DANZO's young face in his mind and said slowly. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 003 Don't feel sorry, everyone is dead. On the way back to the route, DANZO thought a lot. With his current strength, if he leaves the protection of the route, he will be killed by his enemies in a minute. Therefore, the route must be firmly in his hands. In addition, he must find a way to improve his own strength. In the future, the ninja world will be full of cage levels and 6 paths. If his own strength is not good, it will be over sooner or later. So he should work hard to practice ninjutsu in the future? No. It is impossible to practice ninjutsu. DANZO directly denied this thankless task. Don't forget, DANZO is a man with a system. However, DANZO's system is a bit non-mainstream. System, come out and talk. DANZO said silently in his heart. Ding, may the glory of the Virgin Mary shine on the world. The Virgin Mary system serves you. A voice that still sounds strange now sounded in DANZO's mind. It is ironic that the original owner was a well-known pot king in the ninja world. He almost shouldered the blame of the entire ninja world and did a lot of dirty things that made him sore on his head and pus on his feet. Now, he is bound to a saint system. If nothing unexpected happens, a DANZO who has turned over a new leaf is slowly walking towards you. DANZO suppressed the discomfort caused by the huge contrast in his heart and said, "How can I get the moving value? Get recognition and gain moving." The system's answer is simple and clear. DANZO nodded thoughtfully. When he returned to the route, night had already fallen. DANZO washed and went to bed. However, he couldn't fall asleep on the tatami. His thoughts were flying around in his head, making him a little upset. Since he couldn't fall asleep, DANZO simply didn't fall asleep, but just closed his eyes and sorted out the various information that kept bursting out of his mind. I don't know how long it took until footsteps sounded outside the room. A shadow flashed, and Abarame Ryoma appeared in front of the door, blocking the owner of the footsteps. "It's me." Sarutobi Hiruzen's somewhat hoarse voice sounded. "Third generation master," Abarame Ryoma said respectfully. The movement outside the door certainly attracted DANZO's attention. "Old man, are you annoying?" DANZO said, a little annoyed. "Being young is good." The third generation pushed the door open and saw DANZO lying on the tatami with angry eyes, and smiled. "It seems that I have disturbed your sweet dream again. I said I won't attend tomorrow's meeting," DANZO said unhappily. "Ryoma, you go down first," the third generation ordered Abarame Ryoma, and then looked at DANZO. "Tomorrow's meeting is not important, what is important is what you are going to do. Since the tone of seeking peace has been set, tomorrow's meeting is just to discuss specific details, which is nothing more than a dispute between the various tribes for their own interests." Compared with this, the third generation is more concerned about what DANZO will do in secret. The two have supported and competed with each other for a lifetime, and the third generation knows DANZO's temper very well. "I don't want to do anything, I just want to have a good sleep, and then you come to ask me what I want to do in the middle of the night. Shouldn't I be the one asking what you want to do?" DANZO said. "Sleep." The third generation nodded, a little melancholy. "I can't sleep." "You can't sleep and won't let me sleep," DANZO said angrily. "Didn't you often do things that kept me awake before?" the third generation said. "You also said that was in the past," DANZO said. "Old man, I know what you are thinking. I also know that Cloud Shinobi Village is too bullying, but Konoha can't stand a war now." The third generation sighed and said, "We are all old, and these things should have been handed over to young people like Minato. What a pity." "Don't be a pity, people are dead." DANZO shook his head. "Yes, it was our mistake at the beginning, and Minato was killed," the third generation said. DANZO didn't respond to this, based on the memories he sorted out about the Nine Tails Rebellion. The original owner and Sarutobi Hiruzen do have an unshirkable responsibility for the death of Namikaze Minato. Let's not talk about the past. The third generation looked at DANZO and said seriously, "What do you think about the Cloud Shinobi Village delegation and the Hyuga family this time? Didn't you say you knew what I was thinking?" DANZO mocked. "Maybe," the third generation said. DANZO pondered for a moment and said, "Konoha village was built in wars. From the first generation, to our teacher, to you Sarutobi Hiruzen who was appointed as the third Hokage in a critical moment, and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, which one didn't kill all the way through the mountains of blood and blood. But now, you choose to surrender and compromise under a little pressure. This is a shame for Konoha. DANZO, you must understand that at this time, choosing peace requires more courage than choosing war," the third generation said. "FK your courage!" DANZO shouted angrily, "If you have the courage, why are you here now? You don't have the courage to bear this shame, so you want me to bear it. I tell you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I won't take the blame." Obviously, this conversation ended in a very unpleasant way. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was extremely gloomy when he left, but DANZO turned a blind eye to it. "I, Shimura DANZ, will also be a good person bathed in the sun in the future, and of course I can't take the blame randomly. Ryoma. Yes. Contact the daimyo of various countries, I have something to tell you. Yes. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 004. You are all old, but I am not. The next day, Hokage Building. The Konoha Village Representatives Conference was held as scheduled. Third generation, Yuditen Koharu, Mitokato Homura and other Konoha high-level officials sat on the main seats. Danzo guy is really not coming. Yuditen Koharu glanced at the empty seat next to him and frowned. Let him go. Third generation said lightly. It's time, let's start. Mitokato Homura adjusted his glasses and said. The third generation nodded, glanced at the representatives of the various tribes below, and said, I believe everyone is very clear about the fact that the leader of the Cloud Shinobi Village delegation broke into the Hyuga family at night. Now Cloud Shinobi Village wants to take advantage of this issue and even start a war. What do you think about this? Tell us. After a short silence, Narashikaku was the first to express his opinion. Although our Konoha defeated Cloud Shinobi Village in the Third Shinobi World War just a few years ago, we also paid a heavy price and have not been able to fully recover. This time Cloud Shinobi Village is obviously well prepared and wants to use this incident to provoke a war and avenge the previous shame. Peace is hard won, Konoha Village still needs time to recuperate, and we must not let Konoha fall into the quagmire of war again. Therefore, I think it is better to negotiate peace. The Inoshika tribes have always advanced and retreated together, and the Akamichi and Yamanaka tribes of course immediately seconded the proposal. Then the Inyazuka clan and the Sarutobi clan followed closely. With the Hokage clan taking the lead, more than half of the clans in the village, big and small, supported peace. In fact, the Hokage clan had already reached an agreement among themselves, and those small and medium-sized clans that depended on the Hokage clan only needed to take sides, and their opinions were not very important. As for the two major bloodline families, Uchiha and Hyuga, they did not make any statement, because they knew that opposing opinions could not change anything. We are not afraid of war, but peace is so precious. I am glad that everyone can put the overall situation first. Everything is under control. The third generation nodded with satisfaction and said, the Cloud Shinobi Village delegation said that as long as the murderer is handed over, the matter can end peacefully. This request is obviously very unreasonable. What do you think? This is impossible. Hyuga Hayashi refused angrily. Cloud Shinobi broke into my Hyuga main family's residence at night and kidnapped my daughter. I shot him to death and did nothing wrong. Cloud Shinobi Village took advantage of the situation just to get the Byakugan of my Hyuga family. The Byakugan is the foundation of the Hyuga clan and it is impossible to hand it over to outsiders. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Obviously, Cloud Shinobi Village wants to get the Byakugan, and war is just a means of blackmail. Uchiha Fugaku said. Regarding the matter of outsiders plotting against the bloodline limit of the bloodline family, Uchiha's position must be highly consistent with that of the Hyuga family. War is not a joke. Yuditen Koharu glanced at Fugaku, then looked at Hyuga Hayashi. As the head of the clan, you should know how cruel war is. If sacrificing the small self can achieve the greater self, it is worth it. I can die. But the Byakugan must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Hyuga Hayashi said firmly. Of course the Byakugan must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Yuditen Koharu changed the subject. Hayashi, I remember you have a twin brother, right? What do you mean? Hyuga Hayashi frowned. It's just a substitute. Yuditen Koharu said, Cloud Shinobi Village wants a murderer, so just satisfy them. This. Hyuga Hayashi thought of his brother's face and hesitated. Hayashi, this is already the smallest price that can be paid to settle this matter, the overall situation is more important. Mitokato Homura spoke at the right time. Facing the gazes, Hyaga Hayashi sighed inwardly and finally nodded. Bang! At this moment, an Anbu wearing an animal mask suddenly appeared in the meeting room. What's the matter? Third generation stood up and asked with a frown. If there were no special circumstances, Anbu would not appear so abruptly to interrupt the meeting. The group. Lord Danzo sent people to kill all the Cloud Shinobi village envoys who stayed in the village. Anbu reported. What? Yudatan Koharu slammed the table and stood up. The rest of the people were also shocked by the news. Danzo didn't come to the meeting, it turned out that he was acting privately. They are all here. A somewhat gentle voice sounded at the window, interrupting everyone's surprise. When everyone looked back, a sedan chair stopped at the window at some point. Danzo lifted the curtain and walked out of the sedan chair, entering the meeting room through the window. Just in time, they are all here. Danzo smiled and said to everyone, let me explain briefly, I accidentally killed all those Cloud Shinobi village guys, and it seems that there is no need to continue the meeting, because there is no need to talk. Let's just go to war. What the hell are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. He thought he knew Danzo very well, but he still underestimated Danzo's ability to make trouble. And he directly flipped the table. Is this Danzo? Uchiha Fugako looked at Danzo in surprise. The representatives of other tribes were also a little surprised. They were all surprised at Danzo's young face now, and this guy seemed to be smiling. Danzo could actually still smile? Opening his mouth, Danzo showed 2 rows of white teeth and looked at the people in front of him, saying, doesn't Cloud Shinobi Village want to avenge the previous shame? Then let's meet on the battlefield. Everyone must understand one thing, peace will survive if it is sought through struggle, and peace will die if it is sought through compromise. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were like a sharp knife, I need an explanation. His words were calm, but the murderous intent in them was felt by everyone present. There is nothing to explain. Konoha was originally the victim. It is absolutely impossible to send the boy from the Hyaga family out. Danzo said seriously. But Konoha can't stand the war now. When the teacher died, we couldn't stand the war either. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning, Danzo's tone was unyielding, looking around at everyone present, with anger in his tone. When the second generation leader died in the war, our situation was much worse than it is now. But at that time, we didn't want to avoid it at all. His words made everyone stunned. You are old. Danzo's voice suddenly raised, and his handsome face was full of seriousness. You are all old, whether it is Hiruzen or Koharu, or anyone else, you are all old. But I am not. Reading books every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 005 Konoha's Dilemma. Neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor anyone else stopped Danzo from continuing to speak, nor did they interrupt. They looked at Danzo and did not refute. They were indeed old, but they were also more experienced. When they were young, they could not see as far as they do now, but now it is different, whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen or other representatives of various tribes. Behind them is a mountain called family responsibility. They can't continue to maintain that tough and passionate attitude like Danzo, they have too many things to consider. This time I ask to lead the team to fight. If I lose, I will end my life on the battlefield. Danzo looked at everyone indifferently and made his own declaration. He stood straight, and his handsome and young face was indifferent. But standing by the window, the sunlight shone on Danzo, giving people an extremely friendly illusion. Is this still Danzo? The leader of the route, Danzo, who is full of calculations in the dark? Everyone looked at him in disbelief, even the route ninjas present were also a little stunned. Do you think this is so easy? You lead the team, who do you want to take? Koharu reacted and shouted without giving DANZO any face. Konoha doesn't have many troops to accompany you to die. Other villages around are eyeing it covetously. It is a mistake to go to war with Cloud Shinobi Village at this time. DANZO didn't look at Yuta and Koharu, but looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "It's not the same as before. The friction between their villages is not small. After the second generation died, what was our situation at that time? The village's combat power was seriously insufficient, but so what? If anyone dared to humiliate Konoha at that time, which time did we not fight for it with our flesh and blood?" DANZO's words were inexplicably infectious. The few people present were already old, and they all had at least one life and death experience. Every word of DANZO seemed to take them back to the past, back to the era of passion. "Hiruzen, you are old, but I am not." DANZO looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a blazing fire ignited in his black pupils. Konoha's White Fang, Konoha Sunin, Yellow Flash, or other heroes, which one is not cultivated by us with great effort? Each of them, which one can't become a strong man who can stand alone? Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Genma, Asuma, which one of them is not talented? As long as they are given enough opportunities and pressure, they can make their own names like White Fang and Orochimaru, and add sunshine to the big tree of Konoha. And don't you think the same as I do? If I do what you want, you will support me, right? In the high-spirited speech, DANZO completely replaced the passion that a militant should have, and infected everyone present with passion and blood. Perfect. DANZO silently gave himself a full score for this wave of performance in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were a little complicated, and he didn't answer. He just looked at DANZO with a confused look on his face. "Aren't the deaths of those people related to you? How can you have the face to say such a thing?" But to be honest, DANZO spoke to his heart. If these words were what DANZO said to him last night, he would definitely not have held this meeting with a compromising and evasive attitude today. Although he agreed in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood that this matter should not be led by DANZO. DANZO's methods were too extreme, whether it was before or this time when he sent people to attack the Lightning Country delegation, he completely ignored the overall situation. DANZO wanted to come out from behind the scenes, but Sarutobi Hiruzen would not give him this opportunity. "DANZO, this matter is not as simple as you think." Shikaku's eyes flashed with wisdom. Although he didn't know why DANZO had changed so much, now was not the time to act on impulse. The village doesn't have enough soldiers, food, or weapons to support a war. And the daimyo is also opposed to this matter. Without the financial support of the daimyo, we have no chance at all. I will deal with the daimyo. DANZO glanced at Shikaku and Kaide, and then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "The question now is whether you are willing to support me, or whether you are willing to swallow this anger." DANZO looked at Sarutobi. Others also looked at him. Although the decision must be made through a meeting vote, as a Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision can often represent at least half of the voices in the village. And Sarutobi is now unable to speak out. DANZO set a trap for him, provoking the inner fighting spirit of these people while throwing the problem to him. If he considers the overall situation and endures this time, he will undoubtedly leave a cowardly impression in the hearts of these people, and it will be difficult to manage in the future. But if you agree with DANZO's decision, reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 006 Konoha High Level Meeting. How do you plan to convince the daimyo? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. If I convince the daimyo, will you support me? DANZO did not answer his question, but asked instead. The atmosphere fell silent. No one else interrupted, and they looked at each other quietly. Old thing. Old fox. DANZO looked directly at Sarutobi, and Sarutobi also stared at him closely. Both of them cursed in their hearts, but they did not show any expression on the surface. Danzo was getting harder and harder to understand. Sarutobi muttered in his heart, sighed, and finally spoke, "If you can convince the daimyo, I will not oppose your opinion, but I will not interfere with other people's choices. I can make decisions on weapons and food, but you need to convince the people who go into battle yourself." FK. Danzo cursed in his heart. He knew very well how low the original owner's popularity was in the village. With his popularity, if he wanted to pull a group of subordinates to accompany him into battle, except for the root ninja, probably no one else would follow. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old fox, knew that the matter was already a foregone conclusion, but he still played this trick. How cautious he was of himself. It was a pity that the original owner had been blaming him for his whole life. The atmosphere in the meeting room was a little dull. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak, and sat in the main seat calmly looking at Danzo. War is not a joke. Since Danzo has made up his mind and intends to take the lead, he will not refuse. Thinking about it carefully, Danzo's decision is not bad for him. On the one hand, it can weaken Danzo's hidden power in the village, and on the other hand, it can regain the face of Cloud Shinobi Village. And as long as he is still sitting in the position of Hokage, no matter what Danzo does, the one who will praise him in the end will only be Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, he will gain both fame and fortune, and he will definitely not lose out. No one responded for a long time, and Danzo looked ugly. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen just made his proposal, no one on the scene responded to Danzo. Ahem. Finally, Hyuga Hayashi broke the silence, stood up and said, "If Lord Danzo can convince the daimyo, the Hyuga family is willing to follow Lord Danzo into battle. In public, Hyuga Hayashi should do his part for Konoha. Privately, Danzo's actions this time protected his brother's life and the reputation of the Hyuga clan, and he should also do something for Danzo's expedition. At least, Danzo should not be allowed to go to the front line alone with the route to die." Facing Hyuga Hayashi, who suddenly stood up, everyone else had their own thoughts in their hearts. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also frowned. Since Uchiha Madara rebelled against the village, although the Hyuga family has been the second largest family in the village, most of their behaviors and decisions tend to be neutral. And after Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, he has been following Sarutobi's footsteps. I didn't expect that he would choose to support Danzo this time. Did the coercion just now make Hayashi angry? The third generation thought to themselves. Don't worry, Hayashi. I will convince the daimyo even for Konoha. Danzo finally forced a smile on his face. Although he was more confident that the war would not start this time, he was not sure of the outcome if he really took the route into battle. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, he heard Uchiha Fugaku standing up and saying, "If the daimyo agrees, I will also lead the Uchiha people to join this counterattack." After this, the third generation, who had just frowned, looked a little ugly. The other families looked at each other. The first and second families began to support Danzo, so they had nothing to hesitate and spoke up. A small part of the original Hokage faction, led by Hyuga, spoke out to support Danzo, and even Uchiha, who had always been rejected by the village and had a bad relationship with Danzo, supported him. The third generation felt cold in their hearts. What did Danzo do in secret? In fact, this scene surprised Danzo himself. He looked at Uchiha Fugaku in a daze. The original owner inherited the purpose of the second generation and was extremely repulsive to Uchiha. From memory, every time this guy met Uchiha, he was tense and never calm. But this time, Uchiha Fugaku actually supported him, and Danzo was a little confused. But he was not the original Danzo, and he did not necessarily agree with the second generation's purpose. Since Uchiha intended to repair the relationship with him, Danzo would naturally not refuse, and smiled at Fugaku in a friendly manner with a gentle smile on his face. His smile made Uchiha Fugaku tremble all over, and he regretted his decision just now. Putting aside the positions between Danzo and Uchiha, Fugaku actually still supported DANZO and agreed with some of DANZO's decisions in his heart. For example, this Cloud Shinobi Village incident. When he heard that DANZO would not attend the meeting, he thought that this old guy had given up his insistence, but he did not expect that this guy would be so cruel and kill people directly, successfully disrupting the peace talks of the Hokage system. Fugaku, or the Uchiha clan, is also a member of the pro-war faction. A meeting started with everyone in a friendly manner. With DANZO's interference, it successfully turned into a mobilization meeting. This is definitely a victory for the war faction. With all the news blocked, the people of Cloud Shinobi Village had no idea that DANZO would lead Konoha this time and make the decision to fight. In their hearts, the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely choose to seek peace instead of starting a war. Cloud Shinobi Village already believed that the Byakugan was in their pocket. DANZO smiled and said goodbye to the representatives of the major families. Only the third generation, Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura were left in the conference room. You have changed a lot. Yuditen Koharu was the first to speak, looking at DANZO with a look of inquiry. At first, she also opposed DANZO's decision, but then inexplicably, she was persuaded by DANZO and did not speak out to stop him. Cloud Shinobi Village is also under great pressure. Although Iwagakure's Onoki is older than the monkey, he is much stronger in his heart. DANZO looked at the third generation who looked unhappy in the main seat, and couldn't help but sneer again. Humph! Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly and didn't refute. Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura also didn't speak. In fact, they all understood this matter in their hearts, but Konoha couldn't afford to gamble. Since the First Shinobi World War, Konoha Village has always been the target of public criticism. In which war has Konoha faced a ninja village fairly? Every time. Several large ninja villages were mixed with a large number of small ninja villages, rushing over in a mess. Every time Konoha participated in the war, it was against the majority. Although it won, the losses were also heavy. They didn't think that if the war really started this time, only Cloud Shinobi Village would be the enemy of Konoha. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 007 Peace talks are impossible. If you have nothing to say, I'll leave first. Seeing that they didn't say anything, DANZO didn't want to stay with these old guys any longer. Although his body was of a high rank in the ninja world, the soul in his body was only 20 years old, in the prime of life. DANZO. Just as he was about to leave, Sarutobi called him. Staring at the handsome, young, and somewhat unpredictable old friend DANZO, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "What kind of existence is Konoha to you?" "Home." DANZO answered without hesitation. On the way back, DANZO didn't let the root ninja carry the sedan chair, but strolled slowly on the street alone, occasionally buying some snacks and occasionally saying hello to familiar people. Just like an ordinary civilian, living a peaceful and harmonious life. Youth. Just work hard to do frog jumps. Yes. Teacher Guy. From a distance, a familiar roar was heard, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Two figures, one big and one small, wearing green tights, jumped over from the street entrance. The two people's weird dress and behavior made the civilians on the street laugh, but there was no mockery in their laughter, but it was full of friendliness. "Guy, is this your new apprentice? Come to my house for barbecue after training. You will have the strength to train after eating. I'll give you a 20% discount." Greeting kindly, Guy and Xiao Li did frog jumps while responding to the familiar people. "Guy teacher. It's DANZO." Xiao Li suddenly pointed at DANZO who was sitting on the street eating and said. In a hurry, the two green figures kept frog jumps even when they came to DANZO. "DANZO." Xiao Li jumped towards DANZO with admiration and respect on his face, and shouted. DANZO smiled and looked at the two people. Although he thought their behavior was a little funny, he didn't mean to look down on them. He knew the future. The two men in front of him were both strong men worthy of respect. Whether in terms of heart or strength, they were recognized by DANZO. "How about it? Guy is very suitable to be your master," DANZO said with a smile. He was very gentle to Xiao Li, the first person who recognized and admired him. He met Xiao Li by chance when he went out in the morning. He still remembered this young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. After a simple conversation, DANZO learned that Xiao Li did not have the talent to become a ninja, but he was unwilling to be a civilian. He happened to meet Might Guy, who came out for morning exercise. It was natural that DANZO introduced Xiao Li to the famous teacher he should meet in a few years, Might Guy. Xiao Li and Guy are indeed a pair made in heaven. Master and apprentice, the two hit it off at first sight, and it was a pity that they met too late. This also made DANZO get recognition and gratitude from Xiao Li, and thus got the first point of touching value. Teacher Guy is very good. Xiao Li looked at Teacher Guy, who was grinning next to him, and nodded seriously. Might Guy, DANZO. Thank you for introducing Xiao Li to me, so that I can continue my youth. Might Guy stretched out a hand and raised his thumb, showing his white teeth. DANZO couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Kide, it's good if it's suitable, it's good if it's suitable. After thinking for a while, he said again, but it just so happens that I just have something to ask you. Looking at Might Guy, DANZO had an idea in his mind. Might Guy, please speak. Might Guy Kide, but his heart was tight. Although he looked silly on the surface, he was not stupid in his heart. DANZO's reputation in the village was not very good before. His good friend Kakashi used to work under DANZO. Kakashi had warned Guy not to contact DANZO. But this time, because of Xiao Li, Might Guy still hopes to repay DANZO for this favor. It's noon now, let's find a place to have a meal together, DANZO suggested. In the hot barbecue restaurant, DANZO booked a private room and sat opposite Might Guy. Xiao Li helped the two people grill the meat. You should know about the recent events between the village and Cloud Shinobi Village, right? After sitting down, DANZO asked first. Although Might Guy did not have the talent to become a ninja like his father Might Guy, but because of the 8 inner gates and hard work, he is now a special Jainin. He should have received some information about the events of Cloud Shinobi Village. Might Guy nodded, and his face became serious. It seems that it is not easy to repay his favor this time, but he does not regret having a disciple like Xiao Li. The third generation intends to sacrifice Hyuga Hayashi's younger brother and use Hyuga Hisashi's life to negotiate with Cloud Shinobi Village, DANZO said as he stretched out his chopsticks to pick up the grilled meat and eat it. All the tribes in the village agreed to this matter, and they planned to hold their breath. Xiao Li's hands trembled as he grilled the meat. Although he did not know what the Cloud Shinobi Village incident was, he still felt a little incredible that he sacrificed people from his own village to negotiate. Although Xiao Li's action was subtle, DANZO and Might Guy noticed it. DANZO didn't say anything, quietly waiting for Might Guy's reaction. Although it's a bit regrettable, I still respect the village's decision, Might Guy expressed his opinion. He was not a child of a big family. As a commoner, he was already very satisfied with his current status and strength. Your answer is not youthful and passionate, DANZO said, a little disappointed. He thought he could hear some passionate words from Might Guy. Unexpectedly, this guy was the same as the old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen. Might Guy opened his mouth, but still didn't say anything, his face flushed. These things were not something he could decide, but DANZO's words were like a needle piercing his heart, making him extremely concerned. I have sent people to kill those people in Cloud Shinobi Village. It is impossible to negotiate peace. DANZO took a sip of tea, a little regretful that there is no happy water in this world. What? Might Guy stared at DANZO with wide eyes. Xiao Li was also a little surprised. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 008, The Eternal God of Mouth. Konoha has always stood up straight since the establishment of the first generation. I cannot let this kind of thing of begging for mercy start from my generation. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen makes a decision as Hokage, I will oppose it. Danzo said. Although the words were calm, they made Lee and Might Guy feel inexplicably excited. Since peace talks are impossible, and this matter was originally provoked by Cloud Shinobi Village, I will fight to the end. Therefore, I will take on everything and lead the team to the front line to fight Cloud Shinobi. The third generation agreed to my decision, but he only had one request, that I need to recruit the people who will go with me. Danzo silently stated his purpose, and I like you, Might Guy. I think you are a person who is not willing to be ordinary and is willing to dedicate everything to the village. I want you to be a sharp knife for my expedition this time. I think you can let them see how much our passionate men of Konoha can pay for this family. He stared straight at Might Guy opposite him, his eyes full of appreciation and eagerness. Although Might Guy may be wary of his contact at first, Danzo is familiar with Might Guy's character, and it is not difficult for him to break this vigilance. Xiao Li was trembling and his eyes were blazing, and Might Guy had experienced a lot after all. Although his heart was already aroused, he still endured it. His fists under the table were clenched tightly. He was a member of the Hokage faction, and he had heard a little about the dispute between the third generation and Danzo. But this did not affect the 17-year-old boy's blood boiling. You know, Guy, your father actually surprised me. Seeing that Might Guy was still insisting, Danzo's face was full of gentle smiles, and he picked up another piece of meat and said slowly, Might Guy, this guy is really an admirable person. As soon as this sentence came out, Might Guy's face, which had been hesitant, suddenly raised his face and stared at Danzo. Burning life, opening the 8 inner gates formation, fighting against the 7 people of Mist Shinobi with 1 person and winning the record of 4 deaths and 3 escapes, he used his life to protect your life and his own dignity. To be honest, before he showed this record, I didn't think much of him, and even other people in the village sneered at this so-called effort. Danzo's words reached the ears of the two, and Might Guy's eyes had unconsciously turned red. He remembered that his father had given up his life to explain the road of youth to him. Konoha-Genin might die, he used his life to make me remember his name, and also made many people in the village remember your name. Efforts are not without rewards. In the bustling barbecue restaurant, Danzo skillfully outlined a beautiful dream. Xiao Li, who was helping the 2 people grill meat seriously, was stunned. These words sounded familiar to him, just like what Danzo said when he met him in the morning. Danzo also noticed the changes in Xiao Li, looked at him and said to Might Guy, "This is why I introduced him to you when I saw Xiao Li. He looks a lot like your father, more like you as a son." Might Guy blushed a little, he felt that he had embarrassed his father. Your father became famous in one battle, but he only left a mark in the hearts of the people in the village. Don't you want to make a name for yourself, so that your descendants can proudly say in front of outsiders, "I am the disciple of Konoha Might Guy"? Just like Konoha's White Fang, Yellow Flash. Danzo's voice was like a magic, making the 2 people present fall unconsciously. Can I? Might Guy asked in a trance. Of course. Your father has proved his strength. Now it's up to you to prove to the world that in this world, not only talented people can be called geniuses, but people who work hard can also be called geniuses. That's a hard-working genius. Touching value +1. A prompt box suddenly appeared in front of Danzo. He was ecstatic in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm and stretched out his hand to click in the air. Main Attribute Panel. Name, Shimura Danz. Touching Value, 2. Touching value can be used to improve the 8 attributes of the Book of Formation. Originally, Danzo just wanted to convince Might Guy to be his thug, but he didn't expect that this guy actually recognized him because of his few words. While feeling happy, Danzo guessed the reason in his heart. To a large extent, it was because he recognized his father and gave him a clear goal. Although the ninjas in this world are very wary, at the same time, because they often wander between life and death, they care about a certain thing or person very much. If it involves what they care about, they will let go of their guard or reason. What Might Guy cares about is his father might die. Danzo, I will do my best to live up to your words. Might Guy's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. He felt that Danzo was not as sinister as Kakashi said. Instead, he wished he could meet Danzo earlier. If Danzo knew what he was thinking, he would laugh out loud. Fortunately, the original owner did not send anyone to contact Might Guy because of his enthusiastic appearance. If he had left a bad impression on him, Danzo would not be able to get his approval so easily. Lee. Since you have decided to follow Danzo to fight, I don't have much time to teach you. We can't waste time here. Might Guy stood up from his seat and shouted excitedly. Yes. Teacher Guy. Xiao Li also stood up with blood boiling. Mouth persuasion is indeed the most buggy existence among all ninjutsu. Danzo couldn't help but sigh. The two said goodbye quickly and Danzo left the barbecue restaurant. Looking at the backs of the two, Danzo silently swept away the remaining food. Since he has made a vow to lead the team, although he knows that this battle is unlikely to start, he still has to prepare first. At least he still has to practice for a while, at least master the things that the Pot King should know. Standing up to pay the bill, Danzo hurried out of the barbecue restaurant. He was going to rush to the homes of those retired root ninjas to express his condolences. The fastest way to improve strength is undoubtedly through the Holy Mother system on his body. Root ninjas, because they often hide in the dark, rarely communicate with others, and hide everything in their hearts, they generally have deep flaws in their hearts. As their leader, Danzo naturally knows his subordinates very well. He decided to take advantage of the time to get in touch with these root ninjas, ask about their recent situation, and win their hearts to try to get a few more points of touching points. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 009 A Difficult Task. The Fire Country Daimyo's Mansion. Abarame Ryoma, carrying Danzo's souvenirs, had basically no obstacles in the Fire Country. Several other letters had been delivered to the target through spies from other countries, and the letter to the Fire Country Daimyo was delivered by Abarame Ryoma in person. Anbu's people. As soon as he approached the Daimyo's mansion, a figure wearing a ninja vest suddenly appeared in front of Ryoma. Ryoma saw the man's appearance clearly, and after confirming that it was correct, he said calmly, Danzo has a letter to deliver to the daimyo. The man in front of him was called Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, from Konoha village, and joined the 12 Guardians to protect the daimyo. The 12 Guardians are a daimyo guard team composed of the elite among the 12 Genin. Ninjas who can reach the level of Genin are extremely rare in the ninja world, let alone the elite among the Genin. But in this daimyo's mansion, there are 12 people who specialize in protecting the daimyo. Danzo. Asuma frowned. If it was a letter from Danzo, then the man in front of him should be a ninja from the root. He had not heard his father say that there was anything that needed to be confirmed with the daimyo recently. Come in. As they were both from Konoha village, Asuma did not stop Abarame Ryoma, but followed him silently. He was a little confused. What letter did Danzo send to the daimyo without telling his father? Arriving at the main house, the daimyo, who had been notified, sat on a cotton mat and drank tea. Seeing Ryoma coming, a smile appeared on his chubby face. Danzo, what letter do you have for me? The daimyo asked. Before Ryoma could answer, another guardian ninja standing next to the daimyo shouted, why don't you take off your mask when you see the daimyo? Asuma, who followed Ryoma into the house, frowned and looked at the man who scolded him. This man was not from Konoha village, but an elite ninja trained by the daimyo. He had an inexplicable hostility towards the ninjas of Konoha. When he first came to the daimyo, this guy often made things difficult for him. The identity of the ninjas of the root is secretive, and they will not take off their masks. Please forgive me, daimyo. Asuma explained for Ryoma. How presumptuous. The man was about to say something, but the daimyo waved his hand and said lazily, forget it, I don't want to see the ugly faces of these civilians. The smile on his chubby face became a little stiff, and his eyes stared at Ryoma, waiting for his reaction. Ryoma did not react at all to the humiliation of the two men. He calmly handed over the letter and disappeared as a black shadow. Konoha seemed a little quiet under the night. The entire Konoha village is now only allowed to enter but not leave. Before dawn, the ninjas have hurriedly gathered for drills. In the past few days, civilians have also felt a slightly different situation. I heard that there will be another war. That's right. My son has to go to the training ground every day before the sun comes out. What a world, ah! Hearing the discussions on the street, Danzo's face was full of sorrow. He failed to win people's hearts again. Since Might Guy was convinced a few days ago and contributed a little touching value, Danzo has been lobbying among the ninjas he knows who have emotional shortcomings. With the premise of seniority and the Cloud Shinobi village as the purpose, although these ninjas don't want to contact him, they can only listen to him patiently one by one. 1 sentence, 2 sentences. Danzo applied his lifelong learning to ultimate. Knowing the emotional defects of these people in advance, the persuasion process seemed unusually smooth. These ninjas who have experienced war and are far more emotional than civilians are all excited under Danzo's conquest, and the effect is very good. But it is impossible for everyone to be convinced by Danzo's persuasion. There are still many people who don't care about this kind of paper talk. Clicking on the status bar, he just came out of the home of a retired root ninja, who was not very friendly to him. So he did not get his recognition, and naturally did not get any touching points. The 8 points of touching points obtained were used on the ninja attribute, raising it from 4 to 5, and Danzo's total attribute finally reached 50 points. Details are as follows. Ninja, 5. Tertiary, 8. Illusion, 3. Wise, 8. Strength, 7. Speed, 7. Energy, 8. Seal, 4. Total, 50. Here is the rule of adding points and consuming touching points. From 1 to 2, consume 1 touching point. From 2 to 3, consume 2 touching points. From 3 to 4, consume 4 touching points. From 4 to 5, consume 8 touching points. And so on. From 9 to 10, consume 256 touching points. In other words, if Danzo wants to max out ninja, he still needs 486 touching points. And to max out all 8 attributes, thousands of touching points are needed. This is definitely a very difficult task for Danzo. He needs time to strengthen his own strength. Although there are almost no people in the village who dare to fight him, there are many people who want to fight him. He tried to seal with his hands, but it was a little awkward and stiff. Danzo sighed helplessly. He had no experience in this kind of seal casting in his previous life. Although he had the memory of the original owner as a teacher, he was still lacking in the actual performance. At least in terms of seal casting speed, Danzo might not even be as good as a genin now. Genin. Thinking of this title, Danzo suddenly remembered that the genin of Konoha village was not ordinary. It should be worse than shinin. Danzo silently corrected his evaluation of his seal casting speed in his heart. However, this matter is not urgent for the time being. There is no news about the letter sent to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and the news about the killing of the Cloud Shinobi village delegation has not been passed on. As long as he accumulates enough moving points and maxes out the physical skills first, even if he does not use ninjutsu, those guys can't do anything to him. Nowadays, he knows that there are still many root ninjas who can provide him with moving points and have emotional defects. These root ninjas used to be loyal to him on the surface, but it was more because of the curse seal. But now it is different. Having lived 2 lives, Danzo's brainwashing ability is not much worse than that guy Orochimaru. Under the guidance of strength, status, fame, and fortune, these people who contributed to the moving value, whether on the surface or in their hearts, have completely recognized and admired Danzo. As long as they don't really do things that are too bad for their character, these people will not betray Danzo. What smells so good? At noon, Danzo, who was strolling around, smelled the aroma of ramen. Looking up, what came into view was a familiar noodle shop. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 010. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. When the curtain was lifted, there were already a few customers sitting in the small noodle shop. Huon, is that you? It was a bit like the open kitchen in the previous life. The curtain was lifted and the bell rang. Shouta, who was cooking the ingredients, turned back with a smile. But when he saw Danzo's face, his expression became a little strange. Danzo smiled and looked at him and said, "It's been a while since I saw Shouta. The young man back then has become a greasy uncle. I hope your cooking skills have improved." They are all old friends, and Danzo was not surprised that Shouta recognized him at the first time. After all, his appearance now is when this body is 20 years old, and the period of his 20s was when Danzo often came to Ichiraku Noodle Shop. Shouta's most profound memory of Danzo only stayed when Danzo was in his 20s. Although Shouta was a little surprised that Danzo was still so young, Danzo was not the only one who maintained a young appearance, so he didn't care much. "Old? You ninjas don't look old at all." Seeing his old friend, Shouta's face was full of nostalgia. With Tsunadeheim as a precedent, it was not difficult for Danzo to maintain his youthful appearance. "Staying young. What would you like to eat?" Shouta asked, handing the menu to Danzo. The menu was different from the one in his memory, and Danzo couldn't recognize which one tasted the same as in his memory. "Kide, just a big bowl of signature ramen." "Okay." Shouta smiled. It was a happy thing for old customers to come back. Looking at the customers in groups of 3 or 2, Danzo asked with some doubt, "I heard that you have a daughter, hasn't she started to help you yet?" Ayam should be about 10 years old now. This is in the Hokage world. If she didn't go to the ninja school, Ayam, as a civilian, should help her parents take over the business after a certain age. Speaking of his daughter, Shouta's face was filled with a happy smile. "Kide, she has just started to help me. She has to learn the basics of handling ingredients in the kitchen." As he said, he shouted to the kitchen, "Ayam, come out and say hello." "Got it." A crisp and capable voice sounded, and a beautiful girl wrapped in a white apron came out of the kitchen. Because of handling ingredients, she inevitably had a little blood on her body. "This is Uncle Danzo." Shouta introduced her. Danzo's face froze. "Uncle?" And Ayam looked at the young face in the noodle shop with some strangeness. "Uncle? Even if this person looks a little mature, should he be called uncle?" Full of doubts in his heart, Ayam still stumbled and called, "Hello, Uncle Danzo." Danzo opened his mouth to explain something, but finally sighed, "Uncle is uncle, who makes him senior?" Slurp, slurp. The noodles are very elastic and the soup is delicious. Danzo ate one bowl after another. As a ninja, Danzo's body consumed a lot of food and had a big appetite. In the small noodle shop, Handad occasionally exchanged a few words with the customers at the stall. The atmosphere was harmonious. Danzo did not join them and dealt with the ramen in the bowl seriously. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of the curtain being lifted. "It's Naruto." Hand-dad saw the person coming and looked at DANZO, who was eating noodles silently with a stiff face. He raised his smile and greeted Naruto. Silence. The customers who were still laughing at the stall suddenly quieted down. After looking back at the pitiful figure standing at the door, they turned cold and hurriedly paid the bill and left. In the noisy noodle shop, only DANZO was left, and Naruto, who was standing behind him and was a little at a loss. Uncle Hand-dad, have I caused you trouble again? Naruto's childish voice was crying. He never shed tears when he was bullied by others. But the uncle was very kind to him, but he made him lose business, which made Naruto very concerned. But he was really hungry. No, how could it be? What are you going to eat today, little Naruto? A trace of heartache flashed across the face of the hand, and he quickly asked Naruto to sit down. Others don't know Naruto's identity, but how could Shouta, who has been stationed in Konoha village for many years and has a wide network of contacts, not know it? But the more he knows, the more he feels pity for Naruto. Naruto carefully glanced at DANZO, who was still at the stall, walked away from him and came to the other side of the noodle shop. I picked up an Ichiraku ramen cash coupon at the door today. Naruto excitedly came to his seat and sat down, holding a note in his little arm. Shouta silently took the note from Naruto's hand and said with a smile, "Okay, this cash coupon can buy 3 bowls of ramen. Today is the first bowl. I'll write down the remaining 2 bowls for you." "Ayam, Naruto is here." Shouta shouted to the back of the noodle shop, where his daughter had been processing ingredients. "Why are you here just now?" Ayam shouted dissatisfiedly as she walked out of the back kitchen. Did the little guy finally notice the cash coupon she threw at the door? In order to let this guy eat and take care of his self-esteem, Ayam thought for a long time before she came up with the cash voucher method. No more customers came into the noodle shop, and it was quiet. Handbeater also took a break at this time, moved a stool and sat down next to Naruto, listening to him tell his interesting stories. The two listened to Naruto's words very carefully, but it can be heard that all the interesting stories in Naruto's mouth are only about him. DANZO didn't speak, lowered his head to eat noodles, and paid attention to Naruto's words. His face was calm, but there was a little sigh in his heart. This incident was deeply engraved in the memory left by the Pot King. DANZO knew the reason for Naruto's current situation. Although Naruto was chatting with Handbeater, his eyes looked at DANZO from time to time. This uncle didn't seem to have that kind of malice. Naruto thought to himself, and couldn't help but look at DANZO again. Noticing Naruto's gaze, DANZO raised his head and met his azure blue eyes. Clear and pure. Naruto was like a frightened deer when DANZO looked at him like this, and turned his head back to pretend that he was not peeking. Ayam also noticed that the man she called uncle before did not stay away because of Naruto's identity. She couldn't help but look at DANZO curiously. Seeing DANZO staring at Naruto expressionlessly, Shouta smiled awkwardly and came to DANZO, blocking his gaze from Naruto, and said, "Old friend, after eating the noodles, shouldn't you pay the bill?" He was a little worried that DANZO had bad thoughts about Naruto like those people outside. This old friend was already a Jonin when he was young. And his current identity should not be simple. Naruto has a bad reputation in the village, but he is really a good kid. Is he going to drive him away? DANZO looked at Shouta's embarrassed look, frowned, and couldn't help sighing again in his heart. After he came to this world, he did not take the blame for Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he could not get rid of the sins that the Pot King had committed before. Strictly speaking, he and Naruto actually had a grudge. But DANZO still decided to contact Naruto. Standing up, regardless of the hand that wanted to stop him, DANZO walked step by step to Naruto, looking at the son of a hero who suffered because of the Pot King. Naruto was obviously a little nervous about DANZO's gaze and approach, and waved his hand. "Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to look at you." Naruto's nervous and timid performance obviously made DANZO frown, stretched out his hand to touch his golden hair, and said gently, "Don't be nervous. Your name is Uzumaki Naruto, right?" And Naruto's body, which was originally a little scared, suddenly froze, and he looked at Danzo in a daze. The temperature from the hair and the smile on the face of the man in front of him made him feel an inexplicable warmth, which made him want to get closer to Danzo. "Yes. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Read books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 011 Go meet the monster in your body." It was the first time someone took the initiative to talk to him. Naruto answered very carefully, not daring to speak too loudly or too softly. Danzo took his hand off Naruto's head, sat down beside him and continued to ask, "I've heard of you, the monster in the village. No one wants to play with you." It was just a casual remark, but it hurt Naruto deeply. Danzo. Hand beat a low roar. Perhaps because he felt that Danzo's attitude towards him was different from that of others, his words were unpleasant to hear, and the harm he brought to Naruto was far greater than that of others. Resisting the pain in his heart, Naruto pulled the corner of his mouth and said with an ugly face, "They are all talking nonsense, I am not a monster." He wanted to restore the impression of the uncle in front of him. Another one. Just one. Another person who can treat him well like Uncle Handbeat and Sister Ayam would be great. Naruto had some extravagant hopes in his heart. The voice was very small and low, but it was clearly transmitted to Danzo's ears. His character is quite strong, but he is a little unconfident. But it is true that if his character is not strong, he would have turned evil long ago to survive in such an environment. Danzo seemed not to feel Naruto's emotions and continued, "If you are not a monster, why don't others like you, and you look guilty? Are you a monster or not?" His face was calm, but his words were a little aggressive. Naruto looked at Danzo who was sitting next to him and staring at him, and felt inexplicably sad. Even this good-looking uncle was prejudiced against him. At the same time, Naruto was a little puzzled. Why did he suffer all this injustice? How do I know if I am a monster? What's the difference between me and others? After enduring for a long time, the painful, angry and puzzled emotions finally burst out uncontrollably. Tears dripped, and Naruto couldn't control the volume and yelled. "Why? Why does everyone hate me? I didn't do anything." His cheeks flushed red, and he questioned Danzo. An inexplicable malice emerged in his body, making him speculate about Danzo with malice. The beard on his face that grew because of 9 tails became more and more obvious, and his azure pupils were slightly flushed, and an ominous aura emanated from him. Naruto. Ayam was not afraid of Naruto's aura at all. She reached out and held Naruto's hand distressedly, glared at Danzo and said, "Sir, although you are a guest, we don't welcome you here now." Hand did not speak, stood awkwardly behind Ayam, clasped his hands together and prayed for Danzo to leave first. Naruto, whose hand was held by Ayam, was startled suddenly. The evil aura quickly shrank, the scarlet in his eyes slowly retreated, and returned to the pure azure blue. Ignoring the two, Danzo looked at Naruto and asked, "Naruto, do you think you are a monster?" "No." Naruto sighed. Even if others have always said that he is a monster, stay away from him, or even hate him. But he knew very well that he was definitely not a monster. He was just an ordinary child. "Speak louder." Danzo stared at him and said seriously, "Since you think you are not a monster, then be open and speak to me with your chest held high. Are you a monster or not?" "No." Naruto's eyes became firm. He was not a monster, absolutely not. "Very good." Seeing Naruto's firm look, Danzo finally nodded with satisfaction and stretched out his hand to brush his golden hair. An inexplicable force was transmitted from Danzo's hand to his mind. The originally bright surroundings suddenly darkened. Under the guidance of Danzo Chakra, Naruto's pupils gradually lost consciousness. "Where is this?" Damp and dim. When Naruto came to his senses, he was no longer in Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto was not panicked. When he came to this place, he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had been here before. The sound of water flow rang in his ears, just like in the dim space of the sewer. There was a voice in Naruto's mind intermittently, pulling him forward. Confused in his heart, Naruto followed the sound in a trance, followed the water flow, and walked deeper into the sewer. Wake up! Danzo slapped Naruto's shoulder and woke him up from his trance. Naruto woke up from his trance, staring at the unfamiliar environment in front of him with wide eyes, then looked at Danzo next to him and asked, "Uncle, where is this place?" As he spoke, he unconsciously moved closer to Danzo. He was a little scared. "This is in your inner world, or in your body?" Danzo replied. "Body." Naruto's eyes widened and he touched his body. "Isn't my body still here?" He hasn't been to Jainin school yet, and Danzo doesn't want to explain too much about chakra to him. He picked him up from the water with an expressionless face and walked deeper into the sewer. Being held in his hand, Naruto did not struggle and asked, "Uncle, where are we going?" Danzo calmly said, "To meet the monster in your body." The words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Naruto's body to tremble. He was stunned for a long time before stammering, "Uncle, am I really a monster?" He began to doubt his existence. This was in his body, but he had no idea that there was such a place in his body. "Am I really a monster? Didn't you just swear that you are not a monster? Since you have determined that you are not a monster, you must stick to your own ideas unswervingly, and don't change because of one or two words from others." Noticing Naruto's low mood, Danzo began to scold. "But..." Naruto wanted to say something, but was startled by the scene in front of him. At the end of the sewer, a huge cage appeared in front of him. There was an incomprehensible piece of paper on the cage, and it was pitch black inside. Naruto couldn't see what was inside. Naruto asked carefully, "Uncle, what's in here?" Danzo had put Naruto down, but the unfamiliar environment made Naruto hide behind Danzo in fear. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 012 Naruto, your parents are heroes. There is a tailed beast locked inside. Danzo explained, releasing his chakra and heading into the cage. "Get out!" A roar sounded, accompanied by light red chakra constantly pouring out of the cage. These tailed beast chakras were mixed with strong negative emotions, which made Danzo instinctively feel unhappy. In Naruto's horrified eyes, a pair of scarlet beast eyes filled with violence and ferocity appeared in the dark of the cage. The huge body covered with red hair slowly emerged from the shadows. Just standing in front of this giant beast, Naruto could feel an evil and oppressive breath. Holding Danzo's arm tightly, Naruto's small body kept shrinking back. His eyes were full of fear and terror, and he murmured, "Monster. There is really a monster in my body." The outside world. As soon as Danzo's hand touched Naruto, the two stopped moving instantly. In the confused eyes of Tada and Ayam, a strong and evil aura gushed out from Naruto, enveloping him. Rich and ominous chakra filled the air. Because of Danzo, the Anbu ninja who had been far away changed his face. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded. "Mr. Tada, please go out of the noodle shop with Ms. Ayam first." An Anbu ninja suddenly appeared in the noodle shop and signaled Tada to leave in a cold tone. Outside the noodle shop, all passers-by have been completely isolated from this area. Anbu wearing white vests and animal masks have surrounded this area. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi, who was still discussing the war, stood up suddenly and looked at the location of Ichiraku noodle shop with a horrified face. "The aura of 9 tails?" Udaten Koharu asked uncertainly. "That's right." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his face full of coldness. Danzo-sama met Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at Ichiraku Noodle House. After the two came into contact, the seal of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki loosened. An Anbu ninja quickly appeared in the house and reported, "It's that old guy Danzo again." Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he was getting more and more presumptuous recently. In the past, he would only do things for him in secret, but now things have been brought to the surface. First, send people to evacuate the surrounding people and surround Ichiraku Noodle House. Don't let anyone know what happened inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order calmly. Yes. The Anbu ninja quickly turned into a black shadow and disappeared after answering. In the dark sewer, the huge Nine-Tails looked directly at the two people below who were like ants. The rich-tailed beast Chakra escaped from the cage to the outside. Did you see it? Danzo asked. Uncle, is this why people call me a monster? Naruto stared blankly at Nine-Tails in the cage, and asked with some fear after a long time. We call this guy Nine-Tails, and his real name is Kurama. Danzo nodded and briefly introduced the origin of the big fox in front of Naruto. So I'm really not a monster? Naruto asked blankly after listening to Danzo's explanation. No. Danzo shook his head. Then why seal this monster into my body? Do you know how I've been living these past few years? Do you know? Naruto became obviously agitated and questioned. Kid, be careful with your words. Nine-Tails was obviously unhappy to be called a monster. His scarlet eyes stared at Naruto, and Naruto seemed to be affected by his emotional fluctuations. The red-tailed beast Chakra kept flowing into him. Calm down. Danzo said calmly to Naruto, and looked at Nine-Tails who was still grinning at him with some disdain. Naruto is your container, you are so arrogant. As soon as the voice fell, Danzo used the sealing technique in his memory in a strange way, and directly pressed his palm on the seal on Naruto's belly. The huge cage was separated by a wall that suddenly rose. Nine-Tails Chakra that permeated Naruto's body quickly retracted into the cage, and Nine-Tails' vision was also blocked. Feeling his emotions calm down, Naruto looked at his body in shock. His emotions just now were inexplicably out of control. Hatred and anger were intertwined and surged up. Looking at the shocked Naruto, Danzo reached out his hand to touch his hair, but was slapped away by Naruto. Uncle! Why did you lock this monster in my body? I have been bullied and rejected by the villagers in the past few years, all because of this monster in my body. Why do you want me to become this person? Naruto was obviously still holding a grudge against this question. Facing Naruto's questioning, Danzo's mood was also a bit complicated. Although he was originally a Jinchuriki, because of his identity as a hero's son, he could more or less enjoy a life that other Jinchuriki could not enjoy. But because of the Konoha high-level officials, Naruto's identity was concealed, and he was also shaped into a demon fox image under operation. But he definitely won't take the blame. Although it was the crime committed by the King of Pots, Danzo definitely won't admit it. With a move in his heart, Danzo's face has already changed significantly. With a complex look and sorrow on his face, looking at Naruto's angry eyes, Danzo explained with great sorrow, Naruto, in fact, all this is to protect you. Looking at his puzzled eyes, Danzo continued to explain, in fact, your identity is not simple. Whether it is your father or your mother, they are actually very great ninjas. The couple has contributed too much to this Konoha. Father? Mother? Naruto widened his eyes. In his childhood, the word parents often appeared, but never appeared. Why? He was even more puzzled. Since his parents have made so many contributions to the village, why did he have to become the container of this monster? Danzo explained with a complicated expression, your parents are both great ninjas in Konoha, but at the same time, they are thorns in the eyes of other ninja villages. But they have passed away because of protecting Konoha. In order to protect you, we can only conceal your identity. All this is to protect you. His mind was working frantically at this time. While combining the identity of the fourth generation, he corrected Danzo's previous actions. He corrected his selfish idea of wanting to train Naruto into a war machine to everything for the purpose of protecting Naruto. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 013 Third Generation, I'm waiting for your explanation. Naruto seemed to understand, but because he knew about his parents, he had already put this matter first in his heart and asked, "Who are my parents? What does all this have to do with this monster?" Danzo had already noticed the situation outside. It seemed that because of the Nine Tails chakra explosion, the movement here had attracted the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I had originally planned to tell Naruto in detail how he and his parents had worked hard to protect him, but now I can only make it short. Who are your parents? I can't tell you this. Why? Naruto was puzzled. I won't tell you your parents' names until you have the ability to protect yourself and the strength to gain a foothold in this ninja world. Danzo replied. All this is exchanged for your parents' lives. You have to cherish it and can't expose your existence. At least you can't disclose your identity now. If the spies of the enemy village know your identity, you will only be greeted by endless assassinations. Naruto nodded, unexpectedly calm. Danzo was a little surprised by his reaction. Naruto didn't have a Jonin school yet, but his state and thinking were much better than what he saw in the anime. Compared with other children in the village, his emotions and state were amazing enough. Could it be that he was called the last one in the ninja school, and he became less and less confident, so he became stupider and stupider? Come to think of it, as the son of the fourth generation, Naruto's mastery of some ninjutsu was unexpectedly fast, and the talent he showed was far from being a last one. Thinking in his heart, Danzo explained, as for what you see, this monster in your body is actually one of the legacies left to you by your parents. I have explained the existence of the tailed beasts before. With the tailed beasts, you will be countless times stronger than ordinary people in terms of chakra and the self-recovery ability of your body. And if you can fully master the power brought to you by Nine Tails, you will have the strength to gain a foothold in the ninja world. Is this monster the legacies left to me by my parents? Naruto looked at the cage separated by the wall, his expression a little dazed. Mastering the power of this monster, I can know the names of my father and mother. Power. I want to have powerful power. He only has this thought in his mind now. Wake up. Danzo suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped him on the head, and the remaining trace of the tailed beast chakra left on his body dissipated. Naruto, who was in a trance, woke up from the state of pursuing power and looked at Danzo in confusion. What did I just do? Although it is not a bad thing to desire power, Naruto, power that cannot be mastered is not yours after all. Only power that can be used freely belongs to you. Danzo kindly warned Naruto not to trust Nine Tails too much and to be vigilant against Nine Tails. When Naruto came out of his consciousness space, the entire Ichiraku noodle shop was surrounded by Anbu ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two stared at Danzo with ugly faces. Handing the unconscious Naruto to an Anbu ninja, Danzo yawned. Danzo, what did you do to Naruto? Looking at the unconscious Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. This old guy is getting more and more presumptuous now. Danzo grinned and said. As the descendant of that guy, Naruto's treatment is a bit shabby. He is a Jinchuriki, and I am just motivating him. You also know that Naruto's identity is too sensitive. Didn't we agree that I would take care of everything about Naruto? You shouldn't contact him. Sarutobi was really angry this time, looking at Danzo with cold eyes. Danzo was silent. Of course, he knew that this was already agreed upon, but if he could bring Naruto, who was a nuclear weapon in the early Hokage period, to the battlefield, it would definitely be a big trump card, so he could only try to contact Naruto. You guy. Seeing that Danzo was not going to explain, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly dodged. Before Danzo saw him make a seal, he had come to his side and punched him in the face. Naruto was the son of the fourth generation. The fourth generation entrusted Naruto to him before they died, but he did not give Naruto a good childhood. He was already very sorry for Minato, and he must not let this old guy cause trouble to Naruto's life again. Snap! Danzo was panicking inside, but still calm on the surface. He stretched out his arm and opened his palm, firmly grasping Sarutobi's fist. With a serious face, Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him vigilantly, paying attention to the movements around him. Body flicker technique. This speed is almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, but fortunately he blocked it. But as a Hokage, his attack strategy should not be so monotonous. Maybe the one in front of him is a clone? No, they are old friends, and now they are in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not really be cruel to him. His mind turned quickly, and Danzo thought about the sudden attack in front of him. He really didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to attack directly without mercy. It seems that Naruto really occupies a large part of his heart, perhaps because of guilt? If his physical fitness had not inherited the original owner in all aspects, Danzo would have almost not reacted to this punch just now. He only inherited the memory of the Pot King, but not the combat experience. It's like watching a movie. You only saw a man beat 10 people in the movie, but if you really want to fight yourself, it's hard to do the same as him, even if your body muscles have memorized all the movements. You. Sarutobi retracted his fist and looked at Danzo with some doubt. He actually held back just now. With his speed, the punch just now almost hit Danzo's face. If he hadn't held back and slowed down, this guy would have been knocked out. Danzo's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the old guy still saw through it. As expected, he is worthy of being a Hokage. His combat experience and observation skills are so subtle. Although his heart fluctuated a lot, his face was unusually calm. Sighing and looking at Sarutobi, Danzo said helplessly, "Let's talk about it when we get back. I'll wait for your explanation." Sarutobi looked at him deeply, replied calmly, and didn't stay any longer. He walked out of the noodle shop and walked towards the Hokage building. Yudin Koharu and Midokado Homura beside him were a little confused about what happened, but since Sarutobi Hiruzen did not pursue the matter, they did not stay and followed him out. Watching the backs of the people leaving, Danzo closed his eyes and thought about how to explain his strength. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 014 The Price of Returning to Youth. In the Hokage's office, Danzo and Sarutobi sat face to face. There were only 2 people in the office, Yudin Koharu and Midokado Homura were not there. Although the 4 had been fighting partners since they were young, Danzo and Sarutobi had a closer relationship, while the other 2 were relatively distant. Sarutobi stared at Danzo and said, "Explain your strength." "This is the price of becoming young again." Danzo said helplessly, "My youth is not like Tsunade, where only the appearance is restored. My body functions are all restored to the time when I was young." "You." Sarutobi's pupils contracted. Restoring youth is a temptation that is fatal to every elderly person. His heart was burning at this moment. If he could return to youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen could clearly feel the decline of his physical functions since the Third War, which is why he abdicated and gave way to Namikaze Minato. Now, after a few years, Sarutobi's strength has declined by 40%. Seeing Sarutobi's appearance, Danzo could guess what he was thinking, and couldn't help but say with a smile, "There is a price. Or rather, this is also an accident, but after returning to youth, I thought my strength could be restored to its peak or even stronger, but I didn't expect that my memory, or my combat experience and instincts were not compatible with this young body. This also caused my consciousness to react, but my body couldn't keep up. His words stopped Sarutobi's intention to try. Frowning, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked seriously, "Is there a solution?" "I don't know, but I only know that my current strength is not even 1/10 of what it used to be." Danzo silently made a seal in front of him. The turtle-like hand speed made Sarutobi stunned again, so serious. With such a severe decline in strength, he no longer had the idea of trying to return to youth like Danzo. Sarutobi's eyes were a little complicated, sympathetic, but also a little confused. "Then you still plan to lead the team to kill the enemy?" Danzo stood up from his seat suddenly, looking at Sarutobi with sharp eyes. "Even if I don't have the strength, so what? My original intention remains unchanged. My original intention remains unchanged. Even if I don't have the strength, even if I die, I will not let KONOHA succumb to other villages. The teacher taught me a lot of principles, but what he said the most is to be ruthless to others and to yourself, and never be cowardly." Sarutobi felt a little ashamed and a little admired. Danzo, who has never changed, is the same as before. "Have Kirigakure and Orochimaru replied?" Danzo asked, and beside him, a root ninja suddenly appeared. This person is Abarame Ryoma, who sent a letter back from the Fire Country Daimyo. "Kirigakure's senior management has agreed to your proposal, and Orochimaru has not replied for the time being," Abarame Ryoma said respectfully to Kide. Nodding, Danzo did not continue to ask questions. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, this battle must not be fought. His decision this time was just to show his face in front of the masses, gain the impression points, and improve his strength to be able to protect himself as soon as possible. If Konoha village really had to suffer a lot to start a war, he knew that the gains would outweigh the losses. Gather the people of the route to conduct drills. The letter from the daimyo should be on the way. We must be prepared for the war. Danzo said calmly. Yes. Abarame Ryoma nodded and disappeared in front of Danzo. This speed. Sighing in his heart, Danzo felt a little disappointed. If he inherited all the strength of the Pot King with this young body now, he would not have to be so timid now. Perhaps because of the difference in thinking as an alien, although Danzo can use ninjutsu, it is difficult to perform it smoothly in battle. The speed of seal formation is one thing, and the fighting instinct is another. The most basic point for genin to become chunin is the transformation of fighting instinct. Many ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even illusions are used subconsciously during the battle. But Danzo really can't learn this kind of ninja instinct. Just like an ordinary person traveling to the world of immortal cultivation, it is difficult for you to expect the kind of enlightenment to happen. In the era of big data in the previous life, all the great principles have been analyzed into various levels of thinking. Everyone understands the principles, but whether they can do it is another matter. Danzo is in such a state now. But his strength is not as useless as he said when he was narrating to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although his instinct as a ninja disappeared, Danzo's physical fitness is stronger. He believes that as long as he relies on constantly adding points to improve various attributes and slowly cultivates the fighting instinct of a ninja, he can also gain a foothold in this world, and even step onto the peak. Uncle! A slightly excited shout caught Danzo's attention. In the disgusted eyes of others on the street, Naruto ran towards Danzo. The Anbu ninja who was protecting and monitoring Naruto in the dark looked a little ugly. Uncle, why did you disappear after I woke up? Naruto came to Danzo and asked happily. For this uncle who told him the truth and was also a friend of his parents, Naruto had an inexplicable liking for him. This kid brought this upon himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't blame me. Danzo smiled secretly in his heart, and explained to Naruto without any expression on his face, originally, I had to wait until you grew up to tell you these things, but I told you on my own initiative. I have to explain this situation to the third generation. In one sentence, he directly put the matter of concealing Naruto's identity on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo's operation was smooth and flowing. After coming to this world, his ability to talk and pass the buck gradually improved. Third generation grandpa. Sure enough, Naruto pouted and remembered this. Naruto seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Uncle, I don't know your name yet." "Danzo, just call me Uncle Danzo." Danzo thought for a while and said, although the generations were a bit confusing, but in terms of age, it was not wrong for him to be his uncle. "Uncle Danzo!" Naruto shouted excitedly. "You probably didn't have breakfast, boss, give me another bowl of noodles." Looking at Naruto's malnourished face, Danzo shouted to the noodle shop owner. "Ichiraku Ramen, which is handmade, doesn't sell breakfast." Danzo just picked a noodle shop at random. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 0-15 Chakra is the foundation. Facing Danzo's order, the noodle shop owner did not show his simple and honest attitude just now. Instead, he looked at Naruto with disgust and said indifferently, "Dear guest, we don't serve monsters here. If you want to eat with this monster, please forgive me for not serving you." Danzo is a ninja with a forehead protector. Although the boss didn't give him a good look, his words were still polite. Frowning, Danzo stood up and wanted to scold the boss, but was stopped by Naruto. "Uncle Danzo, forget it." Facing this man's attitude, Naruto was very calm. Glancing at Naruto, Danzo stopped talking at his lips. This kid's mind is really mature. I don't know how he was fooled by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original book. The original Naruto gave the audience a feeling that he was more like his mother Kushina. The Naruto that Danzo came into contact with was not carefree and aimed at Hokage. He was calm and precocious, more like the Minato in his memory. Namikaze Minato, a commoner, relied on his talent and wisdom to gradually squeeze into the Hokage faction and make a name for himself. He eventually became famous and was extremely popular in Konoha village, where most people were commoners. Alas, you have suffered. Since Naruto was so sensible, Danzo followed his wishes. Just get used to it. One day, I will be recognized by everyone with my own efforts, not because of my parents. Naruto smiled at Danzo, and the warmth was like a little sun. After knowing the truth, Naruto grew up overnight and had his own ideas. This little guy is really like his father. Danzo led Naruto out of the noodle shop, looking at the disgusted and indifferent eyes on the street and said, "To get everyone's recognition, it's not just about talking, whether it's strength or other abilities, it's indispensable. The path you decided is more difficult than you think. Are you ready?" "Of course." Naruto's tone was firm, without the confusion when he met Ichiraku. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was far away in the Hokage building, looked at Naruto's face in the crystal ball, and looked at Danzo next to Naruto in a trance. "You really changed." At the moment when Naruto took the initiative to contact Danzo, Enbu had informed Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he used the telescope technique to observe the two. The telescope technique can only peek at the picture, but there is no sound. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen has more or less understood the situation through Enbu, who followed secretly. I didn't expect that Danzo, who wanted to train Naruto into a fighting machine, would now patiently teach him about recognition and trust. This is a good thing, so Sarutobi Hiruzen just sent an additional team of Enbu to follow and ignored the two. Once Danzo planned to teach Naruto some radical ideas, these Enbu would naturally stop him. Danzo's strength is not as good as before, and these Enbu can also monitor Danzo well. At this time, the ninjas of the route have reported to Danzo about the increase in the surrounding Enbu. Noticing that the sense of peeping disappeared, Danzo could more or less guess that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who was secretly spying on him again. "Uncle Danzo, I still can't control the chakra in my body." Naruto stood in front of Danzo and said a little frustrated, "Every time I mobilize chakra, I have to spend a lot of effort. Am I stupid?" After learning how to refine chakra, it was difficult for him to mobilize the chakra in his body. Hearing this, not only Danzo rolled his eyes, but even the Anbu ninja hiding in the dark could not help rolling his eyes. After a brief exchange of ideas, after confirming that Naruto's 3 views were indeed very positive, Danzo began to plan to teach Naruto to become a ninja. Even if he could not bring Naruto to the battlefield, it was very important to keep the child of destiny firmly in his hands. And to become a ninja, the most basic thing is to have chakra. After teaching Naruto how to refine chakra, Danzo was dumbfounded, and the Anbu ninja hiding in the dark was also dumbfounded. Naruto successfully refined a large amount of chakra in just the first attempt to refine. The amount of chakra can be explained by the blood of the Uzumaki clan and the identity of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. But Naruto successfully refined chakra in just the first attempt. If it wasn't because of Danzo's teaching ability X, then it was definitely because of Naruto's talent. Danzo coughed and said calmly, "This is just the first day. Everything should be done step by step. Your talent is good, but it's still a little bit worse than your father and Uncle Danzo. Because of the 9 tails in your body, your chakra volume will be larger than that of ordinary people, but it will also be more difficult to control." Naruto asked in confusion, "If it is difficult to control, what will happen?" "Every bit of chakra is extremely precious, especially in battle. Better control of your chakra can save chakra when performing ninjutsu. At the same time, chakra control and mastery of ninjutsu can also determine the power of your ninjutsu," Danzo explained while slowly making hand seals. "This is a wind style level ninjutsu, wind style vacuum sphere. Remember my hand seal method and sequence." In order to cover up his hand speed, Danzo deliberately slowed down the speed and said to Naruto. Chakra condensed in the body, and invisible air waves came out of Danzo's mouth, hitting a big tree next to him. Bang! It was just a sea-level ninjutsu, and with Danzo controlling the amount of chakra, it only made the tree shake. Just now I controlled the amount of chakra, so the power was weakened. Danzo looked at Naruto's puzzled eyes and explained, "Next I will release chakra and use the same hand seal to increase the power of this ninjutsu." He covered it up again in the same way. But as Danzo's chakra was fully released, a huge wind ball visible to the naked eye came out of his mouth and rushed towards the big tree with a swift and fierce momentum. After a short collision and roar, Naruto stared at the tree trunk that had been broken into several pieces in front of him. Under my control, the sea-level ninjutsu vacuum sphere, which was performed in the same way, has a B-level, or even A-level level, Danzo said proudly. Although the Pot King has 5 chakra properties, he has studied the wind property in depth. Have fun. Chapter 016 That Uncle looks familiar. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is a ninjutsu master who is a grand master of all 5 elements, then Danzo is a master of wind style who has learned from the 2nd generation and has only mastered 1. Because he inherited Danzo's memory, he is very skilled in controlling the flow of chakra. As expected of Lord Danzo, who is praised by his father. The Anbu ninja who was secretly observing thought to himself. Even if he has awakened the copying ability of Sharingan, without absolute research on the wind attribute, even if he can copy Danzo's ninjutsu, he cannot exert the same power as him. Naruto's eyes glowed, and he pulled Danzo's clothes and shouted, "Uncle Danzo, teach me this. Wait until you can flexibly control the chakra in your body." Danzo pulled the corner of his mouth. With the interference of 9 tails, it is not easy for Naruto to flexibly control chakra. This is also the reason why Naruto did not completely master the most basic 3-body technique until he graduated from the ninja school. "Let's go and eat ramen." Tugging Naruto, Danzo stopped his eagerness to continue climbing the tree. "I forgot to pay for the ramen yesterday, so I have to eat a few more bowls today to apologize to him." "Hey!" Naruto widened his eyes and suppressed the idea of continuing to practice. He has such a good Uncle Danzo, and he has to introduce him to Uncle Ichiraku and Sister Ayame. "Shikamaru, it's so boring, think of some interesting games to play." At this time, a naughty and childish voice sounded. The familiar name made Danzo look back, and a group of 3 people, one fat, one thin, and a girl, were walking towards this side. The little fat boy held snacks in his hand and kept stuffing them into his mouth. The girl with a single blonde ponytail pulled the skinny boy's arm and said, "It's so boring." "No, it's too troublesome." The skinny boy looked helpless. Lazy kid. Next generation Enoshika ch. DANZO recognized the identities of the 3 people at the first time. The 3 little brats who were walking towards this side also saw Naruto and DANZO. The 3 little brats stopped and looked at Naruto and DANZO from a distance, with a strange look in their eyes. Most of the children in the village have been repeatedly told by adults not to play with this yellow-haired child because he is a monster. "Uncle DANZO, let's go." Naruto pulled DANZO's clothes and whispered, but his tone was obviously a little disappointed. DANZO didn't say anything and took Naruto away silently. On the way to Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto kept his head down. Although he said something slightly mature about getting recognition from others, he still longed for someone to contact and accompany him in his heart. "Go back." DANZO, who was walking silently, suddenly stopped and blocked in front of Naruto. And Naruto, who had been keeping his head down, accidentally bumped into his thigh. "What?" Naruto looked up at DANZO in confusion. He didn't hear clearly just now. DANZO looked at him seriously and repeated, "Go back. You really want to get in touch with them, right?" Naruto was stunned. His face Janin couldn't help but smile, but it was full of bitterness. "It's better not to bother them. They won't want to play with me." It's not that he hasn't tried to get in touch with others, but no matter whether it's an adult or a child, every time it ends in a bad mood because of him. Now that he knows his identity, has responsibilities and goals, Naruto doesn't want to bother others anymore. "It's different." DANZO shook his head and said, "Most of the people you came into contact with before were civilians, or people who didn't know the truth. The big guys just follow the crowd, so they don't want to contact you." Looking at Naruto's obviously hopeful eyes, DANZO explained, "Your father and mother are not ordinary. Although your identity was concealed to protect you, since I know your identity, there will certainly be people who know your identity like me." Behind those 3 children just now are the Yamanaka clan, the Akamichi clan, and the Nara clan. They all have a good relationship with your father. Although their elders didn't tell them your identity in order to conceal your identity, they wouldn't stop them from contacting you. DANZO was right. According to the time, Naruto would come into contact with the children of these big families after entering the ninja school, and finally have his own friends. He is just helping Naruto to contact them in advance. Naruto thought for a long time before whispering, "So, they are actually willing to play with me." DANZO shook his head. "These family members generally don't care about your identity, but if you want to play with them, it depends on your own ability." Skill. Naruto was a little confused. The ability to make others willing to approach you and be friends with you. DANZO didn't expect that one day he would come to teach others how to make friends. "Actually, I was a kindergarten teacher. It seems that I was a male kindergarten teacher." DANZO began to doubt his profession in his previous life. DANZO sighed and asked, "Did you hear what the little girl said just now?" Naruto nodded. She said, "They are bored." Yes, they are bored now. In this situation where everyone is unfamiliar with each other, you can cater to their interests. You can tell them an interesting game and play it together. As you play, you will become familiar with each other. DANZO thought about Kide. Friendship between children should be that simple, right? DANZO himself was a little uncertain. Naruto lowered his head and frowned for a long time, then looked at DANZO and asked, "Since they are all children of big families, they should have mastered the extraction of chakra, right?" DANZO nodded. "There are traces of chakra flowing in the bodies of the 3 little guys just now. Let's go back." After getting the answer, Naruto looked at DANZO and said, he had a hunch that today he would meet the first, or even the second or third friend of the same age in his life. Ino sat on the stone man in the park and shook her short legs. Shikamaru. It's really boring, let's find something fun. Because of the preparations for the war, the flower shop was temporarily closed, and she really couldn't think of anything to do. Isn't it nice to lie down and sleep? It's rare that Dad is not at home, why should I go out with you to wander around? Shikamaru said, a little dissatisfied while lying on the stone bench. Crack, crack. Chiji sat next to Shikamaru without interrupting, constantly stuffing potato chips into his mouth. Hey! Ino uttered a sigh and looked outside the park and said, the yellow-haired boy is back. Shikamaru opened half of his eyes and looked at the entrance of the park. The yellow-haired boy who was rejected by the villagers walked towards this side nervously. And next to him. That uncle looks familiar. Shikamaru thought to himself. He just felt that the uncle standing next to the yellow-haired boy looked familiar. After thinking for a while, Shikamaru said to Ino on the stone man, Ino, go ask about the situation. At a very young age, Ino, who was loved by 3 families, looked like a tomboy. With a shake, he jumped off the stone man and walked towards Naruto. Hey boy, is there anything wrong? Shikamaru also sat up from lying flat and looked at Naruto, who was a little nervous, quietly. Can I play with you? After hesitating for a while, Naruto finally spoke. No. Ino refused outright. Naruto, who had hoped for something, looked a little dim, but still forced a smile and planned to leave. But if you can think of something interesting, I can consider it. Looking at Naruto's appearance, Ino said mischievously, as if she had succeeded. She was just bored, so she wouldn't care if there was one more or one less person. How about Shikamaru, Chiji? Ino looked back at Shikamaru and Chiji behind her and asked. I have no objection. Shikamaru glanced at DANZO behind Naruto and lay down on the stone bench again. He mainly paid attention to DANZO behind Naruto, and Naruto was just a relatively pitiful yellow-haired boy to him, so he didn't care. I have no objection either. Seeing that Shikamaru had no objection, Chiji had no objection either. Naruto's smile became a little brighter, which made Ino stunned. Naruto's smile actually gave her a warm, very warm feeling. Let's climb a tree. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17. Those crazy people are not easy to deal with. Danzo-sama, Hokage-sama invites you. A familiar, emotionless voice sounded again. An Anbu ninja stood next to Danzo very abruptly. Looking at Naruto, who was covered in dust but still smiling, and the little Inoshika who were also trying to climb the tree next to him, Danzo smiled with relief. But then he was stunned. What was this sense of déjà vu of the old father? Go to the Hokage building. Danzo ordered the root ninja in the dark. When Danzo left, no one except Shikamaru noticed, including Naruto. And the doubt on Shikamaru's face disappeared at this time. It turned out that he hurriedly came to the Hokage building. Danzo did not knock on the door this time, and pushed it open with a bang. The representatives of various clans and Konoha's high-level officials who should have attended the last meeting were already there. Did the daimyo send a letter? Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzan's inquiring eyes and asked with a clear mind. How did you get the daimyo to agree to send troops? The third generation didn't answer, but their attitude was obvious. The daimyo of the Land of Fire is different from these ninjas. He is a pure politician. He will never allow troops to be mobilized without benefits. He agreed to participate in the war several times before because he was forced to do so. The representatives of other tribes also looked at Danzo curiously. They had noticed that Danzo's actions in the past few days were not concealed. This kind of mobilization before the battle, Danzo seemed to have expected that the daimyo would agree to send troops. How did he do it? Danzo didn't hide it from them. Kide, benefits and face. As a politician, the daimyo doesn't care about many things. You can get his consent by catering to his preferences. This kind of thing is simple for him who has experienced 2 lives and has been influenced by various cultures, but it is a bit difficult for these ninjas who pay more attention to military power. In the entire ninja world, perhaps the only one who can compare with him in terms of conspiracy and intrigue is the Black Zetsu, who has been hiding very deeply and has been planning for 1,000 years. The 3rd generation and the others frowned. Danzo's answer obviously did not satisfy them. It was as if he had said nothing. Since the daimyo has agreed to send troops, should we discuss strategic matters next? Danzo did not give them a chance to continue to entangle, and sat down at his seat and said, "You are quite impatient." The 3rd generation said, but did not stop him. "You are the commander-in-chief this time, you make the arrangements." Yuditen Koharu changed his previous attitude of refuting Danzo, and this time he actually spoke up to stand on Danzo's side. Danzo was not polite. He stood up from his seat, glanced at everyone and said slowly, "Although Cloud Shinobi Village provoked this incident, I am also very clear about the current situation in the village. We are not allowed to expand the war. The 3rd war has not been long. Except for Tsunagakuer, which was defeated and withdrew from the war at the beginning of the 3rd war, the situation of other villages is actually similar to ours. Cloud Shinobi Village faced the siege of both us and Uegakuer at the same time in the late stage of the 3rd war, and their losses were also not small. Although Cloud Shinobi Village has taken the initiative to provoke us, their attitude is actually ambiguous. There is a high probability that it is war blackmail in order to seize the eyes of the Hyuga clan. In other words, they may just scare us, and they have no intention or ability to start a war. Then what are you going to do?" 3rd generation asked. Everyone present was not a fool and knew it very well, but they couldn't afford to gamble. "I have only one plan, that is, to be fast and fierce enough, and to fight a blitzkrieg." "What do you mean?" Everyone in the conference room was confused and didn't quite understand what Danzo meant. "Since the other party may be trying to scare us because we are weak now, then we should give them a heavy blow. As the saying goes, 1 punch is better than 100. Let them know that Konoha's people are not scared." Danzo said with a smile. "Attack with lightning speed to suppress those people in Cloud Shinobi Village, so that other villages will be suspicious of Konoha's current strength. At the same time, we will end the fight with Cloud Shinobi Village as soon as possible and end the war before the war expands. The current situation must not be delayed. The longer it is delayed, the more difficult it is to guess the attitude of other ninja villages. We have to end the war before other ninja villages make up their minds to join the war." "Are you sure?" The 3rd generation frowned and looked at Danzo. Sure enough, Danzo was not suitable for the position of Hokage. His ideas were still so radical and adventurous. "Yes." Danzo glanced at him. "I have already contacted Kirigakuer. They will ally with us in this war and push their troops into the territory of the Land of Lightning, but they will not help us too much. They will only help us with deterrence, and will not send troops to participate in the war." Danzo explained. "Kirigakuer?" Shikaka frowned and asked, "How did Lord Danzo get in touch with the people of Kirigakuer? Those lunatics are not easy to mess with." "Yes, the 4th Mizukage is the 3 Tails Jinkriki. The people of Kirigakuer dared to fight among themselves during the war. Those lunatics are not easy to mess with." Mitokado Homura also added, "Danzo, you have to think carefully if you want to cooperate with them. Mitokado Homura is in charge of Konoha's diplomacy. The people on the Kirigakuer side are completely crazy people when they come into contact with them. Their minds are erratic and unpredictable, and they change their faces like turning the pages of a book. There are no eternal enemies in this world. The land of water is not richer than our land of fire, especially in terms of supplies. The daimyo will help us coordinate the land of water's supplies, and we will get the help of Kirigakuer." Danzo looked at the people present and explained. Compared to that old guy Onoki, although the 4th Mizukage has many capable people around him, his age and his status as Jinkriki make him look awkward in front of Kirigakure. He has just taken office and needs political achievements to consolidate his position, and I just helped him with this. Everyone nodded. Although they didn't understand how DANZO did it, they felt more confident with the help of Kirigakure. This time I plan to focus most of my forces on the Land of Lightning. For the other 3 countries, we should be wary of Iwagakure. Tsunagakure has a truce agreement with us, Kirigakure has an alliance with us, and Iwagakure killed the 3rd Reikage during the 3rd War. Although we know that they are unlikely to join the Land of Lightning, and may even take advantage of the situation. But to be safe, we should allocate some forces to be wary of Iwagakure. The originally precarious situation turned out to be very good after DANZO's analysis. Everyone present, except Sarutobi Hiruzen, had an infinite desire to fight. This game looks like a sure win, how can we not fight? As soon as the meeting ended, everyone couldn't wait to go back and prepare for war. It has been a long time since the Land of Lightning's envoys were killed. Although DANZO's roots have been imitating the envoys to convey information to the Land of Lightning, the time cannot be delayed too long. We have to take the initiative before the Reikage guy reacts. Sarutobi, now is not the time for internal fighting. As soon as the others left, DANZO said to Sarutobi Hiruzen bluntly. Although many families supported his participation in the war, Sarutobi's attitude was always wavering. This also caused many people in the Hokage faction to hesitate. Now there are only 2 of them in the meeting room, and they are much more presumptuous when talking. There are only DANZO and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the quiet meeting room. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 018, You old stubborn guy, you are all rotten. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at DANZO and asked, Are you so anxious to go to the battlefield and die? I've said it before, although my strength is greatly reduced now, I will not die on the battlefield. DANZO was a little annoyed. This old guy cursed others to death as soon as he opened his mouth. He really couldn't talk. I will let Kakashi and other Jonin go to the battle with you, and your safety will be taken care of by Anbu. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made concessions. Now is not the time for internal fighting. DANZO frowned and refused, Impossible. My safety will be taken care of by the root. Although he got the answer he wanted, who knows if the Anbu sent by Sarutobi was to monitor and undermine him. Your safety needs to be guaranteed. As a commander, if you have an accident on the battlefield, it will have a great impact on morale. The 3rd generation stared at him and insisted on his request. I said I won't die. I am very confident in this war. DANZO said dissatisfiedly. Why does this old guy think he will die soon? It's settled. If you don't want Anbu's people to protect you, then change the commander-in-chief. The 3rd generation said, I will let Homura take your place. DANZO glared at him, stood up, slammed the table and shouted, The daimyo agreed to go to war because I am the commander. And the families in the village also went out because they supported me. The 3rd generation also stood up and said, But I am the Hokage of Konoha. I can also write to the daimyo to take back your command. I have more decision-making power than you on various affairs in the village. For a moment, DANZO had the idea of taking the position of Hokage away from this old guy. Not for power, but just to let this guy see that the position he was proud of in his heart was easily obtained by others. But they can't interfere with my choice. Frowning, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious look, DANZO also knew that this matter could not be refused, and the other party meant to do good for him, so he could only helplessly kide. The 3rd generation nodded with satisfaction and sat down again, saying, I will only protect your safety. The goal has been achieved, and DANZO did not stay to see the old man's stinky face. He said hello and left directly. When he looked back, the gloom on his face turned into a smile. The war has been decided. Although the process was a bit tortuous, DANZO was in a good mood. If the old man's Anbu dared to cause trouble for him on the battlefield, his roots would not be vegetarians. When I came out of the Hokage building, it was almost late at night. On the way back, I passed by the place where I met Naruto, but Naruto was gone. I went to the hand-beating place to eat a bowl of noodles and paid back the money I had paid before. DANZO was ready to go back to the roots to rest. Speaking of which, it seems that I have never returned to my home. Looking at the road leading to the Shimura family's residence, DANZO fell into deep thought. Although DANZO is a member of the Shimura clan and has his own house in the Shimura settlement, he has always lived in the roots and rarely returned to his home since the death of the second generation, except for going to the battlefield. Walking on this familiar yet unfamiliar path, looking at rows of familiar houses. The Shimura clan was once very glorious in DANZO's memory, and was one of the founders of KONOHA village. But after the Second and Third World Wars, the number of Shimura clan members plummeted, and the loss was even greater than that during the Sengoku period. DANZO. A slightly surprised voice sounded. DANZO looked back and saw a white-haired old man looking at him in disbelief. "It's really you." The old man approached DANZO, his wrinkled face trembling a little. "You? How come you have become younger?" It turns out to be Xiaoi. After staring at the white-haired old man for a long time, DANZO recognized that this person was the same clan brother of the Pot King when he was young, and said with a smile. Shimura Yi panted, his face flushed, "Xiao. Xiao Yi." Shimura Yi couldn't accept being called Xiao Yi by a young man who looked several decades younger than himself. "But you've aged too fast, I can hardly recognize you." DANZO laughed. "A hole." Shimura Yi cursed dissatisfiedly, "If it weren't for your plan, I wouldn't have been injured and left with a root of illness, and now I'm old so fast. It's a good thing to retire early and not have to fight and kill. It's not a good thing to take care of the younger generation in the village." Although he is the cousin of the Pot King, DANZO has no gaps in communication. The whole process is smooth, as if he is really DANZO. "You." Shimura Yi looked at his young face and smiled with some nostalgia. "You have changed a lot. If I wasn't still this old bone, I would have thought I was back to my youth. You haven't smiled like this since the second generation died." "Old." DANZO didn't explain much. Shimura Yi's wrinkled face wrinkled even more. This guy is still as annoying as before. Looking at the somewhat quiet station, DANZO asked absent-mindedly, "What is the current situation of the clan?" Shimura Yi sighed and said, "There are only a few cats, all of them are useless juniors. The Shimura clan has declined. If I were not still here, those juniors in the clan would have to go to the ninja school to be taught ninjutsu." DANZO did not speak. This guy must have exaggerated. After all, it is a big clan in the village, and the clan has a lot of ninjutsu scrolls. But if these juniors are unwilling to work hard, the situation should not be bad. Although the Pot King has a high seniority in the village, his focus has always been on the roots. Compared with the Shimura clan, the roots are the direct line created and cultivated by DANZO. He rarely cares about the affairs of the Shimura clan, let alone cultivating the children of the family. How many ninjas are available in the clan? DANZO thought for a long time before asking. There are quite a few genin, but there are only about 20 chnin. As for Jainin, Shimura said, pointing at himself with an embarrassed look on his face. Only me. So few. DANZO frowned. In the original work, although the Shimura clan is a large clan, it seems that DANZO is the only character who appears. There are a lot of Shimuras in Gintama. Ninjas can't make it, so they become samurai. DANZO complained in his heart. Not a few, didn't you see that there is only one Tsunade left in the Senju clan now? Among the several large clans in the past, only the Sarutobi clan and the Uchiha clan are still prosperous now, and the others are almost the same as us. You know, in the war, the people who rushed to the front are all people from our large clans. Shimura explained. You should have heard more or less about what happened in the village recently. Danzo asked tentatively. Shimura Yi heard this, his eyes widened and he roared, "Impossible! The children of the tribe will never accompany you to the battlefield again. You are even more stubborn than Sarutobi Hiruzen. How can these little guys grow up without experiencing war?" Danzo shook his head. "Old stubborn, all rotten. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 019 The hierarchy is messed up." The next morning, Danzo came out of Shimura's camp cursing. He didn't get another team in the end, and just rested in the house of the Pot King for one night. Shimura Yi protects these children like treasures. How can he be a ninja if he is spoiled like this? Danzo felt that he was a bit of a ninja. But now is not the time to waste time with him. When he woke up early in the morning, Danzo received news from the route. The people of each tribe have gathered and are ready to set off to the front line at any time. "Ryoma, have you confirmed all aspects of the route?" Danzo said to the empty air while walking, but he could confirm that Ryoma was hiding somewhere around him. Because he swallowed the soul of the Pot King, Danzo's spirit has been enhanced. Even if he doesn't rely on his eyes, Danzo can still vaguely perceive the movements around him. This is also the reason why he can perceive the Sarutobi telescope technique. Now, in terms of spirit, he is like a passive skill with the perception ninjutsu blessing. In a certain range, he can detect hostility in advance. I have arranged people to confirm the route, and a small team is stationed at a certain distance to ensure that the march will not be discovered. Ryoma showed up and said respectfully to Danzo. Danzo nodded. This is also a small strategy of his. Since we want to launch a surprise attack and end the war as soon as possible in the form of a blitzkrieg, we must start hiding from the gathering of troops to rush to the front line. When we arrived at the entrance of the village, a large group of people were ready to go. Because there were too many people, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would go to the front line with him in advance, and other clans would also rush there in batches. This time, we will let those people in the Land of Thunder know that tigers' butts cannot be touched. At the swearing-in ceremony, the third generation stood on a temporary high platform and loudly encouraged morale. The faces of the large group of ninjas below were calm, but many civilians who came to watch were so excited that they wanted to throw their arms to the front line and die. Listening to the words of the third generation, Danzo couldn't help but laugh and muttered, "With this level, you can't even be a primary school principal in the past. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout." Sarutobi clenched his fists and looked at everyone below and said, "Everything you have paid is worth it. Everything is for the village. For Konoha." Although this sentence has been said thousands of times, every time you hear it, as a member of Konoha village, you will feel a sense of honor. The ninjas below, who had originally had calm faces, seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and shouted with the third generation, "For Konoha." This sentence was simplified by the third generation from the purpose and will of the second generation. Since he ascended to the position of Hokage, he has said it thousands of times, at least for Danzo. As for others, he didn't know. Danzo bit his lips hard and kept his face tight to prevent himself from laughing. At such a serious moment, he didn't know how many eyes were staring at him. If he laughed at this time, it would affect his reputation. This war is commanded by Hokage assisted by Shimura Danz. After a lot of nagging, the third generation finally introduced Danzo. Danzo. Who is Danzo? Can you call Danzo-sama by his name? Danzo-sama is a classmate of Hokage-sama and had a brilliant record during World War II. I haven't heard of it before. As Danzo thought, his name was only known by some people with more seniority. But most of the people who know his name are elders of various tribes, and their status is not low. But why is Lord Danzo still so young? Does Lord Danzo also have the blood of Senju? If Lord Danzo leads the team, this battle will be foolproof. The ninjas below were noisy after seeing Danzo's young face, but with Tsunade's youth, this matter was not so difficult to accept. Especially after hearing the elders at home introduce Danzo's origin, these juniors were even more respectful. This is the same class as the third generation, a disciple of the second Hokage, and he is from the Shimura clan. Whether it is seniority or strength and ability, this young-looking man in front of them undoubtedly gave them great confidence. Is Uncle Danzo so powerful? Away from the crowd, Naruto stood with his feet chakra clinging to the branches, staring at Danzo on the high platform with wide eyes, his eyes full of disbelief. But at the same time, Naruto had another layer of doubt in his heart. Such powerful people admired his father and mother, who are they? Ah! With his mind in a mess, Naruto's chakra, which he was not proficient in, became even more chaotic. He cried out in surprise and fell from the branch. Naruto's shouting and movement attracted the attention of others. And Danzo had just noticed Naruto's figure. The moment he landed unsteadily under his feet, the figure that was originally standing on the high platform had already shot out. Although the distance was a bit far. But Danzo relied on his body speed, not relying on chakra and body flicker technique, to catch Naruto steadily before he landed. Tuan! Uncle Danzo! Naruto looked around in confusion, only to find that he was being held in Danzo's hand again, looking at him a little embarrassedly and said, "Boy, if you want to watch the fun, just come to the front openly. Can you see clearly from such a distance?" Danzo's eyes moved, and he smiled and carried Naruto towards the crowd. "Uncle Danzo, what are you doing?" Little Naruto was held in Danzo's hand, struggling like a little chicken. "No. Let me go." As he got closer and closer to the crowd, Naruto's pupils shrank and he struggled even harder. He could probably guess what Uncle Danzo was going to take him to. But how could this be possible? Although he already knew his identity and wanted to gain recognition from others, Naruto had no idea at all. But unfortunately, no matter how reluctant Naruto was, the movement of the two had attracted the attention of many onlookers. The third generation frowned at this scene, puzzled, and a little surprised by Naruto's address. "Uncle Danzo. This generation is a mess." Everyone watched this scene coldly. Is that monster causing trouble again? The beard on his face is disgusting. Monsters are monsters. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 0-20 Become a great ninja like Uncle Danzo. Vicious words came into his ears, and Naruto's struggling movements slowly stopped, and his face was a little gloomy. "Didn't you say that you wanted to get everyone's approval?" Looking at Naruto, who stopped struggling in his hand, Danzo's smile was restrained and he said calmly. Naruto didn't answer this time, and was quiet in Danzo's hand. He didn't know what to do. Especially after learning about his identity, Naruto was more sensitive to these villagers who didn't know the truth. "Didn't you try it once before?" Looking at the silent Naruto, and then looking at the crowd not far ahead looking at them, Danzo stopped and put him down and asked. "Shikamaru and the others are different." Hearing about the previous experience, Naruto finally raised his head and whispered. Danzo shook his head and said, "But you have to take that step." Now Naruto still lacks some confidence in facing these people. Naruto has not yet developed the thick skin of the original work. "Uncle Danzo, I disappoint you." Naruto said a little disappointed. Danzo shook his head and made him feel heavy. "But since he lacks confidence, I will give it to him." Holding Naruto's hand, Danzo squatted down and said to him seriously, "You have to take that step, you have to tell them loudly what you think." "But..." Naruto was still a little hesitant, but his eyes were obviously moved, and Danzo led him to the high platform next to the Hokage building. "Danzo, be careful, that child is a monster. Don't let him go up, this monster is a disaster." Why did that guy go up? Get down! What are you doing standing there, a monster? The actions of the two people obviously made the civilians who had been paying attention around them very dissatisfied, and many civilian-born ninjas shouted. Those who can stand on the high platform are undoubtedly the respected people in the village. How can that monster be qualified to stand there? And those ninjas from the family were all embarrassed. Many people present knew Naruto's identity. Most of them guessed it based on the identities of Kushina and the fourth generation, and a small part knew the cause and effect of the matter. Nonsense! The third generation cursed and wanted to step forward to stop them, but Danzo's words stopped him. The person in front of you who you call a monster has something to say to you now. Danzo stood on the high platform and said quietly while looking at the crowd below. Next to him, Naruto seemed a little nervous. Get down! Monster! Get down! Danzo-sama, you will affect the morale of this war. However, the people below ignored Danzo's words and even scolded him. There were also a few who wanted to rush to the high platform. Uncle Danzo, you'd better not come with me. Naruto said timidly. He was not afraid of being scolded. He was used to being scolded. But this uncle was a good man, and he didn't like to implicate him. Frowning, Danzo waved his hand. Like ghosts, the root ninjas wearing animal masks were like standing stone statues. Anan stood quietly beside the platform, blocking all those who wanted to move forward. No one dared to move forward, and they all moved away from the platform with horror, looking at Danzo on the platform with some fear. Say whatever you want to say, and tell these people loudly who you are and what you plan to do. The crowd below calmed down. And Danzo nodded with satisfaction and said to the confused Naruto, I will support you no matter what happens. Naruto was moved to tears. Uncle Danzo. Ding, touching value +1. The virtual panel in front of Danzo finally showed a prompt of touching value +1, which also meant that Naruto recognized and respected Danzo from the bottom of his heart. Danzo was happy in his heart, but he looked serious on the surface. I will not be in the village in the future, you can't be bullied, I have to let others know that you are mine, Danzos, before I leave. Perhaps because of Nine Tails, Naruto can clearly distinguish between the kindness and malice of others. So it is not easy for Danzo to gain the recognition and respect of this kid. After taking a look at Uncle Danzo, Naruto mustered up the courage to come to the high platform. Looking at the dark crowd below, he was a little confused. Naruto. Say what you want to say quickly, we are all listening. A familiar voice sounded, which made Naruto's somewhat nervous mood stagnate. When he shook his head and looked, he found that the three friends from yesterday were also below. Naruto, don't embarrass us. Ino shouted at Naruto with a smile. Next to her, Shikamaru and Chiji were also there. Behind them were their fathers, Narashikaku, Akamichi Choza, and Yamanaka Hai. When Naruto looked, the three of them smiled at Naruto in a friendly way. Are they my parents' friends? A sense of strength emerged in his nervous heart. Naruto stood firmly, took a deep breath and looked at the crowd below, shouting loudly, my goal is to become a great ninja like Uncle Danzo. Even if you think I'm a monster and a disaster. But I know very well. I'm not a monster, nor a disaster. I will get the recognition of all of you. Become a great ninja like Uncle Danzo. Satisfied with Naruto's goal of himself, Danzo smiled with relief. He really had the illusion that his son had grown up. Danzo. Looking at Naruto who was yelling and speaking his mind, the third generation couldn't help but come to Danzo and ask, what is your attitude towards Naruto? The third generation no longer had any ill will to figure out Danzo, and now they began to treat him the same way they treat ordinary people. As a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto could sense ill will. Since he was willing to accept Danzo, it meant that Danzo was not approaching him with ill will. What attitude? Danzo looked strange, then frowned and said seriously, Naruto is a good kid. I will protect him from now on. Don't bully him. Third generation. Shouldn't I be the one to say this? When DANZO asked him for someone, his expression was the same. And Naruto seemed to have heard the conversation between the two, and couldn't help but reach out and hold the corner of DANZO's clothes. Looking at Naruto's little action, DANZO's heart was about to burst into laughter. It's not in vain to train this kid. The hearts of the third generation were filled with bitterness. Isn't Naruto's current situation all because of you, DANZO? Why do you make it seem like I'm the bad guy now? It was really useless to treat this guy well in the past. You know, no matter how busy I am, I will always take time to chat with this guy. I didn't expect that DANZO would kidnap him in just a few days. Jiraiya is his apprentice, and Minato is Jiraiya's apprentice, Minato's son. Logically speaking, he is Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice. But this apprentice is now very wary of his master. Glancing at DANZO, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. This guy's strength has declined a lot, but he is becoming more and more skilled in things like bewitching people. In that case, you have to take good care of him. Since DANZO no longer embarrasses Naruto, the hearts of the third generation are also relieved, and they said to DANZO seriously. If DANZO can really treat Naruto well, he will not let Minato down. DANZO answered without thinking, do I need you to tell me that? Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 21, the overall situation should be given priority. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air was heard frequently. One after another, black shadows quickly jumped between the branches, like agile black cats. Yoshino town is ahead. We will rest there for a night and should be able to reach the border tomorrow. After handing over to the root ninja stationed nearby, DANZO announced that the end of this journey was about to arrive. At this time, he looked a little embarrassed compared to the leisure and comfort in Konoha village. But his movements were obviously smoother than before. During the long journey, DANZO tried hard to adapt himself to the ninja's way of traveling and to hone his control over this body, with very good results. Ding! The sound of metal collision sounded, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. DANZO, people from Cloud Shinobi village were found ahead. Hyaga Hisashi reported beside DANZO, who had already checked the movements ahead through his Byakugan. There are only 3 of them, and they seem to be the advance team, led by a Jainin and Tujinin. But the Uchiha people don't seem to plan to report to you. The Hyaga clan's royal family will not go to the battlefield, so this time the Hyaga clan is led by Hisashi, the head of the branch house. DANZO frowned and looked at him, waving his hand to signal the team to stop temporarily. Unexpectedly, the people of Cloud Shinobi village have already begun to explore deep into the fire country, and they have also sent Jainin. It seems that the information sent by the root people forged by the envoy has still made them see the clues. DANZO's feet rely on chakra to jump steadily from the branch, and his figure moves to the front of the team. Are you fire country planning to provoke a war? Before he saw the figure, the arrogant voice of the Cloud Shinobi village ninja sounded and fell into his ears. Near the location where the sound came from, Uchiha Fugaku and several Uchiha Jainin surrounded the 3 Cloud Shinobi village spies tightly. 2 of the Chunin looked dull, obviously under illusion. DANZO-sama, the 3 have been controlled. The 2 Chunin don't know anything, and this Jainin is very resistant to illusion. Fugaku saw DANZO coming and reported his brief interrogation. DANZO. This title obviously caught the attention of the Cloud Shinobi Jainin. He looked at DANZO's young face with some confusion, but then his eyes seemed to recognize him, and he was a little flustered. DANZO grinned, looked at the Cloud Shinobi Jainin and asked, "Do you know me?" The Cloud Shinobi Jainin didn't answer, and asked gloomily, "Do you really plan to start a war in Konoha?" After recognizing DANZO, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. The fact that this old guy was sent to the front line already shows Konoha's attitude. This news must be passed back to the Reikage. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the Jainin felt a chill on his neck, and stared at DANZO with wide eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect DANZO to kill them directly without even letting him finish his 2 sentences. Kill them all, there's no need to waste time getting any information, get to the front line as soon as possible. Looking at the fallen bodies indifferently, DANZO wiped the kunao stained with bloodline and ordered. Although he was bound to the Virgin Mary system, it did not affect him from being a murderous demon. Because the system has no punishment rules. Yes. Fugaku's eyes were complicated, and he waved his hand to signal the Uchiha's people to take action. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he knows DANZO's recent changes best. There is a lot of friction between them, Uchiha and DANZO. In the past, DANZO often hid in the dark. Although Uchiha holds the power of the Konoha guard, he still has no way to figure out his movements. Now, DANZO walks in the sun openly, and his every move is exposed. But this makes Fugaku's heart more complicated and fearful. If DANZO was a real villain who did not hide his purpose before, then DANZO now can be said to be an old fox with a sunny smile. As for why he is not said whether he is a hypocrite, it is because Fugaku really can't guess whether DANZO is pretending or has really changed. Feeling the feeling of being peeped, DANZO turned back suddenly and met the somewhat complicated eyes of Uchiha Fugaku. His calm and indifferent eyes made Fugaku panic. Keep moving forward. With the enemy at hand, you must put aside your prejudices and cooperate with the Hyuga clan to try to avoid exposing our purpose too early. DANZO smiled gently and ordered. Yes. Fugaku was sincerely afraid of this smile and answered with his head down involuntarily. The Uchiha tribe members next to him did not move. They all frowned and looked at their tribe leader, looking at DANZO with dissatisfaction in their eyes. DANZO looked around and scanned the group of arrogant Uchiha tribe members. He rolled his eyes in his heart, but still kept a smile on his face. He looked at them and said, "We are all part of Konoha. Please put the overall situation first." His attitude was humble, but like a spring breeze, so that these Uchiha people did not think it was an order, but an equal communication. DANZO's attitude made them nod unconsciously, and they scattered and were seriously alert. Nodding with satisfaction, DANZO continued to hide in the middle of the team and continued to move towards the border. This guy. Raising his head, Fugaku looked deeply at DANZO's back. The attitude of this old guy DANZO became more and more unpredictable. How could DANZO have such a mind to treat Uchiha in the past? Every time they met, they always put on a sour face, not to mention the gentle attitude now. Hyuga Hisashi said to DANZO, "I don't know how long this battle will last." Brother was impulsive at the beginning. DANZO smiled kind, even if Hayashi didn't kill the Cloud Shinobi leader who kidnapped Hinata, the other party would have provoked all this with other excuses. That brainless Raikage likes to use such conspiracy. He determined that Sarutobi would not agree to fight, but he didn't expect that I would lead all this. Hisashi nodded, looking at DANZO with gratitude in his eyes. DANZO has changed a lot. He once fought with DANZO. But DANZO's face was cold and a little gloomy at that time. Except for those equally cold root ninjas, no one else believed it, which made people feel an inexplicable sense of distance. It seems that someone has said this to me every day since I became young. DANZO smiled kind, his tone was gentle and there was no emotion. In this team, DANZO is the commander-in-chief and the mastermind. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi is the main eye, responsible for exploration and observation, as well as commanding other eyes. Uchiha Fugaku personally leads the team, as the arm of the team, responsible for clearing and cutting off most of the enemies. Although Uchiha is arrogant, it is undeniable that the individual strength of Uchiha is much stronger than that of other clans. The strong should be respected by others. But Uchiha is more self-satisfied and proud, rather than recognized and respected by others. Recalling Fugaku's eyes just now, and the faint sense of peeping, DANZO's smile became brighter and gentler. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 022, A Conservative Old Guy, Nothing to be Afraid of. In front of Yoshino Town. Mr. DANZO. A green shadow flashed in front of DANZO. After seeing who was coming, DANZO asked, "Guy, what's the situation?" Might Guy didn't look as unreliable as he was in the village. He said seriously, "We have controlled the entire Yoshino town to ensure that there will be no news leaks. The resting place and food are ready." DANZO nodded and said to the team behind, "Everyone go into the town to rest. You will have a hard life from today on. Don't show off or cause trouble after entering the village. We will stay for one night." After giving a few instructions, DANZO stepped into the town first. Faced with the mighty ninja team, the residents of Yoshino Town were a little panicked. They hid at home and watched carefully from the windows. Might Guy pointed to a trembling old man standing on the street and said, "This is the mayor." "Hello, hello." DANZO came to the mayor casually and extended his hand. Regardless of the mayor's frightened expression, he took his hand and shook it. "I'm really sorry to trouble you this time." The mayor's frightened face became strange. He had never seen a ninja be so polite and friendly to civilians. Although there is no clear hierarchy, the current status of the entire ninja world is very clear. Except for the daimyo of the Fire Country, or other dignitaries who think of themselves as nobles, the status of ninjas is undoubtedly ranked first. Samurai with strength and status are ranked second. And civilians who have neither status nor strength belong to the last place. As long as they are ninjas, even the weakest genin in each ninja village, as long as they come to such a small village, they will be respectfully called Ninja Lord. "We will only stay here for one night. After we leave tomorrow, someone will block this place for about a day. Please help me calm the emotions of the residents in the town. When we win the battle and come back, there will be a certain amount of compensation to make up for your losses." DANZO saw the doubt on his face, but he didn't care. He didn't want to threaten coldly for something that could be solved peacefully. "Understood." The mayor agreed immediately, and felt relieved. At least the young man in front of him looked easy to talk to, not like the ninjas in the previous war, but he looked a little familiar. The mayor didn't recognize DANZO, but DANZO recognized him. As a town not far from the border between the two countries, Yoshino Town is not the first time to be stationed as the KONOHA village. More than a decade ago, this guy was already the mayor, and DANZO's original owner also led a team to station here. At that time, the upright middle-aged DANZO didn't look at this guy well. After arranging the accommodation, DANZO, looking tired, asked Might Guy to wake him up at night. He found a room and lay down and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already dark, and the follow-up large force had arrived in Yoshino Town. Several people in charge had also arrived, waiting for DANZO, the commander-in-chief, to wake up so that they could start the pre-war meeting. "Sorry, I'm really tired." After a good sleep, DANZO was much more energetic. When he came to the meeting room, everyone else was already there. "It's okay. Lord DANZO has a lot of things to consider and is under more pressure. We can still understand that." The head of a small family cleverly flattered him. Others looked at DANZO and had no complaints. After all, the seniority is there. It is understandable that people need to rest more when they are old. These people don't know that DANZO's body has recovered to a young state, and his body functions have recovered together. They all gave him face, and DANZO was also very happy. He nodded and sat down in the main seat, and said to Abarame Ryoma next to him, "Ryoma, let me report to everyone about the situation of Cloud Shinobi Village first." Abarame Ryoma nodded and reported the situation of Cloud Shinobi Village collected by the time route. The matter of the Thunder Country delegation should have been exposed. The number of troops gathered at the border of Cloud Shinobi Village has increased. However, according to the information from the Cloud Shinobi Village spies, we have confirmed the location of their main force. Ryoma spread out a map on the table, which showed the Fire Country and the Thunder Country, as well as the towns, villages, and place names of all sizes around them. This place is called Siming Mountain. Ryoma pointed to a place near the Thunder Country and the Fire Country. The main force of Cloud Shinobi Village is gathered here. There are other small mountains and villages around this Siming Mountain, and there are also many ninjas hiding there. It would be much easier to get the other party's clear location. After all, they are hiding in the dark now, and Cloud Shinobi Village is likely to not know that they have reached the border. Who is leading the team in Cloud Shinobi Village? Has it been confirmed? Fugaku asked. According to intelligence, both the Jinkriki and the 4th Reikage are in Cloud Shinobi Village. Ryoma said, we speculate that the leader of Cloud Shinobi Village this time should be the Molten Shield Toshiro who experienced the Second and Third World Wars. He is currently the only person in Cloud Shinobi Village who is qualified to command except the 4th Reikage. Toshiro. Danzo nodded. He had seen this person in the original owner's memory. Toshiro, who participated in the Second and Third World Wars and is the right-hand man of the 3rd Reikage, is indeed one of the few people in Cloud Shinobi Village who is qualified to command the war. Thinking so in his heart, Danzo's face was full of disdain, a conservative old guy, not to be feared. Hearing Danzo's evaluation of other old guys, the people present were a little amused. This is not just to boost morale, Danzo is also telling a fact. The ninjas of Kirigakure have gathered at the border, and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning has also replied to him, revealing a rare desire for peace in his words. However, Danzo threw the matter back to the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, asking him to talk to the people of Cloud Shinobi Village himself. It will not be long before the Reikage will ask the Cloud Shinobi Village to withdraw their troops and ask for peace. Whether Danzo fought well in this battle or not was just to see how much benefit he could get when the Land of Lightning asked for peace later. At least it should not be less than the supplies promised by the Land of Fire to the Land of Water. Of course, this time it was mainly to harvest a wave of moving points and to get himself out of the dark. After the short pre-war meeting, all the leaders went back to rest. Fugaku. I just saw a tavern in the town, how about having a drink together? Uchiha Fugaku just walked out of the meeting room and heard Danzo shouting behind him. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 023 Is there a traitor in the clan? Looking back at the somewhat different Danzo with a look of astonishment, Fugaku smiled stiffly and politely refused, we have to leave tomorrow, so let's not drink. It's okay, we can eat food if we don't drink. We've been tired for so many days, we need to have some midnight snacks to make up for it. Danzo didn't give him a chance to refuse at all, and walked out first. Staring blankly at Danzo's back, Fugaku hesitated for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and followed. After all, he is an elder of the same generation as his father, and he can't lose his face. The noisy tavern became a little quiet because of the arrival of Danzo and Fugaku, and the puzzled and curious eyes around them fell on the two from time to time. But both of them have seen big scenes, and they didn't care about these eyes. Danzo tapped the table with his fingers, and said to Fugaku who was eating, I heard that your eldest son is talented and has joined Anbu. Fugaku replied, not bad, fortunately the Hokage-sama values him. Danzo asked again, you have a younger son, how old is he? How about being my apprentice? Fugaku was stunned for a moment, thought for a while and replied, my son is still young and has a bad temper, and his mother and brother love him very much and don't want him to suffer. Danzo nodded and didn't continue to pester, children can't be spoiled too much, it's not good to become a naughty child. Yes. Fugaku replied. He really couldn't figure out what Danzo wanted to do, so he simply prepared to eat again. But just as he took the cup and took a sip, he heard Danzo suddenly ask, I heard that there are many voices in your Uchiha who are planning to stir up disputes in the village. Cough 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 cough. The unexpected words made Fugaku spit out the water that he had just swallowed. He coughed and stared at DANZO with wide eyes. Can this not be a surprise attack? What does this old guy know? Looking at Fugaku's vigilant look, DANZO smiled and said, "Don't worry, these are all trivial matters." Is this still a trivial matter? Fugaku was confused, and all kinds of suspicions emerged in his heart. DANZO, this old guy, has changed his attitude too quickly recently, and he has been smiling at him, and his attitude towards his tribesmen is also very gentle. Is this guy going to take advantage of this war to kill all the elites of Uchiha here? The more he thought about it, the more possible it was. Fugaku had already left his chair halfway, ready to retreat and notify his tribesmen at any time. He didn't dare to attack DANZO. This old guy was a high-ranking member of KONOHA. To attack him would be tantamount to open rebellion. Fugaku didn't know how many tricks DANZO had in his hands, but DANZO knew a little about his own strength. Since he dared to ask him out, he must have something to rely on. In fact, this matter is big enough to destroy the clan, but it can also be small. DANZO tapped the table lightly and looked at Fugaku with a gentle smile. He didn't care about Fugaku's pins and needles. Uchiha is actually the same as other villagers. Everyone is a member of the big family of KONOHA, but maybe this brother is too arrogant to other brothers, so he is excluded by this family. But now this family is in trouble, and everyone is holding hands to protect the face of this family. What he said. Fugaku looked at DANZO blankly. He suspected that this guy was up to something, but when these words came out of DANZO's mouth, it was like magic, which made his heart throb. That's right, we are all from the same village. Fugaku. DANZO poured a glass of wine for Uchiha Fugaku like a kind elder. You are the leader of the tribe, you can see many things more clearly than the tribe members. They are ignorant, but can you still fool around with them? The clan leader should guide the clan members on the right path and take the lead, rather than go with the flow and be carried forward by the clan members. These words exploded in Uchiha Fugaku's head like a bolt from the blue. He felt that he had understood something because of these words, but he also felt that he didn't understand anything. But there is no doubt that DANZO knows Uchiha very well, and he also knows himself. This is what Uchiha Fugaku is shocked about now. Is there a traitor in the clan? Who is it? Fugaku was thinking about the candidate for the traitor. This time he responded to DANZO and led Uchiha to fight, in fact, to ease the relationship between the village and Uchiha. Originally, the relationship between the two was very obvious. Although they were in the same village, the people of the Uchiha clan were like outsiders. Not only did they live outside KONOHA, but the clan members rarely interacted with the people in the village. Even because of the duties of the KONOHA guard, they have a very bad relationship with many people in the village. Originally, after the death of the fourth Hokage, there were many voices in the clan who wanted to provoke a coup. As time passed, the relationship between the village and the clan became more and more rigid, which also led to the increase of these voices. Fugaku, the clan leader, saw it very clearly, but he was helpless. Although he was the clan leader, he could only follow the trend and choose the ideas of most people in the clan. He himself knew that if Uchiha really had a coup, it would never succeed. Standing in the position of clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku could see more clearly. The big and small families in the village, even those ninjas of civilian origin, are not as simple as they seem. With the power of the Uchiha clan alone, it is impossible to resist the entire KONOHA village. It is impossible to rely on force to change the status quo and let the Uchiha family become Hokage and the controller of KONOHA village. Even if Shisui or his son Itachi, a genius among geniuses, appeared, the probability of success was not high. What made Fugaku even more distressed was that the most outstanding genius in the tribe was still on the side of the village. Fugaku opened his mouth to explain that this was not the case, but he was powerless. Danzo's attitude was obviously that this matter was already a done deal. Danzo's eyes turned cold and he said, "Fugaku, you have to stop this from happening. Since I choose to tell you now, it means that the village does not want to see this happen. We don't want the Uchiha family to leave us, do you understand what I mean?" Fugaku felt bitter, but still nodded silently. He didn't know how much Danzo knew, but since the village knew it, it meant that there was definitely a traitor inside Uchiha. And the traitor's status in the tribe was not low. Fugaku, who was not optimistic about this matter, felt cold in his heart. He swore that even if he lost his position as the chief after returning to the village, he would try to stop the stupid behavior and ideas of those tribesmen. In the shabby tavern, Uchiha Fugaku was on pins and needles, without saying a word or explaining anything. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 024 I am the key to this war. The two were talking halfway when a bear Ryoma suddenly appeared beside Danzo and reported something in a low voice. "I know." Danzo nodded, waved his hand calmly, and signaled Ryoma to leave. "I only asked you to talk today because you are still rational." Danzo tapped the table lightly, still keeping a gentle smile on his face, but his tone was obviously cold. "In this war, I hope Uchiha can obey my orders, instead of being arrogant like in the past." Danzo stated the purpose of this time. This war is related to his reputation and moving value, and there is absolutely no room for error. Although his current status is not low, it is only in the eyes of the senior officials of each village. Even some younger senior officials do not know his name Danzo. This makes it difficult for him to spread his reputation. There are not many opportunities to collect moving values like now. If Uchiha's people do not make trouble on the battlefield and listen to his command obediently, Danzo does not mind letting them go. After all, the Uchiha extermination also cost the strength of Konoha village. But if he still maintains that arrogant attitude and refuses to obey orders. A hint of coldness flashed in Danzo's eyes. "Danzo-sama, you are here too." A somewhat surprised voice sounded, making Danzo frown. Hyaga Hisashi sat down next to Danzo familiarly and said with a smile, "I have been looking for a suitable restaurant in this town for a long time and didn't find a suitable restaurant. I originally planned to find a pub to have a drink, but I didn't expect you to be here too." His tone was full of surprise. If Ryoma hadn't told him about Hyaga Hisashi's movements in advance, Danzo almost couldn't tell that this guy was deliberately looking for the two of them. What a coincidence! Although he knew it in his heart, Danzo still smiled and ordered some more side dishes. "It's quite a coincidence." Hyaga Hisashi smiled and asked curiously, "We're going to fight tomorrow. Are you two discussing strategic matters?" As soon as he said this, Danzo probably understood why he came here, and couldn't help but smile kide. "No, I'm talking about some personal matters with Fugaku." "Personal matters?" Hyaga Hisashi looked at the two of them strangely. Although he was from the Hyaga branch house, he still had a lot of connections in the village. He knew the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Danzo very well. But it was also for this reason that he stayed up late at night and came to this tavern to look for the two of them. He suspected that Danzo was actually acting. Since Uchiha was the second to support Danzo, there were actually such voices in the major families. Although Danzo openly inherited the ideas of the second generation, he was very repulsive to Uchiha. But in fact, behind the scenes, Danzo had already hooked up with the Uchiha people. After all, although the two have always been repulsive and hateful to each other, there is actually no conflict of interest at the root. But this was only the speculation of a very few people, and it didn't even reach the ears of the Hokage. "Danzo-sama, I still have to prepare for tomorrow's affairs, so I'll take my leave first." Fugaku seemed to be unable to bear the pressure brought by Danzo, and took advantage of Hisashi's arrival, gritted his teeth and stood up and said, "You go, Prepare well, after all. You Uchiha people have to trouble you for a lot of things. Danzo smiled and stood up and said, with a hint of meaning. Fugaku's heart was cold again, and he waved his hand to signal Danzo not to see him off, and left quickly. Hisashi looked at Fugaku's back as he left, and felt more and more that the two of them had something else behind their backs. Hisashi, you eat slowly, I'm leaving first. Looking at Fugaku's back as he left, Danzo nodded with satisfaction and said to Hisashi next to him. As he said that, he also stood up and left, leaving Hyuga Hisashi sitting there alone with a confused look on his face. The forest covered by dense trees is the main theme of the environment in the Land of Fire. For this reason, the Land of Fire is richer than the other 4 countries. Black shadows leaped between the trees. Early in the morning, Danzo and others were ready to sneak towards Siming Mountain. Seeing the Uchiha family members obediently guarding the surroundings, Danzo nodded with satisfaction. Although his face was still arrogant and full of disdain for the people around him, it was enough to be obedient. The warning given to Fugaku last night still had some meaning. At this moment, Hyuga Hisashi next to him suddenly said, "Traces of ninjas were found ahead, they should be from Cloud Shinobi Village." Through the Byakugan, he had noticed the signal from the Uchiha who was exploring in front of the team. "Confirm the specific location of the other party," Danzo said. It was not strange to see Cloud Shinobi people near Siming Mountain. Hisashi nodded, and there were already several figures around him moving quickly towards the front of the team. The whole team stopped and waited for a while, and several Hyuga people who had just left came back. The enemy is not far ahead. According to the team's speed, it will take about 3 minutes to catch up with them. The enemy has not discovered us, and the number is less than 1/10 of our number," one of the Hyuga ninjas reported. Danzo nodded and looked at the others around him calmly. Familiar faces were waiting for orders. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and Danzo said directly, "Everyone, catch up with them, surround and annihilate them directly, no need to leave them alive. There is no need to hide, just let go. But there are a lot of people on the other side, this will expose our whereabouts, right?" Hyuga Hisashi asked doubtfully. Danzo shook his head. "It's okay. We are close to Siming Mountain now. There are so many of us. Even if we don't kill them, our tracks won't be hidden for too long. We should take advantage of this opportunity to weaken the enemy's manpower." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air continued. At Danzo's signal, the people around continued to rush towards the enemy's location. The battle has begun. Danzo looked at Might Guy, who was eager to rush out, and said, "Guy, you stay beside me and be my guard." It is still a bit difficult for him to protect himself in this war with his current strength. In addition to the moving value, another aspect of recruiting Might Guy is to let him protect his own safety. Might Guy of Grandmaster 8 Inner Gates technique is like his father. As long as he regards Danzo as a partner, he will naturally risk his life to protect Danzo. But Might Guy looked at the fire in front of him and felt unwilling. He is now thinking about getting military merits, becoming famous, and letting the whole ninja world know about Konoha's proud blue beast. Looking at Might Guy's appearance, Danzo also knew that he was unwilling in his heart, and explained, "The commander-in-chief is the core of the entire team. Protecting me is the key to this war. What's more, these people are just the vanguard of Cloud Shinobi, and they are just some minions. When we face the large army of Cloud Shinobi, even if you want to stay with me as a guard, I will order you to go into battle and kill the enemy." After these words, Might Guy suppressed his somewhat impatient heart and replied, "Yes, I will definitely protect the safety of Lord Danzo." Hisashi next to him looked at Might Guy strangely. He didn't understand why Danzo was so concerned about a civilian. Might Guy is a ninja who specializes in physical skills, and he is also a special Jainin. As a physical skill family, the Hyuga clan naturally pays attention to him. But civilians are just civilians after all. No matter how hard they try, they can't keep up with these children of families with white eyes and bloodlines and a 1,000-year heritage. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 025, Gaining Touching Value. Ahead, there was a huge noise, noisy shouts, and cries for help. The noise caused by various escape techniques was not small. When DANZO slowly came to the battlefield, the battle was over. The smell of blood and countless corpses were everywhere. Under such a crushing number of people, this Cloud Shinobi team had no power to resist at all, and there were almost no casualties on their side. Hisashi, have someone go and explore the location of other Cloud Shinobi. DANZO ordered Hyaga Hisashi next to him, and then said to the others, clean up the battlefield, and once the Hyaga family finds the enemy's trace, set off immediately. We will fight all the way to Siming Mountain and meet that old guy Todai. The ninjas who had experienced war regained their lost fighting spirit, and those who had just become ninjas and had not experienced war were also excited under the leadership of these old ninjas. The crushing number of people made them only feel how powerful the Konoha village they were in was, but did not feel the cruelty of war. But at the same time, the pride and confidence in their hearts began to swell. What's going on? The battle still attracted Todai's attention, and he frowned and asked Cloud Shinobi Jainin, who hurried into the tent. Cloud Shinobi Jainin reported with a grim expression, we found traces of Konoha Shinobi, and there are quite a few of them, coming for us. Konoha. Sucho stood up suddenly, glared at Cloud Shinobi Jainin and asked, the Konoha people came to our door, why are you reporting now? Cloud Shinobi Jainin explained, they were hiding before, and our people didn't find their traces at all. Waste. Sucho glared, and said, order the other teams around to be alert, and reply to the Reikage, saying that the Konoha people have arrived at the front line and provoked war. Yes. Cloud Shinobi Jainin nodded and was about to leave, but heard Tosuke continue to say, those spies should be dealt with after the war is over. There is no need for them to stay in this world. Sucho's eyes were full of coldness. Yes. Cloud Shinobi Jainin paused, but still nodded kide. Cloud Shinobi Jainin left, and only Toshiro was left standing in the tent, his face uncertain. In the past few days, Reikage's secretary Mabi had already sensed that something was wrong, and sent small troops to this side one after another. He didn't care at the time. But he didn't expect that the people of Konoha would actually dare to provoke a war, and even take the initiative. Such a decisive move, provoking a war as soon as arriving at the front line, this is not the style of the old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen. Toshiro stood in the tent with an uncertain mood, looking at a map in front of him. This time, the plan of the Lightning Country delegation was planned by him. The purpose is only the Byakugan. He has discussed with Reikage and others. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, he should hold back for the sake of the overall situation this time. By then, they can also get the Byakugan of the Hyaga clan, which will be more powerful for the development of the village's ninjutsu. As for if Sarutobi Hiruzen was not as they expected and was going to start a war, they would not mind it. The Cloud Shinobi village was never afraid of trouble. He just didn't expect Konoha to come to the front line without declaring war. He always felt that something was wrong with this matter. This was not Sarutobi Hiruzen's style. Lord Toshiro. Another person hurriedly ran in from outside the tent. What's wrong? Toshiro asked with a frown. He had a bad premonition. We have 3 teams that have encountered Konoha's people in succession, and almost all of them were wiped out. Under Toshiro's sharp eyes, the visitor's face was sweating and he said nervously. What? Toshiro could no longer sit still, and lifted the curtain and walked out of the tent. He was sure that the commander this time was definitely not Sarutobi Hiruzen, or those under Sarutobi Hiruzen. Decisive killing, leaving no prisoners, this approach would not be practiced by anyone in the Hokage faction. Call back the other teams outside, and ask them to meet me at Siming Mountain, and report to the Reikage as soon as possible, saying that the front line needs support. Siming Mountain is the highest mountain in the vicinity, and Toshiro's team is now on the top of Siming Mountain. Looking from here, with Siming Mountain as the center, the sound of fighting can be heard from all directions. They are surrounded. Toshiro asked with a grim expression, "Do you know who is the commander of Konoha this time? The enemy is hiding very deeply. Our people have not seen the enemy's general commanders show up. Most of the participants are some small and medium-sized families in Konoha. The big families are only Uchiha, Hyuga, Inyazuka, and Abarame." The person who reported replied. "Continue to find out who the enemy's general commander is, and report to me immediately when you get the news." Toshiro's eyes were full of worry. The two major families of Konoha attacked at the same time, and there were also the support of the Abarame and Inyazuka families. They discovered that they had been hiding until now and were exposed actively. This time, the general commander's seniority and battlefield experience are not low. Konoha is definitely playing for real. I just hope that Reikage will receive the news as soon as possible and send support, otherwise their advance troops will have to consider retreating. Hokage, a great victory on the front line. The army besieged the Cloud Shinobi vanguard troops in Siming Mountain. At this time, Konoha village also received the battle report from the front line. Under DANZO's leadership, within less than a day of arriving at the border, 3 small groups of Cloud Shinobi village troops were annihilated in succession, and they rushed towards the enemy's main force step by step. DANZO is still quite powerful. Udaten Koharu's face was full of joy, as if he had won a victory. "Spread the news and let the people in the village be happy." Mitokado Homura pushed his glasses and said. Anbu, the messenger, scratched his head awkwardly and said, "The people in the village have already known about it, and now every household has started to celebrate." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. The news was spread too quickly. He couldn't help but stand up and walk to the window, open the window, and look down. "DANZO looks young, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful." "What do you mean young?" "My wife said that DANZO is the same age as Hokage. The Lightning Country bullied people too much, so the second generation appeared and allowed DANZO to regain his youth and lead the troops to fight. So, DANZO is the one favored by the second generation." The Konoha villagers below were all smiling and praising DANZO's achievements. Touching value +1. Touching value +1. Touching value +1. The continuous reminders relieved DANZO's tired expression due to the rush. Rushing. That's right, his fatigue was due to the rush. As the commander-in-chief, DANZO only needs to give instructions and confirm the next route after each battle. This kind of thing is easy for him, and he doesn't need to think too much. The plan naturally appears in his mind. Click on the panel to view the total amount of touching points currently obtained. Main Attribute Panel. Name, Shimura Danz. Touching Value, 123. Reading is fun every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 026 DANZO, Guy, you have to keep calm. The news of this battle report made more than 100 people recognize and respect him. After all, it was because of the lack of power. If he led the team to fight instead of being an invisible commander behind the team, he should be able to get more points under his operation. DANZO sighed. Although he was the commander-in-chief, and every battle report would start with a sentence, "Under the leadership of Lord DANZO, this and that happened." But the one who fought to the death was never him. No matter how much he thought, he could not credit all the achievements to himself. However, this achievement was already very satisfying, and the meal still had to be eaten bite by bite. "How is the battle situation?" DANZO looked at Abarame Ryoma next to him and asked. After the great victory in the first battle, DANZO ordered the team to be divided into 3 groups, with him leading one team, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hisashi leading one team each. The three teams simultaneously swept the Cloud Shinobi team near Siming Mountain and surrounded the main force of Cloud Shinobi in Siming Mountain. After we split up, we killed the enemy faster. We wiped out the Cloud Shinobi team before they could retreat to Siming Mountain. Ryoma replied. Danzo's expression did not show any joy because of the battle situation, and he continued to ask, "What about the casualties?" Ryoma said, "After the three teams were separated, the number of casualties also increased, but the injured have retreated to the rear as you requested and are being treated by medical ninjas." Danzo, should I go and help? The other people in the village were fighting, but he was at the back of Danzo's team, which made Might Guy scratch his head anxiously. "I told you not to be anxious." Danzo glanced at him. Cloud Shinobi village is not like Kirigakure. They focus on ninjutsu. They are not much different from you in physical training. Their efforts may be even more difficult than yours. How do you think your strength compares to those Cloud Shinobi ninjas who practice ninjutsu? Danzo looked at the unwilling Might Guy and asked after a pause. Might Guy said confidently, "Danzo-sama believes in my strength, I will not let you down." Danzo saw that he still did not understand what he meant, so he pointed it out. "You rely on the 8 inner gates? How long do you think your 8 inner gates can last when you open the 7th gate?" Might Guy was stunned. "You are a pure physical ninja. You can temporarily have the power to surpass other ninjas with the help of the 8 inner gates, but how long can you last? Your strength is rated as a special Jonin, not only because your achievements are not enough, but also because you can temporarily have the strength of a Jonin or even the strength of a Kage with the help of the 8 inner gates. But you can't maintain the state of the 8 inner gates for a long time, which is your disadvantage. You hurt the enemy 1,000 times, but you also hurt yourself 800 times. You have to keep calm, and only when the time is right is when you can make a move. Saving your energy is what you should do now." Danzo pointed out Might Guy's shortcomings mercilessly, so that he would not be too complacent. The current Might Guy has not yet started to serve as a Jonin like in the original work, and his only disciple is Xiao Li. And his temperament is not stable enough. Although he was unwilling, Might Guy still gritted his teeth and nodded. He also knew that Danzo was right. After pacifying Guy, Danzo called up his own attribute panel, which was as follows: Ninja 5, Tai 8, Illusion 3, Sage 8, Strength 7, Speed 7, Elegance 8, Seal 4. To upgrade from 8 to 9, 128 points of touching value are needed, and he only has 123 points of touching value now, so he will not click on Tai, Sage, and Elegance for now. Illusion, just exclude it. Danzo felt that he was not good at playing Illusion. Strength and Speed were both 7, which was enough for the time being. So Danzo planned to use all the touching value to click on Ninja and Seal. These two attributes complement each other and must be clicked together. So, Danzo increased both Ninja and Seal to 7, consuming a total of 104 touching values. Reikage-sama, there is news from the front line. The secretary of the 4th Reikage, Mabi, hurried into the Reikage's office with a scroll and said, "What's wrong? I told you to be steady and not to rush." The 4th Reikage sat in his seat without hurrying, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Because he was often accused of being impulsive and irritable, he recently prepared to cultivate his character. Mabi ignored the Reikage's pretense, spread the scroll on the table and said, "Lord Todai sent a message that the people of Konoha have arrived at the border, and also ambushed several of our teams. Now they are approaching the main team, and there are signs that they will surround Siming Mountain." "What?" The 4th Reikage's eyes widened, and he slapped the desk in front of him, directly slapping the wooden desk into pieces. "This is the 3rd time you have changed the desk this month," Mabi said with a frown. "Now is not the time to talk about this." Reikage stood up, picked up the scroll from the broken wood block and carefully scanned the contents on it. "The 3rd Hokage is a rare tough guy who took the initiative to send troops to attack our team." Mabi had read the above content and analyzed it, saying, the news sent back by the delegation some time ago seems a bit strange to me. They should have died in Konoha village since then. Reikage frowned. Although it didn't seem like Sarutobi Hiruzen's style, the war had already begun and he would not hesitate because of the change of plan. Notify the wooden golem and the Samui team to go to the front line as soon as possible, and bring Darui along. Only Cloud Shinobi village could use Jinkriki at the beginning of the war. Mabi didn't move and continued, there is one more thing. The daimyo sent a message asking us to negotiate with the people of Konoha, and he will provide the materials needed for the negotiations. Reikage frowned, and this matter made him a little distressed. Looking at his secretary Mabi, Reikage asked, "What's wrong with him?" The daimyo of the Land of Lightning, like most residents of the Land of Lightning, is irritable and straightforward. And it is precisely because his personality is different from that of the daimyo of other countries that the relationship between the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and Cloud Shinobi village is actually quite good. And it is also because of their relationship that Cloud Shinobi village can quickly get a respite and recovery in the war for a long time. Unlike other countries, every time the demand for weapons, food and other supplies during the war takes a long time to confirm. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 027 Fugaku, why don't you help me quickly? In short, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning is not like a businessman or a noble. On the one hand, the daimyo has already discussed this provocation with him, and he agreed. But now this good friend suddenly changed his mind. Mabi calmly picked up another scroll and handed it to the Reikage, saying, "The latest news from the border of the Land of Water is that the people of Kirigakura arrived at the border not long ago, and there are quite a lot of them. It seems that they have formed an alliance with Konoha. This should be the reason why the daimyo wants to negotiate. Although the daimyo of the Land of Lightning is not like the daimyo of other countries, if the Mist Shadow really forms an alliance with the people of Konoha, then they have no chance at all. They may not be able to win even if they fight 1 against 1, let alone 1 against 2. It is a losing game, and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning will not be the victim even if he is stupid. The Mist Shadow's people are also involved." Reikage was a little unbelievable. Are those guys stupid? It's not easy to have a chance to suppress Konoha, but these people don't cherish it. Reikage slammed the table and said angrily, "No. Even if the Kirigakage and his people get involved, what's the use of replying to delay the daimyo first? When we win the battle, he will naturally continue to support us. Let Wooden Golem and his people rush to the front line." He didn't think Cloud Shinobi village would lose to Konoha and Kirigak. After the death of Namikaze Minato, Konoha had no one who could support the banner, not to mention that Kirigak was fighting internally every day, and there were often news that people in the village had betrayed the village after the assassination of Mizukage failed. Facing these two villages, he would never lose. Yes. Mabi nodded and did not stop Reikage's toughness. Although she was a secretary, in the big direction, only Reikage could make decisions, which was also the difference between Cloud Shinobi village and Konoha. In Cloud Shinobi village, strength was the hard truth, unlike Konoha, where many families intervened and various interests were involved. "Wait a minute, call them up." Reikage suddenly called Mabi. Looking at Mabi's puzzled eyes, Reikage thought for a while and said, "Forget it, inform the previous news as soon as possible." Reikage originally planned to let 8 Tails go to the battle together, but thought about it and decided to forget it. The village still needs a Jinkriki on standby. At this time, Konoha village was full of happiness and beauty because of the continuous victory reports from the front line. Danzo's reputation in Konoha village can be said to be rising sharply. Although Sarutobi himself wanted to lead the team, he was unfortunately powerless. Konoha village still needed him to sit in charge, and his current age was no longer suitable for going to the battlefield. However, for now, the battle reports have always been great victories. If the next war is still only between their two countries, it should be no problem to stabilize and win. The war is in full swing. For insurance purposes, should we send more people to the front line? The third generation said thoughtfully. I'll go. Without any hesitation, Mitokato Homura stood up and said. Compared to Koharu, who preferred medical ninja, he was the only one who was more suitable among the three present, and the other two did not object. Well, I trust you to do the job. Bring some more people with you. Sarutobi nodded and said, in order to avoid accidents, or to gain more benefits in the war, he decided to let the people of Sarutobi clan help. Besides, Inoshika CH and other families need to stay in the village to guard against attacks from other ninja villages. The only one who can provide manpower is the Sarutobi clan. Mitokato Homura's eyes flickered, and he nodded and said, I will take the people of my family with me. Take the people of the Udaten clan with you. The younger generation of my family also needs to be tempered. Udaten Koharu said silently. The three looked at each other meaningfully. Looking at his much better looking attribute panel, Danzo was in a very good mood. Ninjutsu and Seal, both attributes reached 7, he could clearly feel that his understanding of ninjutsu and seals were more handy. 3 days later, the war became more and more intense. What is the current situation of Cloud Shinobi? Danzo walked out of the tent and asked. The people of Cloud Shinobi village are losing ground and have retreated to Siming Mountain and are surrounded. Kakashi reported what he knew, and Danzo's brows relaxed. The development of the war was not different from what he expected. In the past 3 days, all the nearby Cloud Shinobi have been killed or retreated to Siming Mountain. The Cloud Shinobi team retreating to Siming Mountain was also found by Hyaga Hisashi with great difficulty. Looking at the high-spirited Hyaga Hisashi, Fugaku was full of disdain in his heart, stepped back and said to the ninjas led by him, everyone stay where you are. Since Brother Hisashi is so confident, I will give this victory to you. The surging wind and clouds in the sky obscured the dazzling sunlight, and grey shadows occupied this area. The white-haired Toshiro stood on the top of Siming Mountain, looking at the Konoha shinobi who were surrounded at the foot of the mountain with high spirits. Surrender, Konoha's bastards, Reikage has given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, but instead pushed it further. But now I, Toshiro, will give you another chance. Toshiro shouted loudly towards the foot of the mountain, his voice full of pride and disdain. The Cloud Shinobi surrounding them all laughed loudly, and the frustration of being surrounded in the past few days also dissipated with the laughter. What nonsense are you talking about, defeated general? A Hyaga ninja suddenly broke away from the team and rushed towards the Cloud Shinobi ninjas surrounding the front of the canyon. Fugaku, why don't you bring people to help quickly? Hyaga Hisashi looked at the Hyaga with an ugly face. In the canyon, most of his team had been buried. While he was talking, the Hyaga who rushed out had been killed by the Cloud Shinobi, and triggered the caged bird to be deprived of the white eyes. 1 second ago, he was confidently ordering his team to chase Cloud Shinobi. The next second, a large amount of sand and gravel surged from the canyons on the left and right, directly burying his large army. Hearing the screams from the other side of the canyon, facing the Cloud Shinobi who surrounded his team, Hyaga Hisashi finally realized that he had fallen into the enemy's trap. The overwhelming kunao shot towards them. And Hisashi hurriedly ordered the remaining Hyaga tribesmen around him to perform revolving heaven to shoot down most of the ninja tools. Uchiha Fugaku. Why don't you help quickly? Hyaga Hisashi's eyes were red, looking at the Uchiha team that was some distance away from them. With so many people, I won't let my men go to die. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the exasperated Hisashi and said, the large number of people was an excuse on one hand, but it was also because Hisashi had been giving him a cold face these days, embarrassing him. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 028 Impulsive Hyaga Hisashi. Hyaga Hisashi's team was separated, and they didn't know how many people were still alive in the opposite canyon. The team led by the Root Ninja did not chase Cloud Shinobi with them. Looking at the Cloud Shinobi ninjas who surrounded them, Uchiha Fugaku made a decision in his heart. "Everyone follow me to retreat." Shouting at the angry team behind, Fugaku commanded everyone to retreat. Fugaku's team alone was definitely not as good as Cloud Shinobi's in terms of numbers, not to mention that Hisashi's team was buried for nearly half, and their momentum was greatly damaged. At this time, they could only abandon Hyuga Hisashi's team that was trapped in the encirclement. Uchiha Fugaku. Hyuga Hisashi and others also heard Fugaku's order. They stared at the evacuated team with bloodshot eyes. Public revenge. This was the first thought that came to the minds of the Hyuga clan. "Everyone follow me to break out of the siege. Since there is no help, running revolving heaven to defend like this will only waste time and make the Cloud Shinobi's encirclement more solid." Hyuga Hisashi commanded everyone to break out without hesitation. "Don't worry about those Uchiha people." Tsucho waved his hand to stop the others who wanted to intercept the evacuation of Uchiha Fugaku. "We don't have much more people than them. This time the goal is the Byakugan." Watching Hisashi lead the tribesmen to shuttle under the dense attack of ninja tools, Tsucho pulled a cruel smile and said, "It's a pity that the mastery of the Byakugan is not as good as the previous generation. Such a good bloodline is wasted. Pusong, you take the people to hold them down, and be sure to leave them alive." "Yes." The Cloud Shinobi Jainin named Pusong nodded, and pointed to a few companions who were also Jainin and ran towards the Hisashi who was surrounded below. The wild laughter and screams intertwined in the ears. Except for his own tribesmen, the people of other families in the team were almost dead. Being ambushed and abandoned by his teammates, the demoralized Hyuga Hisashi simply couldn't lead this group of people out of the encirclement. Hisashi's body was already stained with blood, and at this moment, he was no longer trying to escape. Facing the endless stream of Cloud Shinobi, he knew that he couldn't escape, and now he could only kill one to earn one, using up every bit of his strength. Surrender. If you surrender, you can still save your lives. At that time, we will all work together for Reikage-sama, which is definitely much better than you staying in Konoha. Todai stretched out his hand to stop the Cloud Shinobi, and said helplessly while looking at the desperate counterattack of the Hyuga clan. Although he wanted to capture the Hyuga alive, the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan and Grandmaster Taijutsu were not so easy to capture. Todai also wanted to persuade Hyuga Hisashi to surrender as much as possible. A trapped beast still fights, and now the troops here are not many, it is good to lose less. Pa! Hyuga Hisashi spat out a mouthful of blood foam without hesitation, and the other Hyuga families beside him clenched their fists. The opponent's attack stopped, and Hyuga Hisashi also had a chance to breathe. He looked around in a daze, and there were not many comrades. His eyes were already blurred, but even if he died in battle and was abandoned, Hyuga Hisashi would not surrender. With the curse of Caged Bird, they had no chance to surrender even if they wanted to. It was better to fight to the death and leave a good reputation for themselves. Looking for death. With a cold light in his eyes, Toshiro felt that he had given them many opportunities, but since they were so tactless, forget it. With a cold voice, Toshiro looked at the few remaining Konoha shinobi below and said, "Kill them and keep their bodies." At this time, Uchiha Fugaku, who was leading the team to retreat to the periphery in a panic, met Abarame Ryoma who came after hearing the sound. "What happened?" Abarame Ryoma frowned and asked as he looked at the demoralized team. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Looking at Abarame Ryoma, Uchiha Fugaku said a little embarrassedly, "We fell into Cloud Shinobi's trap." Before, he looked down on the other party's identity. He and Hyuga Hisashi both disdained to act with Abarame Ryoma, so he often left Abarame Ryoma behind. But now he had to join the other party. A trap. Ryoma looked at the number of people behind Uchiha Fugaku and asked sternly, "Where is Hyuga Hisashi? Where is his team?" As soon as he asked this, Fugaku didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that they left Hisashi's team behind and ran away. After thinking for a long time, Fugaku came up with a good excuse and said, Hyaga Hisashi led his team to go deep into Siming Mountain regardless of Danzo's order, and ended up falling into the other party's trap. We were implicated by Hyaga Hisashi and fought to the death to evacuate the encirclement of Cloud Shinobi. Fight to the death? Ryoma looked at Fugaku's team. Although everyone looked a little embarrassed, most of them didn't even have bloodline. Is this a lie? In the dark woods, Abarame Ryoma stared at Uchiha Fugaku. In the team behind Uchiha Fugaku, the originally proud Uchiha clan members lowered their heads and did not dare to raise them. Go back and save them. Abarame Ryoma said with a cold snort. From the position where Uchiha and others evacuated, he could still hear the sound of resistance. Hyaga Hisashi's team should not have died yet. Hisashi's team is not much left. We can't go against the order of Lord Danzo and clash with the main force of Cloud Shinobi. Fugaku refused. If it was him a month ago, Fugaku, as a war faction, would definitely agree with Ryoma's decision. He would even help the Hyaga clan when they were ambushed. But now it's different. The voice and plan of the clan have been known to the village. The village's attitude towards the clan is ambiguous. Uchiha Fugaku needs to consider too much. At least not too many clan members can be lost because of this war. But now the conflict has been provoked. Abarame Ryoma frowned and glared at Fugaku. Fugaku glanced at him and said disdainfully, I will not joke with the lives of my clan members. Is this your Uchiha family, your Fugaku's courage and vision? The voice arrived before the figure arrived. The familiar voice sounded in everyone's ears, making everyone stunned. I really didn't expect that you, Uchiha Fugaku, would listen to me so much. Danzo's figure quickly jumped between the branches, and soon came to everyone and said with a smile. His smile was ironic and a little regretful. Originally, in order to suppress Uchiha Fugaku and make him obedient and calm, Danzo also let him know a little about the coup. In this war, Cloud Shinobi's troops were less than half of Konoha's, and even under the continuous raids, the gap between the two sides was constantly widening. As long as Fugaku, who is the main war faction, can be calm and cherish his life, this war will be a sure win. But he never expected that Hyaga Hisashi was the fool who could not see the situation clearly and was self-righteous. Now because of Hyaga Hisashi's momentary arrogance, they lost nearly a quarter of their troops. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Agai and the other root ninjas and Anbu ninjas followed Danzo's arrival. But they all stared blankly at Danzo in front of them. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 029 Old Acquaintance. Danzo-sama. Abarame Ryoma immediately knelt on one knee, his face full of shame and said, I failed your expectations and failed to command the team well. Danzo shook his head and motioned him to get up. Kaide, it's not your fault. These two guys acted on their own, and they are the ones who should explain to me the most. Ryoma is his man, Danzo has to pick him out of this mistake. Ryoma opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Danzo-sama, Hyaga Hisashi entered Siming Mountain despite my obstruction and was ambushed. Although I didn't save him, it was not my fault. Fugaku explained with a stiff face. He really didn't expect that he would appear as soon as he mentioned Danzo. I have lived in vain at such an old age, Danzo sighed in his heart. Don't he know that when the elders are preaching, as long as you answer yes, yes, there will be no worse things later? Danzo, our people have sent news that Cloud Shinobi village has sent support here, and it will take about 4 or 5 days to arrive. Ryoma finally said what he wanted to say. He lowered his head, a little afraid to look at Danzo. He brought people to find Uchiha Fugaku and Hyaga Hisashi just to tell them about this matter, but he didn't expect that Hyaga Hisashi's team had already attacked and suffered heavy losses. So fast. Danzo frowned, and Fugaku was also shocked. Now there is one less team, and the number of people is only slightly better than Cloud Shinobi. If the opponent's support arrives, the situation will be a little bad. Fugaku thought about it and took the initiative to advise, Danzo, I suggest you go back to defend for a while and wait for Mito to come with support. Bullshit. Danzo cursed directly and glared at Uchiha Fugaku, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I wanted to give you some advice, but you think too far. This time is an opportunity to build a bridge of communication between the village and Uchiha. As long as Uchiha has merits, who has the face to take action? Do you understand what I mean? There are many people and eyes, so Danzo can't say it too clearly. Fugaku was stunned. He had considered this matter before, but Uchiha has made a lot of achievements in these years, and no one has treated them well. Seeing the guy's expression, Danzo knew that he still didn't understand, and took a step forward and whispered in his ear, since I told you, it means that the village doesn't want to see that happen. We will help you completely control Uchiha, instead of being a puppet clan leader who is coerced by the clan members. Not wanting to argue with the guy anymore, Danzo waved his hand and said angrily, the people of Cloud Shinobi Village don't know what's good for them. Everyone, follow me into Siming Mountain to avenge the people of the Hyaga clan. On the way here, he noticed the encirclement of Cloud Shinobi, and combined with the situation here, he could roughly guess it. Whether it was Uchiha or other families, they had been full of anger for a long time. After hearing what Danzo said, the two teams joined forces without hesitation. They didn't know what Fugaku was carrying, they only knew that this wave of winning was a sure win, but they played very frustrated. Everyone was ready to go, leaving Fugaku alone staring at Danzo, not knowing what he was thinking. Hey! The few Hyaga people stood back to back with heavy breathing, their minds were blank. The emotions of frustration and anger had long been abandoned. Like zombies, facing a steady stream of enemies, they could only rely on their body instincts to resist and defend, and their exhausted spirits could no longer support them to think about other things. Not far from them, Hisashi lay lifeless in a pile of corpses. This father who deviated from the original trajectory and did not commit suicide finally died at the hands of Cloud Shinobi. But he still changed his son's original fate. The dark clouds in the sky were blown away by a strong wind, and the sun that was covered was revealed, and the warm sunshine shone on everyone. Todai did not send anyone to attack again, but just asked people to surround the Hyaga ninjas. He had already seen that these Hyaga disciples were marked with marks similar to curses, and after being killed, the curses would destroy their white eyes. The remaining Hyaga disciples had to be captured alive. The Cloud Shinobi ninja in charge of the canyon reported, Lord Toshiro, all the Konoha shinobi in the canyon have been killed. Toshiro nodded, looked at the Hyaga ninjas who were still holding on below, and calmly formed seals with his hands. Earth-style earth flow wall. As his voice fell, the ground next to several Hyaga ninjas continued to surge, and earth walls broke out from the ground and directly imprisoned several people inside. You guys, seal them up and take them back to the village first. Toshiro pointed at several Chunin and said, Jainin had to stay as a fighting force, and Genin was not strong enough, so these Chunin were just right. The Byakugan is the main purpose of this strategy, and war is only secondary. Several Chunin nodded, jumped down the valley and came to the earth wall formed by the earth flow wall, forming seals with their hands and preparing to perform the sealing technique. Wind-style vacuum big ball. Bathed in the sun, it was like a golden Buddha falling from the sky, carrying a huge strong wind and hitting the Chunin who wanted to get close. The strong air pressure directly blew these Chunin away, spitting blood. Who is it? Tsucho frowned and looked at the shadow next to the earth wall. The dust dispersed, and the shadow gradually revealed its appearance under the sunlight. It's you! Shimura Danz! Tsucho exclaimed with wide eyes. How could it be this old guy? They are all from the older generation. Although DANZO has changed in appearance, Sucho still recognized him at first sight. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 030 Guy, your opponent is me. I didn't expect you to recognize me. You have quite some experience. DANZO said with a smile, and glanced at the cloud shinobi around him. Sucho, you old man are really going backwards. You still rely on numbers to bully the younger generation. The cloud shinobi looked at DANZO in the center with vigilance. DANZO didn't make any other moves. He hugged his chest and didn't seem to be on guard at all, but no cloud shinobi dared to step forward. Although they didn't know DANZO, DANZO's aura was too strong, and their commander was particularly respectful, with a terrified look, which made them unconsciously guess DANZO's identity. I didn't expect you to lead the team. It seems that KONOHA has made up its mind to go to war. Sucho squinted his eyes and looked at DANZO below. Although he was looking down from above, for some reason, Sucho had the illusion of looking up at DANZO. It was not the first time they had dealt with each other. DANZO, this old guy, was not easy to deal with. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had to take many things into consideration, DANZO would do his best to do something once he decided on it. This also led to the loss of many cloud shinobi at DANZO's hands during the Second and Third World Wars. To be honest, Toshiro didn't want to fight DANZO. It's already started, how can it be fake? DANZO raised his eyebrows and said, I wanted to keep some time to play with you, but since you've already attacked, I won't be polite. As soon as DANZO finished speaking, dense black shadows had surrounded the cloud shinobi. The cloud shinobi troops were in turmoil, and they all looked at the KONOHA shinobi who suddenly appeared behind them with vigilance. Toshiro was very calm. He looked at the people who were surrounded behind him and said, You KONOHA should not be able to go to war with our cloud shinobi village now. Hand over the 3 KONOHA shinobi behind you, and we can shake hands and make peace. Tisk. DANZO couldn't help laughing. Toshiro, are you too old to see the situation? The current situation is that your team is surrounded by me. If you ask for peace, shouldn't you pay the price? As he said, he spread his arms, his face full of calmness and ease. We really didn't expect that you KONOHA would have the courage to send troops. Toshiro shook his head and smiled. KONOHA wants to go to war, but it only sent so few people. You KONOHA has no one left. Since the death of the 2 old Senju guys, you KONOHA seems to have a hard time. No matter what the situation is now, at least you can't lose in momentum. You talk as if you have a lot of people. As DANZO spoke, he stretched out his arm and pulled out a long sword from behind his back. The sword was wrapped with powerful wind attribute chakra, and it cut the earth wall into pieces easily, just like cutting tofu. There were only 3 Hyuga ninjas inside, the only survivors of Hyuga Hisashi's entire team. When he saw DANZO's figure, the Hyuga ninjas who had been tense all the time finally relaxed their nerves and fainted. Take good care of them. After instructing the root ninjas next to him, DANZO looked at Toshiro in front of him with some regret, and continued, Could it be that you are still waiting for Reikage to send you support? Toshiro's face condensed, and he said in a cold voice, What exactly do you want to say? Don't beat around the bush. You don't know yet? We have reached an alliance with the people of the Land of Water, and now the people of the Mist Shadow are landing from the sea to attack your Land of Thunder. How many troops do you think Reikage can still send to support you? DANZO thought he had never lost to anyone in his empty talk. Sure enough, his words made all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas, including Toshiro, change their expressions. I told you to talk too much nonsense, don't you know that villains die because of talking too much? Seeing the low momentum of Cloud Shinobi, DANZO nodded with satisfaction and said, I'll give you a chance. If everyone seals their chakra and surrenders, I will spare your lives. Although it is in an advantageous position now, it would be the best result if they can win without fighting. Toshiro's face is ugly. Danzo's words sound familiar. Isn't that what he has been saying to the Hyuga family just now? I will only give you one chance. If you don't surrender, forget it. For a long time, Toshiro did not answer, and looked at Danzo with an ugly face. Danzo didn't care. He didn't think that he could take down the Cloud Shinobi team without any effort. With the improvement of attributes, Danzo's ninjutsu is not as slow as before, and his personal strength has been greatly enhanced. As Danzo finished speaking, his eyes were full of fierceness, and his hands formed seals. Wind-style vacuum sphere, fire. Tut-tut. Chakra bullets sprayed out from Danzo like a machine gun. Toshiro used ninjutsu, and the deep blue chakra flowed rapidly in his body. The activated body flashed quickly to the side. Bang! A huge roar sounded, accompanied by dust covering the sky. The place where Toshiro stood was shot into a sieve. You are old, Toshiro. You were not so slow before. I remember that the ninjutsu of your Cloud Shinobi village is not very strong. Do you think you can rely on your seniority and not practice because you are old? You probably can't even beat the juniors of our KONOHA now. Chirping, Danzo released ninjutsu while constantly talking and mocking Toshiro. And Toshiro's face became more and more ugly. He even began to doubt whether he was really old and slowed down. Danzo released ninjutsu faster and faster, not even giving Toshiro any chance to perform ninjutsu. King versus king, general versus general. As soon as Danzo and Toshiro started fighting, the others followed closely. A green figure blocked all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas who wanted to rush to help Toshiro. Please don't disturb the battle of Danzo-sama. Facing countless Cloud Shinobi ninjas, Might Guy was fearless. Your opponent is me. The proud blue beast of Konoha. Might Guy shouted excitedly, saying the self-proclaimed title that he had been waiting for a long time. Although he knew that titles were more powerful only when given by others, Might Guy still felt that his own title sounded better. You are just a small fry, why don't you get out of here? Cloud Shinobi Jainin Pu-song frowned, Blue Beast? Where did this cat or dog come from? Can anyone in the ninja world now give themselves a title? The man in front of him was neither a member of the Uchiha clan nor a famous person in the ninja world, so Pu-song really looked down on him. Small fry? Then let me show you the power of small fry. Might Guy shouted and directly opened the 8 inner gates technique. Open, rest, life, injury gates. And the 4th gate opened at the same time. The majestic green chakra emerges on Might Guy's body like a ninjutsu, burning life to make the body faster and stronger. This is the 8 inner gates technique. Danzo had already lifted the restrictions on Might Guy before coming, and he can move freely. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 031 Cloud Shinobi's Defeat. Ninjutsu. Matsumoto frowned. Could it be that the village's secret technique has been lost to Konoha? But compared to the blue chakra of ninjutsu, the chakra on Guy is green. Before he could observe more, the man with powerful and violent chakra suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked him. Without shrinking his pupils, Matsumoto stretched out his hands to block in front of him. Bang! The huge roar made other people around look over here. The sudden surge of momentum on Guy startled Uchiha Fugaku, who was somewhat suspicious of this ordinary watermelon head. Danzo's guard, but just an unknown little person. Fugaku didn't pay much attention to him before, but now he recognized this person. Is this 8 inner gates? It turned out to be the descendant of that person. Fugaku had also heard of the record of Might Guy's father Might Die, but it only attracted his temporary interest and he forgot about that person in a short time. The Uchiha clan is blessed with a noble and powerful bloodline like Sharingan, so they don't need to do stupid things like burning life to gain power. But now, Fugaku feels that the 8 inner gates technique may not be as simple as he thought. The fight between Guy and Pushan is a small battle circle on this battlefield, except for the more intense one on Danzo's side, and it has not attracted too many people's attention. Although everyone is fighting, their attention is always focused on the center of the battlefield, the battle between Danzo and Todai. The fight between the two of them will affect the changes in the entire battle situation. The sensory organs are constantly collecting various information around the state of the enemy, and the brain is constantly analyzing various possibilities. Danzo's body and mind are constantly running in with the continuation of the battle, entering an extremely excited but extremely calm state, and the body function and brain operation speed have reached a peak value. The combat experience of the previous life and the memory of this life are constantly intersecting, and the seals are becoming more and more proficient. Danzo calmly looks for flaws in Todai. Using words to anger the other party is just a small trick, and the key is still to look at the real skills in hand. Now, a cold light flashed in his eyes. When Todai hesitated again because of his words, Danzo suddenly clenched the long sword in his hand, and the wind attribute chakra completely covered the blade. The knife passed, and not even much blood was brought out. Todai looked at Danzo in front of him with dull pupils. His brain had stopped working. The grey beard spread from his chin, revealing a clear blood mark on his wrinkled neck. Although the battle has just begun, it is already over. This knife is close to the peak combat power of the Pot King, which can kill cage level. The battle between ninjas does not require so much suppression and explosion. Although everyone is very strong, they are just mortals. You only need to find a flaw that the opponent has no time to dodge, and then victory will be in that moment. On the battlefield filled with war and smoke, Danzo stood quietly in front of Todai. His attack was too fast and fierce. Todai did not even have any resistance, and he was killed directly without any chance to dodge. As the saying goes, a master can be defeated by a random punch. This is the advantage of being young. With strong explosive power. As the sword fell, the entire battlefield fell into silence. Toshiro is dead, why don't you surrender quickly? Danzo's eyes flashed with excitement, holding Toshiro's head in his hand and shouting loudly. This was his first battle in the ninja world, and the first battle was against a long-established Genin. This cloud shinobi Genin, who had been famous in the ninja world for a long time and was extremely active during the Second and Third World Wars, ended his life without even having time to use his best lava style. Relying on his calm combat experience in his previous life and his original master's understanding and mastery of swordsmanship, Danzo used a quick battle and a perfect kill. Danzo's words spread to every corner of the battlefield, and all the cloud shinobi began to panic. Go, go, go! Danzo-sama is mighty. For Konoha. Konoha's momentum soared, and the originally even battle situation instantly became one-sided. In Danzo's mind, the prompt sound of the moving value +1 kept ringing. After Toshiro died, the strongest cloud shinobi, Pu-song, who was also the deputy commander, took on the heavy responsibility. He punched Guy with some disappointment and retreated with the force. Retreat! Pu-song roared and tried to command the other cloud shinobi around him. However, before he could make any move, a pair of scarlet eyes with 3 rotating black megatama appeared in front of him. The war was over, and the genin and the logistics were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. Danzo stood on the top of Siming Mountain, looking at the location of Cloud Shinobi Village. According to the latest news, the support team of Cloud Shinobi Village this time includes the 2-tailed Jinkraki, the Samui team, and the 4th Raikage Scarred Darui. The 2-tailed Jinkraki is made of wooden golem. When it appeared in the original work, it was already able to perfectly transform into a tailed beast and was very powerful. However, it is nearly 10 years earlier than the original work, and with Fugaku's Sharingan next to it, Danzo is not too worried about this Jinkraki. Samui is a more famous genin in Cloud Shinobi. Although he is not as senior as Toshiro, he is definitely comparable to Toshiro in terms of strength. Among these supports, the one that DANZO cares more about is Darui of the Night Moon clan. The Yazuki clan is a large clan in Cloud Shinobi Village, and its status in Konoha is equal to that of the Senju. Every cage of Cloud Shinobi Village is basically held by a member of the Yazuki clan, and this Darui will be the fifth Reikage who will take office after the Fourth Shinobi World War. Although Darui is only a young junior now, he has the ability to serve as the guard of the Fourth Reikage. The talent brought by the blood of this clan cannot be underestimated. Lord DANZO, the battle report has been counted, please take a look. Abarame Ryoma respectfully handed a scroll to DANZO. After this incident, Ryoma admired this Lord DANZO even more. Although he respected DANZO before, Ryoma was still relatively young after all. When he joined the route and worked for DANZO, DANZO rarely took action, and was more engaged in some conspiracy and intrigue. Although he was also very powerful, it was not as intuitive as the real strength. Noticing the changes in Ryoma, DANZO said nothing and silently took the scroll from him. Strength is the foundation for the ninja world to stand firm, and he knew this a long time ago. Playing some conspiracies and tricks behind the scenes will not be acceptable, and both strength and means must keep up. Our casualties. Cloud Shinobi captured more than 1,000 people. Flipping the scroll, DANZO glanced at it and threw it back to Ryoma, asking, "How long will it take for Mito Kato Homura's team to arrive?" "The team of Master Mitaman is expected to arrive tomorrow." Ryoma respectfully cried. "Let me explain here that Mito Kato Homura's surname is Mitaman and his given name is Yan, not Mito. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 032 It's not DANZO-sama's fault. This old guy." DANZO couldn't help laughing. In order to grab the credit, he rushed to the front line. When he arrives, hand over all these prisoners to him. After the war, these people can be exchanged for good resources. Yes. Ryoma nodded and was about to leave. Wait a minute. DANZO stopped him. Write another copy of the battle report scroll in your hand and send it to the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. It seems that his pressure is not enough. The Reikage dared to send support to the front line. Understood. Ryoma nodded, and waited for a while until DANZO had no other instructions. He turned around and left. Main attribute panel. Name, Shimura DANZ. Age, 20 years old. Touching value, 177. Sitting quietly in the tent, DANZO stretched out his hand and tapped lightly in the void. He led the team to a victory and won the recognition of many people. DANZO got nearly 100 points of touching value, and it is still increasing. With the reputation of the shield melting Tsucho as a stepping stone, DANZO reappeared in the eyes of the public, and everyone began to re-recognize this powerful man of the same generation as the third Hokage. With 177 points of moving points, DANZO directly raised both ninjutsu and seal to 8, consuming 128 points. Ninjutsu, in the early and middle stages of Hokage, is still dominant and has the greatest impact on improving strength. Through this war, DANZO also wants to have his own title. Like Konoha's White Fang, Yellow Flash, etc., which are very famous. This kind of title definitely plays a significant role in spreading one's reputation and harvesting moving points. Throughout the Hokage chapter, Shimura DANZ, the character, has a high status, strength, and seniority, but he does not have a title of his own in the play. Instead, outside the play, he has titles such as Konoha Daigen, Konoha Pot King, Darkness of the Ninja World, and Undying Ambition. But DANZO just wants to say that he has no use for these titles now. All of these titles sound like titles for villains, right? Am I Shimura DANZ a villain? Saving the world from fire and water, and starting wars for the sake of peace in the ninja world, how could I, Shimura DANZ, be a villain? DANZO nodded with a clear conscience, and then he focused on activating his skills. Should he spend 100 points of emotion to activate the potential of speed-derived skills, and compete with the second Hokage, fourth Hokage, and fourth Raikage for the title of the fastest ninja in the ninja world, or should he find another way? While DANZO was clearing out the remaining Cloud Shinobi, Mitokado Homura also rushed to Siming Mountain. Where's DANZO? As soon as he stepped into the Konoha camp, the first person Mitokado Homura looked for was DANZO. DANZO-sama has some insights from the first battle and is in seclusion. Abarame Ryoma, as DANZO's confidant, was the first to answer. Retreat. Mitokado Homura adjusted his glasses and said angrily, he is a ninja in retreat, do you think I am a fool? Call him out quickly, I want to settle accounts with him for deserting the battlefield and causing losses. He would not believe that DANZO was in retreat. In his opinion, DANZO was hiding because of his previous departure from the team and was afraid to face him. This was the fact. DANZO did not want to see Mitokado Homura, the old guy who wanted to intercept and rob the fruits of victory. Abarame Ryoma's face, which had softened due to the victory, turned cold again because of Mitokado Homura's words, and said, DANZO has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb him. Facing Ryoma's attitude, Mitokado Homura's face froze, and then he said angrily, as the Hokage advisor, I order you to call DANZO to me. After more than 10 years without leaving Konoha village, are the young people nowadays so disrespectful to their elders? DANZO-sama is not here, and he has instructed that you will be in charge of supervising the prisoners in Cloud Shinobi village after you come. Ryoma still spoke in the same tone, with the same expressionless face. Supervising prisoners. Mitokado Homura widened his eyes and said, Sarutobi asked me to come to the front line to take over his position. Abandoning my post. A sure-win battle caused casualties. How dare he stay here at the front line? In his opinion, whether he or Koharu fought in this battle, they could easily win. DANZO, the Hokage advisor, actually asked him to be a logistics manager. With a cold light in his eyes, he originally planned to have a good chat with DANZO so as not to make the relationship too awkward. Now that this is the case, he will not be polite. A sure win. Ryoma frowned, unconsciously imitating DANZO's smile and said sarcastically, I don't know who was against sending troops and wanted to sacrifice Hyuga Hisashi's life to seek peace. Mitokado Homura's face froze, although it was Koharu who brought up this matter, and he didn't object. Being slapped in the face by a junior, Mitokado Homura's face was burning with pain. In order to hide this restlessness, he glared and said angrily, what kind of attitude is this? Do you know who you are talking to? Is this how DANZO disciplines his subordinates? After being refuted again and again, he couldn't stand it anymore. He had also seen this subordinate of DANZO, who was quite tough because of his superiors. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the master DANZO he admired had paid a great price for becoming younger, and he had no strength to sit firmly in his position. Mitokado Homura thought disdainfully in his heart, of course he didn't know that DANZO was recovering his strength quickly through the system. Master Mitaman, the loss this time is all the result of Hyuga Hisashi's own fault. You can't put the blame on Master DANZO. Uchiha Fugaku rushed to explain after hearing the news. Mitokado Homura stared at Fugaku, so, you are going to stand on DANZO's side too? His eyes were full of inquiry. When did the Uchiha family and DANZO have such a good relationship? This is indeed not Master DANZO's fault. Fugaku insisted on his statement. Between Uchiha and the village, it was DANZO who gave him the promise, not Mitokado Homura. Other Uchiha clan members gathered around, and people from other families also looked over here vaguely. DANZO had just led them to victory, and his strength was obvious to all. This is a world where the strong are respected. Now it is outside, on the battlefield, not in Konoha village. Mitokado Homura wants to use chicken feathers as a token of authority and rely on his seniority to make a point, but few people will listen. Mitokado-sama. Seeing the others gather around with unfriendly faces, Kakashi, who was observing in the dark, finally couldn't stand it anymore and jumped out with the Anbu people. Wearing a mask, Kakashi stood opposite Mitokado Homura. His attitude was obvious, and he was also on Danzo's side. It was just because he didn't want to see the conflict between the people of Konoha, Kakashi chose to stand out. Regarding Danzo-sama's matter, I have reported it to Hokage-sama through the battle report. This matter is indeed not caused by Danzo-sama. Kakashi explained. Although the war damage was indeed partly due to Danzo's decision to divide the troops into 3 routes, Hyuga Hisashi disobeyed orders and underestimated the enemy, which was indeed his fault. Mitokado Homura sneered and said, Kakashi, you chose to stand on Danzo's side again. Interesting. I would like to advise you that fence-sitters will not have a good end. Staring at Kakashi, although separated by a mask, Mitokado Homura, as a Hokage advisor, certainly recognized the identity of his own Jonin. He did not expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen's Anbu would be brainwashed by Danzo again after coming to the front line. I'm just being realistic. Kakashi's face under the mask turned cold, and he did not refute the exposure of his identity, and said calmly. However, after he finished speaking, he took Anbu away directly. He didn't want to care about the mess here anymore. He was going to find Danzo. Only Danzo had the status and position to control Mitokado Homura. As soon as Anbu left, the crowd around gathered here again. Facing the crowd, behind Mitokado Homura, the team that had just followed him to the battlefield slowly became agitated. But now is not the time for internal fighting. Have fun reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 033, Come to Guild? You came just in time. Stay here. Siming Mountain, Konoha Camp. Mitokado Homura and Ryoma's teams were facing each other. Okay. Mitokado Homura laughed loudly and said, since Danzo wants me to help him with logistics and control Cloud Shinobi's captives, then I will do it. Fugaku and Ryoma breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Mitokado Homura could take a step back. Danzo's goal was achieved. But then, their faces turned pale. But Danzo now has some real skills to make you so obedient. Could it be that you have been cursed by him and have to listen to him? This is very much like the style of that old guy Danzo. Mitokado Homura glanced at Aberame Ryoma and Fugaku in front of the crowd and said in a gloomy way. This is Danzo's usual method. Mitokado Homura has also heard about it. Many people in the village know about this matter. He said this in public to make everyone suspicious of Danzo and seize power. Sure enough, after he said this, many people in the Uchiha clan looked at Fugaku in front of the crowd. The clan leader's recent behavior is indeed a bit strange. Could it be that he is really controlled by Danzo? Fugaku also noticed the eyes around him, and his face froze. Of course, he was not controlled by Danzo, but he had no way to explain those difficulties to these clan members. Fugaku was silent, and Ryoma frowned. The scene became cold, and the team that had won and was in high spirits seemed a little stiff because of the arrival of Mitokado Homura. Mitokado Homura looked at all this with some complacency. No one knows how to stir up people's hearts better than me. He and Danzo have a good relationship. If it were in the past, he would not have embarrassed Danzo so much. But since learning from Sarutobi that Danzo had truly regained his youth, both Yuta and Koharu and himself actually rejected Danzo. They have different ideas from Sarutobi. Is strength important? Perhaps they thought it was important when they were young. But since they were old and became Hokage advisors, they valued power and prestige more. As long as they are in Konoha village, they have the final say, and few people in the village can refute their opinions. We are obviously of the same generation. Why can you return to youth, focus on candlelight, and enjoy decades of rights, while we have to drag this broken body to extinguish. When I think of my treatment when I came to this camp before, I think of DANZO's arrangement for me. Mitokado Homura became more and more angry, and he began to discredit DANZO's reputation without scruples. DANZO's current strength is only 1/10 of what it is, and he doesn't need to worry about this guy's face at all. Although there are many people in the route, he brought enough people to the front line. But before Mitokado Homura could feel proud for long, a figure came to his side at lightning speed, punched out, and directly blasted Mitokado Homura more than 10 meters away, smashing into the crowd behind him, and directly knocked over several people. Who? Mito Hongai stared at the figure that suddenly appeared with wide eyes, commanding everyone to surround the figure. He is a member of the Mito clan and also the deputy commander of this team. But Mitokado Homura's people have not made any move, and have been surrounded by the people of the route. DANZO's eyes flashed coldly, staring at Mitokado Homura, who staggered to his feet and said, "Ian, you are going to give me a problem when you come here. I didn't want to see you, thinking that you can cooperate with me." Although he had expected that the old man would not bring him any good face after coming to the front line, DANZO could not stand the old man smearing his wise and brave image again. "DANZO, what do you mean by this?" Mitokado Homura asked loudly, covering his chest. He felt that several of his ribs were broken. The force of the punch just now was not light, and he was almost killed by a punch. DANZO looked at him and smiled slightly. The gains from this battle were indeed great. The total of the 8 attributes had reached 57, and his current strength was close to the Pot King. Before he made a move, he considered the situation and did not kill him. But after making a move, he thought about why he had held back just now and did not kill him directly. "What do you mean?" He took a step forward, and his figure had already crossed dozens of meters to Mitokado Homura. And the few people who were supporting Mitokado Homura took a few steps back tremblingly, looking at DANZO vigilantly, and standing Mitokado Homura, the injured, in front of them to block. Mito Hirokazu, on the other hand, still had some conscience. He glared at those people and came to Mitokado Homura to support him. "The battle is ahead. You have shaken the morale of the army. I have given you enough face by not killing you on the spot." The strong murderous aura was overwhelming Mitokado Homura. DANZO had no strength before, so he could only talk to these people in a nice way. Now it's different. With murderous intent in his eyes, he stared at Mitokado Homura without any concealment. Your strength." Mitokado Homura pointed at DANZO and said in disbelief, "No. Impossible. Sarutobi has already said that your strength has been greatly reduced. You can't still have such speed and strength." But then, he widened his eyes, as if he realized something. You are acting." Although he had a lot of thoughts, Mitokado Homura still relied on his understanding of DANZO to sort out his intentions as soon as possible. All of this was DANZO's acting, just to make Sarutobi let down his guard. He was still thinking about the position of Hokage. He wanted to compete with Sarutobi for the position of Hokage based on the achievements of this war. Shaking his head, DANZO didn't want to explain these things to him at all, and said, "Since you are injured, just go back to Konoha village obediently. I will let the people of the route send you back. As for the people you brought..." DANZO looked at the team that looked at him with some fear, and there were familiar faces in the team. Mitaman, Teitin, Sarutobi. Most of them are children of these 3 families. Although they have never met before, DANZO, as the leader of the route, knows all the information he should have. The 3 of them are good at calculating, and they plan to send their children here to guild. All your people will stay, just to make up for the loss of Hisashi's team. DANZO smiled unconsciously, and this smile made everyone in the team behind Mitokado Homura tremble. "Dream on." Mitokado Homura gritted his teeth and said, "Sarutobi asked me to replace you, and because of you, there were so many casualties. Do you still have the face to stay on the front line? If I'm not here, do you want to lead the team? DANZO said mercilessly. Have you forgotten what I said at the beginning? DANZO looked directly at Mitokado Homura as he approached step by step. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 034, Shimura Danz, a hard-working and diligent person. Mitokado Homura stared at DANZO nervously. The only sound in the quiet Konoha camp was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Ian, have you forgotten what I said? DANZO looked straight at Mitokado Homura and stepped in front of him. I made a vow that if this war was lost, I, Shimura Danz, would die on this battlefield. And now, I have already started this war. The main team of Cloud Shinobi has collapsed. What qualifications do you have to come here and tell me what to do? He was aggressive and murderous. DANZO's face and words made Mitokado Homura feel unfamiliar. He had never seen DANZO like this before. DANZO and Mitokado Homura, two old guys from the old times, looked at each other. There was a large space around them and no one dared to approach. Mito Hoiki swallowed his saliva, looked at the others behind him, and then looked at the clan leader who seemed to be trembling next to him, but he didn't dare to step forward. Other families may not know DANZO's reputation, but the children of these three clans have been taught by their elders since childhood. Don't mess with DANZO in Konoha. He is a lunatic. DANZO, this is Hiruzen's order. Do you want to betray the village? Mitokado Homura insisted. To be honest, he was seriously injured now and had no ability to replace DANZO. He still cherished his life and just wanted to go back to Konoha to heal his injuries. But face is more important than life. DANZO is aggressive now. If he gives in and really goes back to the village, how will others see him? Who will listen to his right to speak as a Hokage advisor? Traitor! DANZO's eyes widened, and he shouted, I, Shimura Danz, have worked hard for Konoha all my life, and have trained many heroes of Konoha. Even after I was old, I still created the route without any reputation, and guarded the big tree of Konoha in the dark. Our root ninjas have no names, no past or future, and silently guard everyone in Konoha. What about you? What good things have you done? Sitting in the office every day and refuting Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. This made everyone around stunned. Many of them had never heard of DANZO's name before this war, and they didn't know that Konoha actually had a department called the Root. Mitokado Homura's eyes widened, and he wanted to refute something. Of course, he didn't sit in the office every day to refute Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan, not to mention that he had also been on the battlefield when he was young, and he had shed blood and sweat for Konoha. But DANZO would never give him a chance to defend himself. His eyes turned cold and he said with murderous intent, Ian, do you think I won't dare to kill you just because we have been friends for so many years? In this battle, I am the commander. DANZO looked at Mitokado Homura and said coldly. This sentence was like a biting cold wind, blowing fiercely into Mitokado Homura's heart in the hot weather of June, freezing him stiff. He could only watch DANZO reach out his hand and put it on his neck. The breath of death was so close. Mitokado Homura had felt this feeling before, but perhaps it was because the longer he lived, the more he longed to exist. At this moment, he had the idea of giving in immediately and returning to the village honestly. And he did so. I understand. I will go back. His voice was so low that few people could hear it clearly. His life was important, but his face was equally important. He came to the front line with great fanfare to seize power, but was severely injured as soon as he entered the camp, and voluntarily returned to the village in disgrace. This kind of thing was really too embarrassing. Mitokado Homura wondered if it was a wrong choice for him to leave the village this time. I should have let Koharu come. He muttered unconsciously in his heart. Staring at Mitokado Homura expressionlessly, Danzo took his hand away for a long time and turned to look at Fugaku with a complicated expression behind him. Take your people away, tell your people what you know, and tell them my attitude towards you. Danzo said. Since Midokado Homura has aroused the suspicion of the Uchiha people, Danzo will not let this suspicion expand and affect the subsequent battle situation. Tell the truth clearly and make clear your attitude towards them. These people are not fools. After returning to the village, these people will become Uchiha Fugaku's real bargaining chips to control Uchiha. This matter will be done sooner or later. The arrival of Midokado Homura made him make this matter clear in advance. Yes. Fugaku looked at Danzo with a complicated look, and led the tribesmen who were full of doubts to temporarily leave the Konoha camp. After a cold glance at Midokado Homura, whose face was blushing with shame, Danzo snorted and left. The joy brought by the activation of the bronze body was directly dispersed by this guy. At this time, Konoha village had also received the battle report from the front line. Danzo won the battle. Although the Hyuga clan lost its troops, it was still good. Throwing the scroll full of battle reports to the others present, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, and there was no joy or other emotions in his tone. At this time, he was doubting whether Danzo had concealed his strength. It was clearly stated in the battle report that Danzo easily cut off the head of Toshiro with overwhelming strength, shaking the morale of Cloud Shinobi and winning the battle. Sarutobi also knew Toshiro. Although his physical functions had declined due to his age, his strength was definitely not as simple as that of a Genin. Even if Danzo was in his prime, it would not be an easy evaluation to take down Toshiro. Hayashi, shouldn't you give an explanation for your brother's matter? Before everyone was happy, Yuditen Koharu said with a gloomy face, disregarding orders and going deep into dangerous areas, causing the entire team to almost collapse. Shouldn't you, the Hyuga clan, give us an explanation for this matter? It was the Hyuga clan that caused the trouble, and now it was the Hyuga people who caused the war damage. Yuditen Koharu no longer wanted to give them a good face. Hyuga Hayashi's face was also very ugly. Whether it was the death of his brother or the losses caused by his brother, it brought him a big blow. After the 3 remaining Hyuga people return, I will ask about the situation and give you a satisfactory answer. Hyuga Hayashi thought about it and decided to delay for a while. Although Hisashi's character is not calm, he is definitely not a reckless person. How could he be so impulsive and lead the team into the dangerous place? Hyuga Hayashi doesn't believe it. He wants to wait for the 3 members of the Hyuga family who returned to the village early because of serious injuries to come back before giving an answer. He needs to understand the situation first, and will never let his brother and the Hyuga family bear the false accusation. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 035 Danzo, my money is not that easy to take. After the report of the great victory on the front line was sent back to Konoha, Danzo once again harvested a wave of moving points. Danzo did not hesitate to click strength and speed to 8. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Shimura Danz. Ninja, 8. Body, 8. Illusion, 3. Wisdom, 8. Strength, 8. Speed, 8. Refined, 8. Seal, 8. Total, 59. Moving points, 11. Exchange Mall, activate after all attributes are maxed out. Except for illusion, all other attributes have reached 8. Danzo's basic strength has reached the level of Elite Genin. This was originally something to be happy about, but Danzo's face is not very good now. I thought that the report of the great victory had been sent back to Konoha, which should bring more benefits than before. But the actual benefits of this great victory were far from expectations. Was the news blocked? This thought emerged in Danzo's mind, as well as Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face. The battle report clearly stated that he had killed the Molten Shield Tsucho single-handedly and established the victory of the war. There was no reason for that guy not to doubt him. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly. Although he was a little dissatisfied, he didn't care much. As long as he returned to the village after the war, these news would not be blocked at all. By then, the moving value would increase all at once. Danzo, the Mist Shadows people violated the agreement and have begun to attack Cloud Shinobi. Ryoma opened the tent and came to Danzo's side and said in a low voice. I know. Danzo nodded. He had expected this. The person in power in Kirigakura now is the fourth Mizukage Yagura, a poor guy controlled by Uchiha Obito for revenge. Uchiha Obito made Kirigakura mess for revenge. His goal was to make the ninja world chaotic. Only when all countries were in chaos could their Akatsuki organization survive. Danzo took this opportunity to discuss cooperation with the people of the Mist Shadow. Obito is hostile to any country and will not let one country dominate. The situation in Konoha has not been optimistic since Minato's death. On the contrary, Cloud Shinobi Village has always been at the top among the 5 major countries. Obito also agreed to the alliance as Danzo expected, and took the opportunity to attack the people of Cloud Shinobi to weaken their strength. But Danzo's money is not so easy to get. A gleam of light flashed in Danzo's eyes. Although it was the daimyo of the Fire Country who was negotiating the alliance on the surface, it was he who provided the supplies behind the scenes. He even gave a lot of good things to the daimyo of the Fire Country before agreeing to go to war this time. Konoha sent a message asking you not to be reckless, otherwise the Hokage will personally go to the battlefield to command, and also ask you to write a letter back to apologize to the Mitokado-sama. Ryoma said again. It seems that Mitokado Homura said a lot of bad things after returning. Danzo curled up the corners of his mouth. He would not write an apology letter or anything like that. The emperor was far away and Sarutobi could not do anything to him. When he returns to the village this time, he will be a hero with all his merits, and he will have no reason to attack him. Let Shisui rush here as soon as possible, and leave the affairs of Konoha to Tenzo and Nono. Danzo thought for a while and said. Yes. Konoha village. Since Danzo left and let Naruto speak his dream in front of everyone in the village, the villagers have not rejected him as much as before. Although they are still indifferent, they will not refuse to sell things to him or throw stones at him. It's so hard. Naruto sat under a big tree with a sad face, and next to him were the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Chiji. Except for Naruto, the other 3 were bored lying on the lawn, lazily basking in the sun. What have you been doing recently? Isn't the training of chakra control finished? Ino yawned and asked. The 4 of them were fast and slow, but they had all completed the chakra control training of climbing trees and treading water. Naruto looked at the leaves in his hand in distress and said, I am practicing the nature transformation of wind attribute chakra. Chakra nature transformation. Ino sat up from the lawn, looked at Naruto and asked, what kind of practice is that? Naruto scratched his head and thought for a while, then replied, actually, I don't know how to explain it very well. Simply put, there are 7 basic attributes in the human body. Because of the existence of attributes, we can extract chakra of corresponding attributes and perform escape techniques. Do you understand what I mean? Ino shook her head. She didn't understand what Naruto said. The chakra nature transformation that Naruto is talking about should be new knowledge that you will learn when you are promoted to Chunin. Shikamaru interrupted with half-closed eyes. This kind of practice is a test of talent and ability. Ordinary Chunin basically can't learn it, so there is no way to be promoted to Jonin. As he said that, he looked at Naruto with some curiosity. Perhaps because of the different environment he grew up in, Naruto was the most mature one among his peers he had ever seen, and he was also the first one to pursue strength. So amazing! Ino widened her eyes and looked at Naruto with some curiosity. But she found that Naruto was also a little surprised. So this is the training that only Chunin can do? In fact, this is the goal that Uncle Danzo gave me before leaving the village. If I can master the nature transformation of the wind attribute, he promised to teach me a very powerful ninjutsu. Naruto said with a smile. The ninjutsu developed by his father. Naruto didn't say the second half of the sentence. Uncle Danzo strictly prohibited him from telling others about his parents, so he didn't mention the existence of his parents to others. Uncle Danzo. Shikamaru woke up from his lazy state, sat up and looked at Naruto and asked, "Are you talking about Lord Danzo? By the way, how did you know Lord Danzo?" Regarding this, Shikamaru had always wanted to ask Naruto before, but because Danzo left the village and didn't contact him again, he didn't have the opportunity to ask. Shikamaru often heard his father mention Danzo, a very difficult guy. And he is not a good person. This is his father's evaluation, but Shikamaru has only met Danzo twice, and he has no bad feelings towards him. But he is afraid that he has some purpose to approach Naruto. Is it because of his parents? Two people who met by chance, only met once, but Uncle Danzo was so nice to him. Shikamaru is very smart. If he is just fooling around, he should be able to see it. If he is not sincere to his friend, will he lose the trust of this friend? Naruto's face froze. He didn't know how to explain how he met Uncle Danzo. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 036 Danzo's comments on Uchiha. Danzo-sama. The first thing Fugaku did after bringing his tribe back to the camp was to go to Danzo's tent. Danzo glanced at the somewhat reserved Fugaku and asked, "Are you done talking? We have already made it clear to the tribe members. They don't want to be enemies with the village. I beg you, Danzo-sama, to help us deal with it. I will also deal with the radical voices in the tribe as soon as possible." Fugaku nodded and said, "That's natural." Danzo gestured for him to sit down next to him. Fugaku sat next to Danzo nervously. When he was a child, he often heard his father talk about Danzo's reputation. Compared with Sarutobi Suzuki, the senior he respected, Danzo was a childhood shadow that frightened him. This shadow has accompanied him to become a ninja and the head of the tribe until now. Especially recently, the shadow that Danzo cast on him has become deeper and deeper. Sometimes he even has an illusion that Danzo knows him better than he does. Danzo asked calmly, "You have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, right?" His tone was very sure and calm, as if he was telling a common thing. But this sentence made Fugaku's heart beat wildly. Sure enough, he was not delusional. Danzo definitely knew himself better than he did. "Yes." Fugaku answered nervously and glanced at Danzo cautiously. Manjiki Sharingan is an eye that only Uchiha Madara has. It can bring devastating power to the awakener. With such a pair of eyes, Lord Danzo should be very afraid of him, right? That's good. However, Danzo's attitude was completely different from what he thought. He said calmly, "Since you have awakened Manjiki, you can deal with the two-tailed Jinchuriki." Two-tailed Jinchuriki? Fugaku asked with wide eyes. Cloud Shinobi Village mobilized Jinchuriki. Danzo nodded, "Only the two-tailed." Fugaku, what do you mean by only the two-tailed? No matter which tailed beast it is very difficult to deal with it. Fugaku asked with a heavy face, "Does anyone else know this news?" It seems that because of Danzo's words, the atmosphere in the entire tent began to solidify. This is undoubtedly bad news. The tailed beasts are humanoid weapons. The use of each tailed beast means that there will be large-scale casualties. If this news is known to other people in the camp, it will definitely cause a small-scale commotion. Sending tailed beasts directly into battle at the beginning of the war is really worthy of Cloud Shinobi. Danzo shook his head, "They don't know, I didn't tell them, I'm the only one who knows the whole thing." "Why don't you tell the other leaders?" Fugaku was a little confused. He understood that the news couldn't be made public, but why not tell the other leaders? Others don't know Manjiki's ability. Telling them will only increase their pressure. In addition to Jinkriki, there are other guys who are more difficult than Toshiro. Danzo explained. Looking at Fugaku's puzzled face, Danzo sighed. He stood at the end, knowing most of the secrets of the ninja world, and even understanding the personalities of many people. But it was really tiring to figure out the road through the ending. When the two-tail appears on the battlefield, our morale will be affected, while the other side will be affected. But if you show the power of Sharingan in the first place and control the two-tail, the situation will be reversed instantly. Danzo explained calmly. But what he said made Fugaku fall into deep thought. Are you so sure that I can control the two-tail in a short time? Fugaku asked curiously. Since Madara rebelled against the village, almost no one in Uchiha has awakened Manjiki. Why can Danzo be so confident? Danzo vowed, the power of Sharingan is stronger than you think. I will let Kakashi cooperate with you to seal the two-tail. He also has some insights into the sealing technique. The words were very confident, and it was obvious that Fugaku had no hesitation in sealing the two-tail. This confident look unconsciously infected Uchiha Fugaku. Since he awakened Manjiki, he has not used his ability and the number of times is not much. On the one hand, it is because it will reduce vision, and on the other hand, it is because of the fact that another Uchiha has awakened Manjiki. But now with the help of Shimura Dan's, Fugaku no longer cares about exposing this matter. Why do you help me so much? After a long silence, Uchiha Fugaku stared at Danzo and asked, you obviously hated Uchiha before, and many of your actions were directed at us. Why do you want to help us this time? Just because I said something for you at the meeting. Uchiha Fugaku finally couldn't help asking. Such irrational things rarely happen to him, but Danzo put too much pressure on him. Not only his attitude, but even his position is often unpredictable. This time, Danzo changed his previous attitude and represented the village's desire to accept the Uchiha clan. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't find any reason that could make a person change his pervert degree so quickly. Danzo seemed to have known that Fugaku would ask this question. Kide said calmly, it's because of what you said that I changed my mind. Is it that simple? Uchiha Fugaku obviously didn't believe it. If Danzo really changed his opinion of Uchiha because of what he said, then Danzo would not be Danzo. He must be possessed by someone. It's that simple. Danzo nodded and said gently, do you know why I was so hostile to Uchiha before? Why? Because you are uncontrollable and too emotional to see the situation clearly. Danzo said the reason he had thought of long ago. This was the reason he came up with after combining the original work with great difficulty. Seeing Fugaku's puzzled look, Danzo continued to explain, the Uchiha clan is just like the blood in your body, too uncalm and too emotional. There are many things that you can't see the situation clearly, just like those radical voices in your clan. Danzo stood up, came to Fugaku's side, pointed at his eyes and said, do you know how Sharingan awakens and evolves? Fugaku could probably guess what Danzo meant, and said with a gloomy face, strong emotional stimulation. Yes, it is strong stimulation. Danzo smiled and led Fugaku to think at his own pace, saying, many Uchiha can actually be said to be crazy, especially those so-called geniuses, who are even crazier among crazies. Too emotional, not calm, when strongly stimulated, they will awaken Sharingan, but at the same time, they will make some unexpected decisions. For example, on the battlefield, they will act without the commander's orders, or choose the family between the village and the family, or even choose the brother between the family and friends, brothers. Too irrational, too selfish, this is my view. Uchiha is the most popular review. Read books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 037, Plan ahead and counter the opponent's moves. Danzo held out his fists in front of Fugaku. As one of the elders of Konoha, all my decisions are for Konoha. I can even sacrifice my own Chimera clan. Konoha is a big family, and the family is a small family. For Konoha, I can only eliminate the unstable factor of Uchiha. His righteousness made Uchiha Fugaku unable to refute. Because that's the fact. There are too many people in the clan who have done many wrong things because of friends and relatives, including things that are harmful to the village and even the family. Because I agreed with your decision and stood on the side of the village despite the opposition of the majority of the family, do you think I am different from others? Uchiha Fugaku widened his eyes. He didn't expect that his momentary appreciation would actually change Danzo's opinion of Uchiha. The facts prove that I am right. Seeing Fugaku say what he wanted him to say, Danzo smiled even more. Not only you, your son, Uchiha Itachi also has the same qualities as you. Being able to calmly think about the right choice and treat Konoha as a real big family. Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened. Did Itachi leak the news of the clan? It was not Itachi who leaked the news of your clan, but Shisui. Danzo saw his thoughts and said with a smile. Fugaku, you know it again? Expression management is a kind of knowledge, and guessing your thoughts is another kind of knowledge. Danzo said with a smile, and seemed to see his inner doubts. There is a lot of knowledge in this world that no one wants to understand or explore. The only advantage of hiding in the dark is that I have a lot of time. These times allow me to delve into a lot of knowledge that people in the ninja world don't know. Nowadays, Danzo can easily come up with a lot of lies. Some things become habits as they are done. One lie is covered up by another lie, one ring after another. Fugaku looked at Danzo and nodded doubtfully. If what Danzo said was true, then he was undoubtedly a genius who could live a comfortable life even if he gave up his ninja identity. Danzo, the Cloud Shinobi troops that were originally expected to arrive the day after tomorrow suddenly sped up, and may reach the border tomorrow. A hurried voice came from outside the tent. Got it. In the main tent of the Konoha camp. Danzo looked at Fugaku calmly and said with a smile, it seems that because of the cooperation with the Mist Shadow, the Raikage is also getting anxious. According to the agreement, the Mist Shadow's people should just wait at the front line. This shouldn't make the Raikage so flustered, right? Fugaku asked. He also had a chance encounter with the fourth Raikage. In his impression, the fourth Raikage is not only impulsive and irritable on the outside, but also on the inside, but this also leads to his brave and strong personality. Danzo explained with a smile, it seems that the people of the Mist Shadow also want to get a piece of the pie, and have already attacked Cloud Shinobi village from their side of the border. What? Fugaku was shocked. He was not in the tent when Ryoma came to deliver the news just now, so he didn't know about this matter. Danzo brought up another big thing, and it seemed that he still hadn't informed anyone else. If the Mist Shadow really agrees to send troops together, maybe we really have a chance to occupy the Land of Lightning with the Mist Shadow. Fugaku said anxiously, and he even began to foresee that the arrogant Cloud Shinobi village would be destroyed by them and Kirigakuer. Danzo shook his head. Fugaku was still too young after all, but maybe it was because the combat power of this world was too high, and there were no predecessors who studied the so-called military tactics and tactics. The 5 countries are currently a relatively stable balance, restraining each other and supporting each other. If an accident occurs in any country, this balance will be broken. Danzo said calmly. I don't know what people in other countries think, but now I don't plan to break this balance before there is enough backup force. Fugaku was stunned, and nodded as if he understood. One day passed in a flash, and it was still Siming Mountain, and the sky was as cloudy as before. This is the normal environment of the Land of Lightning. Everything seemed to have returned to the previous few days, except that the positions began to reverse. Konoha occupied Siming Mountain, while Cloud Shinobi's people were going to attack this mountain. Danzo stood quietly on the top of the mountain, looking at a small black dot in the distance. The small black dot was the Cloud Shinobi's troops. In his pupils, the black dot continued to expand and gradually became human-shaped. Siming Mountain is a strategic location with excellent terrain. It is surrounded by small peaks that can be used for ambushes, and you have to pass through a continuous ravine to enter Siming Mountain. Such a good place, but it's a pity that Todai doesn't know how to use it. If it was replaced by a person with military literacy in his previous life to command, DANZO would need more time to capture Siming Mountain. Is everything arranged? DANZO looked at the Cloud Shinobi troops getting closer and closer, and asked Ryoma, who was waiting next to him. Everything has been arranged. At your request, the surrounding peaks have buried a large number of detonating tags at specific locations. Ryoma cried. After the Cloud Shinobi people arrive, they should rest for a while before starting to attack. Arrange a few teams to harass them. Don't give them a chance to rest, and don't confront them head-on. Run away when you see them. DANZO thought for a while and gave another order. Military books and tactics are not difficult to understand. The key is to use the right strategy in the right place. DANZO is not Zhuge and he can't predict the future. He can only rely on his own ideas to make arrangements in advance, and wait for the Cloud Shinobi people to attack, and then respond accordingly. Following DANZO's instructions, led by Kakashi and Guy, the ninjas who can achieve some success in speed formed a temporary team and rushed towards the Cloud Shinobi camp. As DANZO expected, the Cloud Shinobi team stopped a distance away from Siming Mountain and rested on the spot. Darui looked at the towering Siming Mountain in front of him with a heavy face. He didn't have the attitude of being afraid of trouble like he did in the village. The current situation did not allow him to relax. The news from the front has been sent back to Cloud Shinobi village, which is why their team has temporarily accelerated its pace. The Mist Shadow team began to capture Cloud Shinobi from another direction. And the troops led by Tsuchiya were defeated by DANZO in Siming Mountain. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning rarely disagreed with the Raikage and began to quarrel. With external and internal troubles, the situation of the entire Cloud Shinobi and even the Land of Lightning is not optimistic. They did not expect that just a small provocation to Konoha would lead to such consequences. But it is useless to regret now. The key is how to defeat the old senior and drive the people of Konoha out of the border. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 038. They did it on purpose. Are you still worried? The sound of footsteps rang out, and Yu Wooden Golem came slowly to Darui and said. After all, he is an old senior who was once feared by everyone. I have to think carefully about how to fight this battle. Darui said with a wry smile. Don't be afraid. When the battle starts, I will help you beat him to death. Yu Wooden Golem patted Darui's shoulder and promised. Don't be too careless. Konoha is the head of the 5 villages after all. Even if you have the power of the tailed beast, the other party may not have no means to deal with it. Darui said with a frown. 9 tails breaking the seal can cause their Hokage to die in battle, and now I have mastered the ability to perfectly transform into a tailed beast. They have no power to suppress me at all. Yu Wooden Golem is still confident. The outside world only attributed the death of the 4th Hokage to the breaking of the seal by 9 tails. Just 9 tails, and in their own territory, Konoha was able to suffer a great loss of combat power, and even sacrificed the Hokage. Other ninja villages looked down on Konoha. Darui smiled bitterly, and wanted to explain something, but heard an explosion in the distance. Enemy attack. Without hesitation, Darui directly activated the ninjutsu, and the dark blue chakra emerged on the surface of his body. His figure turned into a blue light and quickly flashed towards the explosion. The wooden golem next to him looked at Darui's back in surprise. She was surprised at Darui's reaction and speed, but then quickly followed Darui's footsteps and flashed towards the explosion. As soon as they arrived at the explosion site, there were only a few cold corpses lying on the ground. "What's going on?" Darui asked with a cold face. "It should be Konoha's people." A cloud shinobi reported. He had just arrived. "These people are the genin responsible for patrolling this area. The noise just now should be that Konoha's people launched an attack on them." Although it was just a guess, no one objected. Just as Darui was about to speak to deal with the aftermath of this matter, another explosion was heard not far away. FK. Cursing inwardly, Darui's figure once again quickly rushed towards that area. However, after arriving, he still did not see the figure of the attacker. Only a few corpses on the ground proved that the noise just now was not fake. Boom! Another explosion came from afar. Darui's face was stiff and he ran towards the explosion again, but when he arrived, he still saw only a few cold corpses. Angrily scanning the surrounding environment, there was no trace to track. Boom! Another explosion sounded in another place. Konoha! Darui's eyes were filled with flames, and he clenched his fists. This time he did not rush to the explosion again. He knew that even if he arrived, he would not be able to find the other party's trace. And the place where the explosion sounded was exactly the direction he rushed to the first time. This feeling of frustration made him extremely angry. He could not see the enemy, but his casualties were increasing. "Order all patrols to return to the camp immediately. Except for those with strength above Janin, do not hang around outside." Darui took a deep breath to suppress the fire in his heart, and ordered the people next to him. "Yes." The cloud shinobi ninja replied. And his figure turned into a black shadow and disappeared. But not long after the cloud shinobi ninja left, a series of explosions sounded in all directions, accompanied by screams and roars. They did it on purpose. Darui realized this at the first time. The sneak attacks and assassinations between ninjas would not give the enemy any chance to send out any information. And this group of people in Konoha not only killed people, but also made such a big noise, just to let the people here know that every time an explosion sounded, a cloud shinobi would die. Noticing that the faces of other cloud shinobi around him were already faintly afraid and worried, Darui narrowed his eyes. This can't go on. He made a prompt decision, waved his hand and shouted to the puzzled people, "Everyone gather, we attack Siming Mountain." The continuous explosions have made the team panic. If this continues, their morale may begin to collapse before the battle officially starts. "DANZO, the Cloud Shinobi people have begun to gather and attack Siming Mountain." Ryoma flashed to Danzo's side and said respectfully. He now respects Danzo more and more, not only because of his identity, but also because of his ability. Looking at the Cloud Shinobi camp that has begun to gather with continuous explosions, Danzo nodded, his eyes calm. With his current strength and spiritual attributes, he was able to see the Cloud Shinobi thousands of meters away. He turned to Fugaku who was waiting beside him and said, "It's your turn to prepare now. The opponent's Jinkriki is a woman with yellow hair and braids. You must suppress her as soon as she uses the power of the tailed beast. We can't let her have any impact on our morale. We even need to use her to enhance our momentum." "Yes." Fugaku nodded and rushed to a mountain outside Siming Mountain according to Danzo's instructions. Siming Mountain is the main strategic location. If it can't be defended, they will retreat here. Their battles will be carried out around the other peaks near Siming Mountain. The Cloud Shinobi troops led by Darui were very peaceful all the way to Siming Mountain, except that their morale dropped due to the previous raid. But this made Darui even annoyed. He has been on alert all the time. If the other party dares to attack when their team is assembled, he will catch up with the attacker as soon as possible. Darui is very confident that his speed is definitely faster than this group of attackers. But unfortunately, the journey was very peaceful, and his vigilance was useless. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 039 Jinkriki pain is not simple. Are you unwilling? Yu Wooden Golem came to Darui and asked. When we get to Siming Mountain, I must let those guys know that Cloud Shinobi's ninjutsu is the fastest and strongest. Darui clenched his fists and said. It's almost here. Darui said, motioning Yu Wooden Golem to move to the front of the team. Then I'll help you save face first. Yu Wooden Golem smiled. Since she mastered the tailed beast transformation, she has not been able to fully exert the power of the two tails. Now that she finally has the opportunity, she is also very impatient. Darui frowned. Yu Wooden Golem's strength is indeed good, but because she has been staying in the village for many years, she is a little overconfident. Darui signaled the team to stop. Get ready to attack. Yu Wooden Golem smiled confidently, and his figure jumped up to the front of the entire team. What's going on? Samui came to Darui and asked. The team stopped, but she did not receive any reason. The people of Konoha certainly didn't guess that we would use the power of the tailed beasts at the beginning of the war, but there may be people from the Hyuga clan in the opponent's team. Darui explained. The Hyuga family has the Byakugan, and their reconnaissance ability is one of the best in the ninja world. No matter how well planned we are, we will be exposed to those eyes. So I plan to give those bastards of Konoha a shot first. Darui said with a smile. One of them is the guard of the Raikage, and the other is the Raikage's capable subordinate. They have a good relationship. Samui glanced at the wooden golem in front of him, frowned and asked, what about the prisoners? I won't blame them even if they retreat at the risk of their lives, but surrender is not what we Cloud Shinobi ninjas should do. If they can escape this shot and keep their lives, then I will forgive their cowardice. Darui said mercilessly with a cold face. War is not a joke. There are not many people left in Toshiro's team after a battle. He can't lose the big picture because of the small. Samui thought for a while, but did not object, and commanded the team to prepare for battle. At this time, Danzo, who was quietly observing the movements of Cloud Shinobi from a distance, frowned. With his eyesight, he could clearly see the situation of Cloud Shinobi's team. Just now, the whole team suddenly stopped, and a figure came from the back of the team to the front of the team. Golden hair, although the face is young, but looks beautiful and generous. With just one glance, Danzo recognized the identity of this figure. Jinkriki of the Two-Tailed Matatabi, by Wooden Golem. Just when Danzo was wondering what Wooden Golem was going to do, a layer of dark red-tailed beast coat appeared on the surface of the body of Wooden Golem at the front of the team. Not good. Danzo was shocked. He could probably guess what Wooden Golem was planning, and quickly told Longma next to him, everyone should evacuate Siming Mountain secretly and disperse to other mountains around. Be quick, but don't move too much to avoid being discovered by the other side. Yes. Although Longma was confused, he still commanded the entire team to evacuate according to Danzo's instructions. Sure enough, not long after Danzo gave the order, the tailed beast coat on Wooden Golem began to solidify, and within Danzo's perception range. The amount of chakra on her body began to increase continuously. Tailed beast bomb. For a technique with such a long range, combined with Wooden Golem's identity, Danzo could only think of tailed beast bomb. If it was tailed beast bomb, Danzo currently had no means to block it. Although Siming Mountain was large, it could not withstand the frontal attack of tailed beast bomb. However, although tailed beast bomb is strong, it takes a long time to condense, and its power is closely related to the condensation time of tailed beast bomb and the output of chakra. Now that we have known the opponent's means in advance, it is not difficult to avoid this tailed beast bomb in advance. Danzo-sama, we have successfully evacuated. The speed of the ninja is very fast. After the order was passed down, in less than 3 minutes, the ninja team on the entire Siming Mountain had evacuated to the other peaks. Danzo nodded. With his speed, he didn't need to evacuate in advance like others. Send the order to prepare for the battle. Once the Siming Mountain suffers a huge blow, everyone will immediately attack Cloud Shinobi. DANZO issued another order. After the opponent sent out the tailed beast bomb, he would definitely gather people in a panic to attack. And what DANZO had to do was to attack first before the opponent issued the attack order and take the initiative. Yes. Ryoma nodded and flashed away again. At this time, everyone in the Cloud Shinobi team was staring at the wooden golem in front of the team, who was emitting a powerful aura. Covered by the crimson-tailed beast chakra, the wooden golem's eyes had also turned into scarlet beast pupils, and the whole person looked like a red wild cat, with the tail swinging unconsciously behind him. Half-tailed beast transformation. It looks more powerful than Killer Bee. I heard that as long as you can control the tailed beast, your strength is at least at the level of Jainin. Jinchuriki's pain is not as simple as you think. Other people around were talking about it, and they all looked at the wooden golem in a low voice with envy. They didn't know Jinchuriki's status in other villages, but in Cloud Shinobi Village, which is mainly based on strength, Jinchuriki was still loved by the villagers as long as he could control the power of the tailed beast. While they were talking, a small tailed beast bomb had condensed in front of the wooden golem. There were various colors mixed in the black. Although this tailed beast bomb was not big, it exuded a terrifying aura. That's enough. This is our land of lightning after all. Don't damage it too much. Seeing that the wooden golem was still gathering, Darui couldn't help but remind him. It's been a while. Not to mention the power, the time, and the noise should have been noticed by KONOHA. If we wait any longer, the opponents will run away. Have fun. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 040. Is this all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas are capable of? DANZO's figure quickly flashed towards the position of Cloud Shinobi, and behind him, there were many roots following closely. This war unfolded faster than he thought, and wooden golem was still exposed to everyone's sight, and Uchiha Fugaku would take action earlier. He needed to rush to the front to help as soon as possible. Hiss! A sharp roar came from wooden golem's mouth, and in front of her, the black-tailed beast bomb with a powerful aura quickly shot towards Siming Mountain. Boom! After the huge noise, Siming Mountain was like an iron tower stacked with playing cards, and it was easily collapsed by this powerful force. Tailed beast. Konoha Shinobi stared at the position of Siming Mountain with wide eyes. He had experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion and knew very well that the tailed beast bomb that just flew over was the tailed beast bomb that only the tailed beasts could use. Cloud Shinobi used the tailed beast. They are crazy. Don't they know that Jinchuriki can't distinguish between friend and foe? The fourth generation master is dead, who else in Konoha can resist the tailed beast? A tailed beast bomb, as DANZO expected, caused an uproar in the entire Konoha team. Many people began to slow down and their faces became stiff. DANZO continued to flash quickly towards Cloud Shinobi's position without changing his expression. This was indeed a poor consideration on his part. He didn't expect Cloud Shinobi to expose the existence of the tailed beast at the beginning, and directly bombarded Siming Mountain with a tailed beast bomb from a long distance, ignoring the captives from the same village on the mountain. This Darui is really ruthless. He looks lazy in the original work, but he is ruthless when he turns his face. Although he didn't see the other team, DANZO had already guessed that the leader of the other team was Darui, who was the Raikage guard and the future 5th Raikage. Darui is not only from the Night Moon clan, but also a person valued by the 4th Raikage. According to the information about Cloud Shinobi, no one is more qualified to command than him. DANZO-sama. Hidden in the dark, when the wooden golem revealed the identity of Jinchuriki, Fugaku, who had been accumulating strength and preparing to catch the two-tailed beast, was held down by DANZO. The others were also surprised that DANZO rushed to the front. The rest of you try your best to entangle the other Cloud Shinobi except Jinchuriki. Fugaku, Kakashi, and I will be responsible for sealing the tailed beast. I will take the lead later. I will find a way to lead Jinchuriki to this place. Fugaku will use Sharingan to control it as soon as possible, and Kakashi will seal it. Danzo spoke quickly, but his words were clearly heard by everyone. Understood. Everyone nodded, no one objected. Action. After making the plan clear, Danzo started planning directly. When he said these two words, Danzo felt as if he had returned to the modern era, hovering on the edge of life and death with his companions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Many figures jumped out from all directions and attacked the Cloud Shinobi team in the center. Enemy attack. The moment the Konoha Shinobi appeared, Darui's pupil shrank, and he shouted to pass the message to everyone in the team. He really didn't expect Konoha to move so quickly. It seemed that they not only expected them to use the tailed beasts, but also made arrangements in advance. However, what he didn't know was that except for the people who had ambushed before, most of them were root ninjas who had just followed Danzo all the way here. And Konoha's large army was still in the back, rushing towards this side quickly. Covered with dark blue chakra, Darui's restless heart suddenly burst out. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Like a swift cheetah, Darui shuttled through the battlefield, harvesting lives one by one. Samui, Wooden Golem, and other Jainin were also fighting. After discovering that there were no main forces among the enemy's arrival, the entire battlefield was split into several pieces. This was risking one's life to attract firepower, but after Danzo gave the order, no one hesitated. This was the route left by the original owner, a route that was only loyal to him. Pretending to be a confused Chunin, Danzo's young face was inconspicuous on this battlefield, and handsomeness would not make the enemy put down the butcher knife. Slowly rushing into the battle circle belonging to Wooden Golem, Danzo killed several Cloud Shinobi who were not afraid of death and approached him. As he got closer and closer, the violent chakra on Wooden Golem was clearly sensed by Danzo. Do it! Danzo's eyes flashed fiercely, and his speed increased to ultimate, and he rushed towards the Wooden Golem like a shadow. Nail! The sound of metal colliding, although Danzo's speed was very fast, the Wooden Golem, who had entered the tailed beast, had a significant increase in speed and strength, and was completely in time to react. His long sword was blocked by the sharp cat's claws. You dare to sneak attack! The Wooden Golem was killing like cutting vegetables, and suddenly a different figure attacked her. Without thinking, she directly used chakra to materialize the cat's claws and swung them. The long sword covered with wind attribute chakra slashed hard on the cat's claws, making a sound like metal knocking. The sword was blocked, and Danzo was calm. He didn't have the idea of killing with one blow. He swung several swords in succession, and almost every sword was blocked. Fortunately, the last sword directly cut off the Wooden Golem's cat's claws, and the whole body flew out. Jainin! Wooden Golem frowned. With the tailed beast coat protecting her, the knife was powerful, but the cat's claws didn't cause her much injury. The Konoha shinobi around were basically Genin or Chunin, and they were like a fearless death squad. I didn't expect that there was a Jainin in this death squad. Is he the captain of this team? She guessed in her heart. Is this all the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi are capable of? Before Wooden Golem could react, Danzo's figure flashed in front of her again, and while talking, he swung the long sword again. Ding! The long sword chopped again on the cat's claws that Wooden Golem had recondensed with chakra. Are the people of Cloud Shinobi only good at getting beaten? Danzo didn't continue this time. Instead, he smiled and approached Wooden Golem, saying mockingly, "Do all Konoha people talk so much nonsense?" The Wooden Golem looked calm, as if she was indifferent to Danzo's words. Unfortunately, her movements revealed that she was not indifferent in her heart. She gradually turned from defense to attack, and kept swinging her cat claws at Danzo. Ding ding ding! The metal knocking sound continued, and as Danzo relaxed a little, he was knocked out. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41 Seal the Two-Tail. Looking at DANZO flying backwards, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of Wooden Golem, and he spit out several light blue fireballs from his mouth. Rat Ball Jade. The blue flames in the air turned into a group of agile and flexible little mice, rushing towards DANZO irregularly. DANZO's figure flew backwards and flipped in the air, landing steadily, but he spit out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. Facing the fire mouse rushing straight at him, DANZO dragged his heavy body to dodge and fled into the bushes. Don't run! After finally catching a high-level Konoha shinobi, Wooden Golem would not let him escape like this. Light blue flames appeared on the surface of his body, and he quickly chased in the direction where DANZO left. Don't chase! And Darui, who had been in the center of the battle circle, looked anxious and wanted to chase out to stop Wooden Golem, but was stopped by others. Although he had been fighting, his mind was always paying attention to Wooden Golem. As the Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village, Wooden Golem can be said to be the most important treasure in the entire team, and no accidents can be allowed to happen to the tailed beast. But the more anxious Darui was, the more the other Konoha shinobi around him entangled him, using their lives to entangle his actions. Get out! Roaring and forcing several Konoha shinobi to retreat, Darui shouted to others, everyone withdraw from the battle circle and bring Wooden Golem back. He had a bad feeling in his heart, whether it was the Konoha shinobi around who were desperate or the Konoha Jainin who just left. Focusing on catching DANZO, a higher-level ninja, Wooden Golem didn't pay attention to other sounds, and even didn't hear Darui's stop. DANZO's face was calm, and he kept his speed and ran forward quietly. He could clearly feel that Wooden Golem's speed was increasing little by little, and it was slowly approaching him. 100 steps. 10 steps. 1 step. DANZO felt the increasingly clear breathing and footsteps behind him, and suddenly stopped, stepped back with endless killing intent in his eyes, turned over and slashed with a knife. This knife was wrapped with a strong wind attribute chakra, with the will to cut everything. It was the strongest blow in the sword technique left by the original owner. I'm waiting for you to turn back. Wooden Golem's face was happy, she had been waiting for this guy to turn back. The injured Jainin in front of him could only turn back and fight to the death. Wooden Golem, who had been prepared, jumped lightly, like a nimble cat to avoid the sharp slash, but before she could reach out to grab DANZO, an inexplicable will descended from the sky, directly making Wooden Golem's mind dazed for a moment, and when she felt the pain and came to her senses, the knife had already pierced into her body fiercely. The sharp wind attribute chakra stirred in her body, destroying her internal organs. DANZO calmly looked at the incredulous eyes of Wooden Golem. He knew that this was a genjutsu released by Fugaku in cooperation with him. Uchiha's Sharingan. Wooden Golem looked at Uchiha Fugaku not far behind DANZO in disbelief. In addition, DANZO's face instantly returned to rosy, and he was no longer as pale as he had been after being injured. He fell into a trap. Wooden Golem had only this thought in his mind. The rich-tailed beast chakra instantly surged. In her body, the two-tailed Matatabi continued to pour chakra into her body. Although the blade pierced her body, this minor injury was nothing to Jinchuriki. What Wooden Golem was worried about was that since DANZO had led her here, he must have a backup plan. She was going to transform into a complete tailed beast and return to Cloud Shinobi's team. The surging tailed beast chakra formed a substantial air pressure that spread around. In Wooden Golem's red beast eyes, she still had reason, but also madness and tyranny. It seems that Wooden Golem has not yet completely mastered the transformation of the tailed beast, and there are great flaws. Roar! The Wooden Golem, who was completely covered by chakra and could not see the human form, opened his bloody mouth and roared, and the sound resounded throughout the area. The pair of eyes with only madness stared directly at DANZO, who was holding the long sword tightly. DANZO frowned and urged, "Hurry up, the Cloud Shinobi people should be here." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge force fell from the sky and easily pressed Wooden Golem to the ground. Wrapped in the lavender giant, Fugaku, like wearing a layer of armor, walked over slowly and said a little embarrassedly, "This is the first time I use Suzanu's ability, and I'm still a little rusty." Suzanu, who was 5 meters tall and like a little giant, stood quietly on Fugaku's body and wrapped him up. As it was about the two-tail, Fugaku output his pupil power without money, and only used it for the first time, and extended Suzanu to the second stage. Roar! The wooden golem was almost losing its mind under the influence of the tailed beast chakra, roaring like a wild beast, struggling under Suzanu's control. Behind her, the two tails kept waving, making it extremely difficult for Fugaku to control. "Is this the Mangeki of the Uchiha clan?" Kakashi muttered to himself as he looked at the little giant, not knowing whether his Sharingan could grow. Kakashi. Danzo glanced at Kakashi, who was still stunned by Fugaku. Suzanu frowned and roared, "It's time to sigh. Hurry up and cooperate with me to seal the tailed beast." As he said that, Danzo made a seal in his hand. At this time, he didn't care about exposing the slow speed of the seal, and struggled to put the memory in his mind in his hands. With the flow of chakra, Danzo pressed a palm on the top of the wooden golem's head. The black curse seal spread around with Danzo pressing it, and gradually spread to the whole body of the wooden golem. The violent movements of wooden golem were frozen in an instant, and the tailed beast chakra covering her body began to retract to her abdomen at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all the chakras were retracted, Kakashi pressed the seal on wooden golem's abdomen, completely sealing the two-tailed Matatabi in wooden golem's body. The limp wooden golem fell into a coma. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 042, Forbidden Technique of Cloud Shinobi Village. Unless a ninja who specializes in Grandmaster sealing techniques unleashes the seals, the two seals will not allow wooden golem to borrow any chakra from the tailed beasts, and even its own chakra will disappear. Fugaku, lift her up, let's fight back against Cloud Shinobi. Danzo's eyes flashed with coldness. So many of his men died just to seal the two tails safely. The goal has been achieved, and it's time to fight back. As soon as the voice fell, a deafening roar resounded through the sky. A black lightning bolt fell from the sky and hit the place where Cloud Shinobi and Konoha fought. And followed closely by various roars, encouragements, and earth-shaking. "It seems that our people have arrived too. With such a big commotion, it should be the large force evacuated from Siming Mountain that has arrived here." Danzo pulled the long sword out of the wooden golem, flicked it lightly and splashed the blood on the ground, and said to the two, "I will go to command first, you guys hurry up and catch up." After that, his figure turned into a black shadow and flashed quickly between the branches, rushing towards the battlefield. Where did Lord Danzo go? Did Lord Danzo leave the main force again? On the battlefield between Cloud Shinobi and Konoha, Konoha's ninjas were obviously not as imposing as Cloud Shinobi because of the appearance of the two-tailed and the absence of Danzo. But they won in numbers. With the continuous flow of Konoha Shinobi coming from all directions, Konoha's numbers were obviously the majority on the entire battlefield. Darui's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. He had been entangled for a long time, and he didn't know what the wooden golem was like now. This can't go on. Darui clenched his fists and began to form seals. Black electric sparks flashed all over his body, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. It seemed that lightning began to accumulate because of Darui's attraction. The Konoha shinobi around him also noticed the difference in him and prepared to retreat, but it was too late. "Get out of my way!" With Darui's roar, a thunder roared, and black lightning the size of a bowl fell from the sky, hitting the Konoha shinobi entangled around him. In just a moment, only charred corpses were left on the ground. The entire battlefield was silent for a moment, and everyone stared at Darui, who was gasping for breath in the center of the battlefield. The ninjutsu that can cause weather changes is definitely the forbidden technique of Cloud Shinobi Village. This move of attracting lightning and strengthening the power of one's own ninjutsu is a secret technique of the Night Moon clan. However, since the Night Moon clan has served as raikage for generations, this forbidden technique of attracting lightning has been listed as a forbidden technique of Cloud Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi, follow me to attack. Samui immediately cooperated with Darui, mobilizing the fighting spirit of all Cloud Shinobi, roaring with a long sword, swinging it flexibly on the battlefield, harvesting lives. With the roars one after another, the Cloud Shinobi were like chicken blood, and they wanted to rush to the front of the team fearlessly. On the other hand, Konoha's momentum was low. Danzo was not there, and Uchiha Fugaku was not there either. Now only Aberame Ryoma was in control of the situation. But as a root ninja, he has always been acting in the dark. If he performs assassinations, delivers messages, espionage, and other things, he is definitely a top-notch player. But now he has taken off the mask and lives in the sunshine. He doesn't know how to boost morale in public. Cloud Shinobi bastards! Remember my name. My name is Mito Kato Hiro. But at this moment, an urgent voice sounded, Konoha Jainin Mito Kato Hiro. The head of the Mito clan and Mito Kato Homura's nephew. Although he had performed extremely poorly in the Konoha camp before, at this time, Mito Kato Hiro still stepped forward and led his team to rush towards Cloud Shinobi. With someone taking the lead, the heads of other families responded one after another, and the stagnant atmosphere in Konoha was also improved. Ryoma looked at Mito Kato Hiro with gratitude. Although he had been a little disdainful of the people brought by Mito Kato Homura before, he has changed a lot now. Leading the remaining routes to rush towards Cloud Shinobi, Ryoma was originally determined to delay time for Danzo, but the current situation is no longer a matter of delaying time. If they don't attack and start a war, the morale of Konoha will fall to the bottom. The two teams rushed to fight, and every slackness in the battle between the ninjas could cause death. Panting heavily, Darui watched the two teams collide and fight quietly. In this chaotic situation, large-scale ninjutsu can no longer be used. What is being tested now is the ninja's physical skills and combat experience. Although the ninjutsu just now was very powerful and imposing, it also consumed a huge amount of chakra, but now is not the time to rest. Glancing at Samui fighting on the battlefield, she happened to meet her eyes. Their eyes met, Samui understood and led her small team to slowly move towards Darui's position. Go find the wooden golem quickly. She just chased a Konoha Jainin away and hasn't come back yet. I feel something is wrong. Darui said quickly. Yes. Samui answered without hesitation, and wanted to withdraw from the battle circle with the team. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several sharp gusts of wind flew out of the woods, and in the blink of an eye, several Cloud Shinobi who had no time to dodge were killed. Danzo jumped out of the woods, and countless Cloud Shinobi died in his hands in a few jumps. It's Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo is back. Danzo's figure was noticed by all the people in Konoha at the first time, and they cheered. And the somewhat rigid morale finally gradually rose. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43 Let him know the dangers of society. Mito looked at Danzo with a complicated expression. He was relieved, but also a little unwilling. Danzo's figure galloped on the battlefield. Most ninjas couldn't even hurt him with ordinary ninja tools in their hands. His body was as hard as copper. Danzo. Darui stopped Samui who was about to rush out. He stared at the young figure with wide eyes. This was obviously the Konoha Jainin who was chased out by the wooden golem just now. What happened? No need to look for the wooden golem. Gather our people as soon as possible. If I can't catch Danzo, you retreat. Darui quickly ordered Samui. Without thinking, Darui jumped up directly, suppressed the bad premonition in his heart and rushed towards Danzo. Although most people have noticed Danzo's appearance on the battlefield, not many people are by his side. Now DANZO is surrounded by their cloud shinobi people. No matter where the wooden golem goes, the key is to capture DANZO as soon as possible. Because of the mist shinobi problem, their numbers were not advantageous. If it weren't for the wooden golem, Darui would have wanted to give up this support. Jinkriki was the focus on the battlefield, but he never expected that the wooden golem with cage-level strength would be so inexperienced and easily tricked out of the battle circle by the enemy. His eyes full of murderous intent stared at DANZO, and the arcs of electricity that kept flashing on Darui's body showed his determination. Facing the galloping Darui, DANZO had a blank expression. People kept rushing towards him from all around, but it was a pity that Guy was not there, otherwise, this Darui would have been intercepted by him now. However, DANZO, who had recovered most of his strength, was not afraid of this Darui. He swung his long sword fiercely, and the swollen wind attribute chakra in his body materialized on the long sword, making a sharp buzzing sound. Ding! The two swords collided, and DANZO's wind attribute chakra suppressed the arcs on Darui's long sword. The lethality and electric shock effect brought by the lightning attribute chakra were not well displayed because of DANZO's suppression. Ultimate wind attribute change. Darui's pupils contracted. He didn't expect DANZO to have such a deep mastery of the wind attribute. He knew that DANZO's main chakra attribute was wind, and the wind attribute restrained the lightning attribute, but since Darui dared to attack DANZO, he naturally had his grasp. With the use of secret techniques, Darui can temporarily improve the ability of his own attributes. Chakra attributes are mutually reinforcing and restraining. Even if water restrains fire, as long as the mastery of the fire attribute is exquisite enough, it can also evaporate water in turn. But he didn't expect DANZO to master the wind attribute to ultimate. This is almost impossible. The life of a ninja is limited. In the case of limited time, most ninjas will choose to develop multiple attributes, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has 5 attributes of Grandmaster. You react quickly. You know that the situation is over and you want to capture me and threaten the entire team. DANZO looked at him calmly, shaking his palm intentionally or unintentionally. The blow made his palm numb. The strength of the Yayu people is really great. Even though he has now increased his strength to 8. His strength is still a little weaker than Darui's in this situation. Stop talking nonsense, where is the wooden golem? Darui said with his eyes wide open, and continued to slash at DANZO. One blow after another, DANZO silently raised his sword to block Darui's attack. DANZO's speed was also 8, but it was only equal to Darui's. However, he was not in a hurry. While blocking Darui's attack, he said slowly, "Two-tailed Jinkriki, you Cloud Shinobi village are quite willing to give up such an important weapon." It was a sure win. He only needed to resist the opponent's attack and wait for the support of the surrounding Konoha shinobi. "Old man, you'd better hand over the wooden golem, or I will kill you here today," Darui said viciously with his eyes blazing. Who doesn't know how to make such a fierce remark? DANZO muttered in his heart and said to him in a gloomy tone, "Young people should know how to see themselves clearly. You know your level in your heart, so don't say such exaggerated words to motivate yourself." This sentence, coupled with DANZO's half-smiley face, made Darui feel annoyed. The anger in his heart was rising. There is still a long time before the plot begins. Darui only has the strength and qualifications to command a team, but he is not mature enough to be calm. Unlike the lazy Darui in the original book, who is calm and composed, Darui is now young and energetic. He is like a firecracker when DANZO hits him. Die! With a roar, the blue arcs around Darui turned black, and the muscles in his upper body bulged and burst his clothes. His bronze skin was a little dazzling under the reflection of the sun. Is this because he can't beat the clothes? DANZO smacked his lips. He didn't expect that the things that often happen to the protagonist in the animation would appear in front of him. Unfortunately, Darui is not the protagonist, and DANZO is not the villain. Without thinking, while this guy seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation, DANZO swung a knife directly to let him know the dangers of society. But he didn't expect that the knife would directly penetrate Darui's body. Shadow. DANZO's pupils contracted, and he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He turned over and dodged. Where he was standing, Darui was sneering and retracting his palm. His palms stood upright side by side, and his forefingers flashed coldly like weapons, and scarlet blood dripped from his fingertips. His whole body was covered with black lightning, and his hair was tied up. If it weren't for the black light flashing on his body, DANZO would probably think that the Night Moon clan actually had Scion blood. DANZO frowned and looked at the 4 bloody marks on his arm. If he hadn't dodged quickly, the attack just now would have crippled his arm. I didn't expect that you inherited the black lightning of the 3rd Reikage, and even learned his 4-handed skills. DANZO admired sincerely and tried to delay time. Darui's speed after the explosion has begun to surpass him. If you hand over the wooden golem now, I can consider letting you go. Darui said with a sneer. DANZO thought about it, but didn't answer his question. Instead, he said, actually, I still admire your 3rd Reikage for resisting Iwagakure's 10,000 people alone. Every battle record of the 3rd Reikage in his lifetime is the glory of our cloud shinobi. Darui said without thinking. However, after he finished speaking, several swift figures rushed towards him from all directions. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 044 Everything is done. Are you stalling for time? DANZO looked at Darui, who was roaring and improving in speed and strength, and blocked his attack with a little effort. I heard that the 3rd Reikage has been able to practice the 4 fingers of the 4-handed Guanju to 1, and you cloud shinobi call it the strongest spear. DANZO asked while dodging Darui's sudden attack. Darui was stunned and said proudly, you don't need to tell me about the talent of Reikage. Darui's movements slowed down, and DANZO did not take the opportunity to attack. He continued to ask, the 3rd Reikage is really powerful, even your current 4th generation can't compare to him. Your 4th Reikage speed is so fast that even Minato can't keep up. That's because our Reikage was careless for a while, otherwise the speed is definitely not something that your 4th Hokage can keep up with. Darui's eyes glared, his figure flashed, and his movements became more fierce. DANZO took a deep breath, dodged his attack in advance with his extraordinary spiritual perception, and asked, do you think your 4th Reikage is stronger than the 3rd Reikage? Darui's movements began to slow down again because of DANZO's words. It is absolutely a taboo to be distracted by thinking during a battle. The 4th Reikage and the 3rd Reikage are both powerful, and neither of them can be compared with the Hokage of Konoha. But DANZO's words were intended to affect his mind, and how could Darui not see it? He planned to take advantage of the situation and also slander their Hokage to make DANZO angry. Although DANZO's speed was a little slower than his now, because he was the target of the attack, he could always avoid his attack with a backhand. This made him a little anxious. The two of them had their own thoughts in their minds, and they just said one thing after another, launching attacks while dodging. I don't know why you keep scolding our Hokage, but I don't really care. Finally, after sensing the arrival of friendly forces, DANZO smiled and said, I don't really think much of our Hokage. They are all very old-fashioned and don't have the heart to do big things. Tell me, if Senju Hashirama had not signed a peace agreement and directly led troops with Uchiha Madara to fight against 4 countries, would our current ninja world be unified? As soon as the words came out, Darui was completely confused this time. In the Sengoku period, there were many tribes, and after entering the village era, the position of Kage has replaced the position of the tribe leader and become the highest level. The Kage of each village can only be appointed with the recognition of all tribes in the village. DANZO and the 3rd Hokage have always had differences, and he is very clear about this. But DANZO did not hesitate to scold all the Hokage in his village directly, which Darui did not understand. At the moment when Darui was stunned, Danzo's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the long sword that had been ready for use was swung out in an instant, slashing towards Darui's neck. Ding! This knife was steadily blocked by Darui, and he said with a sneer on his face, "You are indeed better at talking. A few words shook my mind, but unfortunately, your strength and speed cannot take advantage of this opportunity to kill me." He was full of arrogance and pride. Although he said so, it was actually because he guessed Danzo's intention. So every time Danzo spoke, he was on guard. Faced with his arrogance, Danzo smiled and shook his head, saying, "Young people nowadays are still too simple. Why do you think you guessed my thoughts? It was you who guessed it, not me who asked you to guess it." It was like a tongue twister. Darui was a little confused by Danzo's words, but then, the figures that suddenly attacked from all directions made him widen his eyes and roar, "Despicable!" At some point, the Cloud Shinobi ninjas who had been helping him around had turned into corpses. Instead, more and more people from Konoha rushed here. Danzo's words were just to delay his actions and lead him to think about another level. Darui thought of this point first. In fact, it's not just to delay time. As soon as the voice fell, a long sword pierced Darui's body directly from behind. Darui's eyes widened, and he turned his head with difficulty to look at Danzo who appeared behind him at some point, and then looked at Danzo who was mocking him in front of him. "Clone! Don't you realize that every move you make is actually following my steps?" Danzo's voice sounded softly behind him. Delaying time and waiting for support is one thing, but Danzo will not put all his hopes on friendly forces. Relying on himself is the foundation of his existence. The simple and most basic clone technique and transformation technique can often play the greatest effect in the most incredible situations. This tactic was used when Naruto and his good friend faced Zabuza. Danzo created an opportunity for himself after he remembered it. Darui was still planning to resist, but Danzo, who had been in front of him, had already slapped him on the body. The black tadpole-like curse spread on Darui's body, and as the curse spread, his chakra was completely sealed. "It's over." The darkness spread in front of his eyes, and this was the only thought in Darui's mind before he fainted. "Danzo-sama." Uchiha Shisui instantly appeared beside Danzo and knelt on one knee respectfully. "I am late, please punish me." After learning from Fugaku about Danzo's help to Uchiha, Shisui became even more loyal to Danzo. "It's okay, is everything done?" Danzo was quite satisfied after killing Darui alone, and asked Shisui gently. "It's all done." Shisui replied, and looked at Might Guy galloping on the battlefield and said, "I didn't expect that there would be such a strong physical player in the village." Because the raid on Cloud Shinobi village caused the original plan to change, Danzo called Guy to the border to pass on the message to Shisui. 8 inner gates rushed to catch up with Shisui's speed directly in terms of physical speed, and was able to pass on the message in a short time. Only Might Guy in this team could do it. Since the battle plan has been successful, Danzo gently patted Darui's shoulder. Darui, who had fainted, woke up in a daze. The imagined dungeon did not appear. The familiar battlefield was still in front of him, and Wooden Golem was lying powerlessly beside him. At this time, Wooden Golem was no longer arrogant and high-spirited as before, and seemed a little helpless and timid. What she was afraid of was not the surrounding Konoha, but Darui's eyes. Wooden Golem knew very well that because of her momentary carelessness, this front line had collapsed completely. The two-tailed Jinkriki Wooden Golem has been captured. Your commander-in-chief has also been captured. Put down your weapons, seal your chakra and surrender, we will never hurt you. We don't want conflicts and wars. As long as you surrender and the war is over, we will put you back to Cloud Shinobi village. According to the slogan prepared by Danzo early in the morning, after Wooden Golem and Darui surrendered, the ninjas headed by the root preached this sentence on the battlefield. On the one hand, in order to make Cloud Shinobi lose the will to resist and reduce casualties. On the other hand, it is also to control the population. Although they did not take action, many Konoha shinobi did not want to miss this opportunity to earn military merit. Mito led many families to gallop on the battlefield. Because the main forces were captured, the Cloud Shinobi team was in low spirits, while his side was in full swing. Perhaps because he was the first to stand out at the beginning, many small families, even medium-sized families, were vaguely moving towards him. As time went on, the team gathered around him became larger and larger. The main force of Cloud Shinobi had been taken away by Samui as early as the moment Darui was captured. Most of those who remained on the battlefield were civilian children, or ninjas with low strength and not optimistic about them. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45 Your Uncle Danzo Wins the Battle. Mito Kadohiro. Lord Danzo has ordered that if the Cloud Shinobi surrender, they can no longer be killed. Seeing Mito Kadohiro ignoring the Cloud Shinobi ninja's pleas for mercy and leading the team to swing the butcher knife, Ryoma came to his side and warned. Mito Kadohiro's face changed. But surrounded by the huge team behind him, he said firmly, "This is a war. It's not a joke. Maybe one day the Cloud Shinobi ninja you let go here will attack your descendants." That makes sense. As soon as Mito Kadohiro finished speaking, he heard Danzo's familiar voice. The entire battlefield was separated by a path, and Shisui followed behind Danzo. The two walked towards them directly from the other side of the battlefield as if they were walking in the back garden. Shisui carried wooden golem and Darui in each hand. And the two of them could only lower their heads and close their eyes in humiliation. Weak and without chakra, facing the eyes of the Cloud Shinobi ninjas around them, they are now living a life worse than death. Danzo-sama. Ryoma greeted respectfully, and also stepped back and followed Danzo. Mito Kadohiro, who was originally very tough and as proud as a rooster, hung his head. Danzo cast a heavy shadow on him. His uncle was in a high position, but when he came to the battlefield, Danzo directly knocked his uncle down with one punch. Even the Hokage-sama stepped forward. There was no room for discussion, so he could only return to the village honestly. Haki, strong. Mito Kadohiro was envious and afraid. You said it well, maybe these people will swing their swords at Konoha again in the future. Danzo glanced at the Cloud Shinobi who had given up resistance and surrendered. Mito Kadohiro's face was happy, and he asked, "What do you mean?" The Cloud Shinobi who gave up resistance lowered their heads one by one, pricked up their ears and listened quietly to Danzo's words. But many people have already secretly accumulated strength. Catch them and tie them up. Danzo glanced at Mito and said lightly. The joy on Mito's face froze. The Cloud Shinobi's movements of accumulating power also stopped. Why? He didn't understand what Danzo meant. Didn't you agree with me just now? I do agree with you. Danzo glanced at the team behind Mito coldly, without lowering his voice, and said loudly, "But this is a battlefield, and I am the commander-in-chief. There is no need to explain every decision I make to you or others. You just need to execute it. Do you understand?" Staring at Mito, Danzo asked word by word. "I understand." Mito nodded with a grim expression. "Very good." Danzo nodded with satisfaction. The entire battlefield was coming to an end. The two main forces were captured, and the entire Cloud Shinobi team seemed to have lost their minds and began to fall apart. Most of the Cloud Shinobi have already evacuated. They were very fast and we couldn't catch up. Fugaku and Guy said somewhat dejectedly. After arriving at the battlefield and confirming Danzo's safety, the two of them immediately led the team to counterattack the Cloud Shinobi. Unfortunately, most of the Cloud Shinobi only wanted to evacuate and didn't bother with them at all. It's enough to have the two of them. These soldiers are just a few bargaining chips. They won't get in the way. Danzo smiled and comforted. When the Cloud Shinobi heard DANZO call them bargaining chips, their faces turned red, but no one wanted to stand up and resist. At the moment of surrender, their backs were already bent. Unless someone leads them to rebel again, DANZO really doesn't think highly of these people. Darui struggled hard to commit suicide, but he didn't have any strength. He didn't want to be a burden to the Raikage and Cloud Shinobi village. Ryoma, take a few people to the Land of Lightning to gather intelligence, and send a letter to the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, telling him that if he wants to negotiate, he should come to the border in person. DANZO handed the scroll that had been prepared to Ryoma. Yes. Ryoma nodded and pointed to a few people from the route in the crowd to leave. Send the news back to Konoha as soon as possible. Will the news be blocked by Sarutobi this time? DANZO asked Shisui while walking towards the temporary camp. Please rest assured, the newspaper has been promoted throughout the Land of Fire according to your instructions. Regarding the battlefield, even some meritorious deeds, it is no longer limited to word of mouth. There will be special personnel to write the war reports here. Every contribution you have made for Konoha will be presented to every citizen of the Land of Fire. Shisui cried. DANZO nodded with satisfaction. Darui and Wooden Golem on the side were a little at a loss. Do people in Konoha like to do this to spread their names? Because Shisui's speed is very fast, before leaving the village, DANZO specially arranged Shisui to be responsible for collecting newspapers in the entire Land of Fire. Although newspapers exist in the ninja world, most newspapers only dare to report some things between civilians, such as what happened to which household, where there is a fire, etc. Because people in the ninja world pay more attention to power, and no one pays attention to things like newspapers. As a modern person, DANZO knows the importance of speech and news to a world. Control the transmission of information and speech. As long as there is a certain amount of time, everyone in the ninja world will begin to pay attention to the importance of newspapers. DANZO will become a star in everyone's eyes. Lock them both in a room. DANZO motioned Shisui to take them away, and then said to Darui, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. When your Raikage pays enough, I will let you two go back." Darui stared at DANZO, his eyes full of humiliation and anger, but he could do nothing. A few days passed. A newspaper called Konoha Morning News was circulated throughout the Land of Fire. Everyone knew that under the leadership of Shimura Danz, Konoha won a great victory in this war with Cloud Shinobi. Not only did they defeat the Cloud Shinobi team, but they also captured important figures in Cloud Shinobi village. "Shikamaru, what are you looking at?" Early in the morning, Naruto yawned and came to the ninja school. A few days ago, with the help of Grandpa Hokage, Naruto successfully entered the ninja school and was assigned to the same class with his three good friends. Naruto entered the ninja school earlier than in the original work, mainly because of the war. During the war, the age of new students admitted to the ninja school and the age of graduates will be lowered. For example, graduates in peacetime are generally 12 years old, but the graduation age in wartime is 10 years old, or even lower. Here. Shikamaru pushed the newspaper to Naruto. "Your uncle DANZO won the battle and should return to the village soon." Shikamaru felt a little awkward about this address at first, but over time he got used to it with Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened, and when he heard the news about Uncle DANZO, he quickly picked up the newspaper from the table. The first thing that came into view was the 4 big red characters of "Great Victory" on the front line, followed by a description of how DANZO defeated Cloud Shinobi, and a brief introduction to Shimura Danz. So Uncle DANZO and Grandpa Hokage are from the same era. Naruto stared at the introduction about DANZO with wide eyes. Because of DANZO's young face, he had always thought that DANZO was his father's friend, but he didn't expect the relationship to be more complicated. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46, Youthful Passion in the 20s. You just found out? idiot." Ino laughed at him. The only person who could make Naruto, who was like a little adult, show such an expression was Uncle Danzo. "But he looks very young." Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. "Danzo-sama is from the same generation as Hokage-sama. It seems that he was blessed by the second generation and recovered from his old age overnight. This matter has been spread in the village for a long time. You didn't know it." Inyazuka Kaiba also sat over and interrupted. Unknowingly, a group of children from various families had gathered around Naruto. Inyazuka, Abarame, Nara, Akamichi, Yamanaka. They did not reject Naruto's identity like others, but unconsciously approached him in Naruto's warm smile. "Hat. Because I haven't been recognized by everyone yet, no one told me this kind of news," Naruto said carelessly, but the words he said were speechless. "When Uncle Danzo comes back, I will ask him how to address him. I can't call him Grandpa Hokage and Uncle at the same time," Naruto thought to himself. At this time, in the Hokage's office, Midokado Homura slammed the table and shouted with full energy, "Hiruzen, I went to the front line to replace that guy as you asked, but that old guy not only injured me with one punch, but also embarrassed me in public. How can I be the Hokage consultant in the future?" Yuditen Koharu frowned and asked in agreement, "Is it so excessive?" Before Midokado Homura came back, Anbu had already sent back a detailed record of the whole process, and they knew it early. To be honest, it was a bit wrong for Midokado Homura to shake the morale of the army in order to gain power. But Danzo can't do it directly. So many years of friendship. If he doesn't write back this apology letter, I won't be a consultant anymore," Midokado Homura said angrily to Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and his attention was not on the fact that Midokado Homura was beaten. "So, his strength has really recovered?" Sarutobi asked, staring at Midokado Homura, his eyes full of solemnity, and the majestic momentum from him pressed towards Midokado Homura. He had actually tested Danzo's strength at the beginning, and it was definitely not fake. Midokado Homura wanted to mention his embarrassing things, and wanted Sarutobi to urge Danzo to write an apology letter, so that he could have a way out. As soon as he opened his mouth to talk about this, he met Sarutobi's bloodshot eyes. Swallowing his saliva, Midokado Homura temporarily suppressed the words on his lips and said, "Recovered, recovered. Both the speed and strength are about the same as when he was young, and even faster in terms of speed. His strength has definitely recovered to the peak state." Bang! The third generation slapped the table with uncontrollable anger. As expected. He knew that this old guy would not give up so easily. It's ridiculous that he actually sympathized with that guy. "Mobilize the people of the clan, I will go to the battlefield to replace Danzo," the third generation said to the air on the side, and a black shadow wearing an Anbu mask suddenly appeared. No one doubted his identity. This Anbu was undoubtedly a member of the Sarutobi clan. "Hokage-sama, this is a newspaper that suddenly appeared in the village today." The suddenly appearing Anbu ninja did not leave as ordered, but handed over a newspaper. Sarutobi took the newspaper in confusion. And just one glance, his blood vessels almost burst. "Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said these two words. At this moment, his mood was like a volcano about to erupt. As long as he saw the source, he would explode directly. How much they believed in Danzo and how much they pitied him, the third generation is now ashamed. He was led into the room with just a few words. At that time, he thought that Danzo's understanding of the will of fire was deeper than his own, and he was ashamed of how much he had gained from this position. "Find out the source of this newspaper and block all newspapers related to this newspaper." Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold voice sounded. "It can't be concealed anymore. This newspaper is not only sold in Konoha, but in the entire land of fire." Anbu Ninja said, "We can't trace the newspaper that published this newspaper. Danzo is determined to shake his foundation and want to seize his position, He is so old, why can't he be an honest consultant like Koharu and Homura? The third generation already has murderous intentions in their hearts. Although DANZO is an old friend who has worked with him for many years, he is now really planning to compete with him for the position head-on. The owner behind this newspaper and who is helping them conceal it, this is something that the third generation can figure out with their toes. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't imagine how high DANZO's reputation would be in Konoha and the Land of Fire after this newspaper was circulated. An article titled "The Loveliest Person" exploded throughout Konoha as the newspaper was published. DANZO himself couldn't believe how high the publicity would raise DANZO's reputation. The reminder of the touching value +1 kept coming out in his mind. The touching value on the information panel kept increasing. Main attribute panel. Name, Shimura DANZ. Age, 20 years old. Touching value, 2103. DANZO stared at the panel in the void seriously. A full 2000 touching value, and it was even slowly increasing. Of course, the number of people in the Land of Fire was far more than these 2000 points, but the more than 2000 people who contributed touching value to him were probably simple-minded, trusting of others, or were really moved by the stories on the front line. This war is just an opportunity. As long as he can spread his reputation through this war, and DANZO can bring up some of his previous deeds again, he can continue to gain moving points. He no longer needs to worry about not having moving points to improve his strength. He can even go back to Konoha and earn points every day by controlling speech. However, after experiencing a long war, DANZO's mentality has changed, and this ordinary idea has gradually faded in his mind. After all, he still can't do without the excitement brought by this life and death. DANZO clenched his fists, his pupils full of excitement. He can't wait to see how powerful he can be when he raises all attributes to 10. Unlike learning to use various firearms and high technology in his previous life, the strength of this life is truly displayed in the body, whether it is strength or speed, or those ever-changing ninjutsu. Even the battles with those people, every experience makes DANZO feel a new sense of excitement. This feeling makes DANZO return to the past again, when he was young and passionate in his 20s. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47. He is DANZO? So young. Next, it's time to consider how to add points. First, DANZO maxed out Nin, Shin, and Seal, consuming 1152 points of touch. 8 to 9 requires 128 points of touch, 9 to 10 requires 256 points of touch. These three attributes are the basis for the ninja to release powerful ninjutsu. Next, DANZO did not go to the attributes related to physical skills, but maxed out Wen and Speed, consuming 768 points of touch. DANZO felt that a smart mind and agility should take precedence over brute force. In this way, there are 183 points of touch left. Seeing that Phantom was only a pitiful 3, DANZO upgraded it to 8 in one go, consuming 124 points of touch. Now let's look at DANZO's 8 attributes. Ninja, 10. Tertiary, 8. Illusion, 8. Wise, 10. Strength, 8. Speed, 10. Energy, 10. Seal, 10. Total, 74. I feel it, my body is full of strength. DANZO clenched his fists, feeling very excited. This is not a simple numerical improvement, but a real improvement in strength. While DANZO was feeling the change in his strength brought about by this war, the defeated Cloud Shinobi village was in chaos, filled with the roar of the fourth Reikage. How could we lose? How did that kid Darui command? The fourth Reikage shouted angrily at the secretary. Mabi calmly adjusted his glasses and said, Darui has been captured by Konoha, and there is also Yu Wooden Golem. Now the only one who is qualified to command on the border is Samui. Bang! The furious Raikage not only smashed the desk with one punch, but also shook the entire Raikage building violently. Brother! Killer B, who was staggering and wearing strange clothes, kicked the door of the office open. I heard that you wooden golem embarrassed you. Bye. Don't talk to me in that weird tone now. AI roared. Brother, you should learn to control your temper. Killer B, who spoke a little arrogantly and kept shaking his body, seemed to have an inexplicable melody that brought people in. AI punched Killer B without hesitation. This is the iron fist of love. Pop. 4 octopus tails suddenly appeared behind Killer B, steadily catching AI's punch, and did not move at all. Brother, you seem really angry. Killer B caught Raikage's punch steadily, and said with an inexplicable rhythm. His expression looked relaxed, and he had no emotions at all because of the defeat. More than a decade ago, he had just become a Jinkriki and had seen everything. Even though he was rejected by the villagers, he still relied on his music to get to where he is now and was respected by the villagers. It also changed the status of Yu Wooden Golem, who was also a Jinkriki. But to be honest, he felt that Yu Wooden Golem was a little too young and didn't know how high the sky was. He was not surprised that Yu Wooden Golem was captured during this battle. Don't say sarcastic words, you guy. AI's anger was suppressed a little because of the venting of this punch, and he cursed. Shimura Danz has sent a letter to the daimyo, telling the daimyo that if he wants to negotiate, he should go to the border to negotiate with him in person. Mabi saw AI's temper calm down and continued, if the negotiation results are satisfactory, he can decide to return Darui, Yu Wooden Golem, and other Cloud Shinobi people. The Raikage's expression was stunned, and then it looked a little ugly. If the other party proposed a daimyo for negotiation, then he would have to face the old man. Is this what you said you would win? As soon as they met, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning mocked the 4th Raikage AI without hesitation. This time, the Raikage will escort him personally for the peace talks. I underestimated that old guy DANZO. AI muttered. Disobeying the daimyo's instructions, taking his supplies and losing the battle, no matter how angry the Raikage was, he was embarrassed to get angry in front of him. You are more arrogant than your father. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning stroked his graying beard. Your father made many decisions after consulting with me. You are still too impatient. The daimyo is now over 70 years old. When he was young, he had known the 3rd Raikage and worked together for many years. I was reckless. As an old senior of the same era as his father, AI could only blame himself repeatedly. I don't blame you. The daimyo looked at the Raikage kindly. When people get old, they will be kind to everyone unconsciously. You are the Raikage now, so you have to consider things. Your father made many decisions without considering the consequences, but I was young before and could help him more. But now I am old, and no one listens to my decisions on many things. The kid in my family is not as easy to get along with as me. If you want to get material help from him, you will have to work harder. The daimyo said one sentence after another. Out of respect for the elders and the guilt of losing the battle, the Raikage could only serve him in a good tone and listen to his nagging. We are here. The guard came to the two of them and said respectfully. The elderly daimyo of the Land of Thunder got out of the car tremblingly with the help of the Raikage. The dazzling sunlight shone on his pupils, making him squint unconsciously. After his pupils adapted to the light, the daimyo stared forward with turbid eyes. A young figure stood quietly in front of them, with short hair and a childish look. The reason why he looked childish was mainly because his skin was too white, which was a bit pale compared to the bronze skin of the people in the Land of Lightning who were always under the sun. The other person was only one person, wearing ninja protective gear, with a long sword tied behind his back, and his back straight. When the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was looking at DANZO, DANZO was also looking at him. Or rather, the Raikage next to him. DANZO didn't care what the daimyo was like. Maybe they had a transcendent status, but the weak were weak and could not be taken seriously by DANZO. What DANZO cared about was the fourth Reikage who was glaring at him next to him. The strong body brought by the Night Moon clan was fully reflected on AI's body, and each muscle was like stone, and the hardness could be felt with the naked eye. On the bronze skin, all four limbs were wearing special metal armbands. DANZO. Just like Todai, AI recognized DANZO's identity at first sight, and clenched his teeth to say these two words, as if he wanted to swallow him into his stomach and bite him to pieces. He is DANZO? So young. The daimyo's eyes, which were already wide open, widened a few points, and his eyeballs almost fell out of his pupils. He looked at DANZO in surprise. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 048 Reikage, don't worry. He had heard of DANZO's identity and name many times when he was young. This is a person of the same era as him and the third Reikage. But why? Like Mitokado Homura and Yudatan Koharu, the comfortable life of the nobles made them not care about DANZO's strength, they cared about his youth. DANZO smiled brightly and said, to make a long story short, let your people stop, and you two go this way. I am also the only one coming here. The others are waiting 100 meters away. If you really want to negotiate, you'd better be honest. Impossible. You have been very insidious since the beginning. I don't believe you. Reikage refused directly. If he was asked to go forward alone to negotiate with DANZO face to face, he would definitely agree. But he was a little unsure about bringing the burden of the Lightning Country daimyo. DANZO's young figure and attitude made Reikage feel strange and wary. You have no choice. I am now negotiating with the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, not you, the fourth Reikage. DANZO's smile faded, although the peace talks should have a gentle atmosphere. But he was the victor after all, so he naturally had to show a strong attitude to get better resources. You. AI's eyes widened with anger, and he wanted to curse, but was stopped by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Since you are determined to negotiate, you will naturally not attack us. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning looked very confident, and slowly approached DANZO. Everyone disperse and be alert. AI had no choice but to order the guards around him, followed by the daimyo, and looked at DANZO and the surroundings vigilantly. As they got closer, DANZO's face became clearer in their eyes. What resources do you want our country to pay in order to stop this war and return the prisoners to our country? The daimyo was like most people in the Land of Lightning, straight to the point, without any nonsense. The daimyo was so straightforward, so DANZO naturally didn't delay. He took out the list of materials requested by the Fire Country daimyo and handed it to the Lightning Country daimyo and said, as long as the daimyo can provide enough materials to our country, we will return Darui and the rest of the Cloud Shinobi ninjas, and stop the next war with your country. The daimyo nodded, picked up the list and looked at it carefully. The daimyo squinted his somewhat cloudy eyes and carefully checked the contents of the contract. The first item alone made his eyes widen, and he said anxiously, other resources are fine, but so many mineral resources. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Without these resources, what can we use to make weapons to resist Kirigakuer? The daimyo looked very anxious, and his eyes glared at DANZO. The sudden temper made the Reikage a little confused. Wasn't he a very kind old man just now? I thought he was an honest man with a bad temper, but I didn't expect that this daimyo was also a cunning man. Yes, if he doesn't have a brain, a guy without power can't sit firmly in the position of daimyo. DANZO glanced at the Reikage who was scratching his head and rolled his eyes in his heart. The daimyo meant that he could pay for the mineral resources, but he needed KONOHA village to help them solve the problem of the water country. But how could this be possible? Not to mention that the water country took advantage of him. Let's just say that this matter was originally in his plan. Since the Reikage likes to fight and likes to steal other people's bloodline boundaries, let him fight Kirigakure. There are many families in Kirigakure that have bloodline boundaries, and there just happens to be an Obito who likes to watch the fun and control Mizukage to fan the flames in secret. The war between Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigakure was exactly what he wanted. Since the daimyo is so stingy, then just pretend that I never proposed the peace talks. Danzo said coldly, I won't make it difficult for you. I will wait for you to reach a safe place and then mobilize the team to attack Cloud Shinobi. You can rest assured about this. Don't worry. Reikage said directly, you asked us to come and negotiate, but you didn't even talk. I said the conditions, and you lowered the conditions. After repeated operations, I agreed to your lowering, and then negotiated. Danzo glanced at him and said, do you think this is bargaining in the vegetable market? Reikage was furious. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning on the side was embarrassed and didn't say anything. This was what he had just thought in his heart. Understand the situation, both of you. Danzo crossed his arms and said coldly, the current situation is that we, KONOHA, have defeated you, Cloud Shinobi, and we have not lost much in terms of combat power. If you do not agree to peace talks, we can always join forces with Mist Shinobi to attack your country and village. You don't seem to be qualified to negotiate with me. These words were merciless, but they were also true. The furious Reikage clenched his fists, but he couldn't do it directly. I understand, I agree with your request from the Land of Fire. The daimyo's face was not good, but he still held back and agreed to the request. Very good. Danzo nodded without surprise, his face expressionless and without joy. Sign this contract, deliver all the materials we want, and we will return the Cloud Shinobi to you. The daimyo and Reikage looked at each other, reached out to pick up the contract and read it carefully. Wait a minute. Reikage seemed to see the problem, frowning and asking, Wooden Golem is not included in the list of names in this contract, are they included in Cloud Shinobi? On the contract, the Cloud Shinobi Jainin with names and surnames are basically marked, but the only one missing is Wooden Golem. Among the captured Cloud Shinobi ninjas, the one that Reikage is most concerned about besides Darui is Wooden Golem. You Cloud Shinobi are really brave. You sent Jinkriki as a fighting force at the beginning of the war. Danzo did not answer his question, but said to himself, the importance of Jinkriki is also clear to both of you. How can such an important war weapon be exchanged for such simple supplies? What do you mean? Reikage didn't know how many times he suppressed his anger today, but every time he was easily ignited by Danzo. Konoha already has the strongest of the tailed beasts, 9 tails. You plan to occupy the 2-tailed beast this time. Aren't you afraid that the other 4 villages will unite to suppress you? The daimyo asked with a frown, pointing out the core of the problem. Fear. Danzo smiled and said, of course we are afraid. Now it is not the same era as before. We in Konoha do not have the strength to resist the union of the 4 villages. The daimyo stared at Danzo and asked, what conditions do you have to return the Wooden Golem to us? Danzo's words meant that there was still room for negotiation. Do you know about newspapers? Danzo asked. The daimyo was stunned and didn't quite understand what Danzo meant. I will open about 30 newspapers in the Land of Lightning to report what happened in the ninja world. I hope the daimyo and the Reikage will not stop me. Danzo said the conditions he had prepared early in the morning. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 049 Guy, you have made a great contribution and become famous this time. In fact, whether it is this newspaper or so many mineral resources, most of them are requested by Danzo himself. The resources requested by the Fire Country daimyo are luxury goods for enjoyment. Impossible. Reikage refused at once. He didn't even need to ask the daimyo about this matter. More than 30 newspapers are almost blatantly trying to place undercover agents in their own territory. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Don't rush to refuse. Danzo shook his head and said, I will definitely not keep Jinkraki in Konoha, but the benefits she can bring to me are not only affordable for you. Other villages can also afford it, such as Mist Shinobi. This sentence is already an open threat. If you don't agree, I will sell Jinkraki to other ninja villages, such as Kirigakure, which is currently hostile to you. If you want to place undercover agents in our country so blatantly, with your ability, there is no need, right? The daimyo thought about it and directly pointed out his concerns. Danzo's ability is well known to all ninja villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen has the sharpest butcher knife in his hand. He is a treacherous intelligence chief who hides in the dark of Konoha. As long as it involves darkness, he is very grand master in all aspects. It is not necessary to get their consent to place an undercover agent, right? Danzo glanced at him disdainfully and said, I just want to make a little money. You can monitor these 30 newspapers at any time. The staff of the newspapers who enter the Land of Lightning are just ordinary civilians. You can check their identities regularly. But you are absolutely not allowed to do it, and you even have to help me protect these newspapers. Hearing that they are civilians, the Rakige's mood eased a little, and he turned around and saw the eyes of the daimyo. The two looked at each other and exchanged glances. After waiting for a while, the daimyo nodded and said to Danzo, we agree to your request. Just to make money, neither of them would believe this sentence anyway, but if the people sent by Danzo are civilians, then they have no objection. As long as they are civilians, it is not easy for Rakige to control them. Seeing that the two agreed to his request, Danzo nodded expressionlessly, handed over a new contract and said, sign this contract, Konoha and Cloud Shinobi will reconcile. Facing the contract that Danzo seemed to have prepared long ago, the daimyo frowned and looked at the content on it. It was no different from the previous one, except that there was a little more about the wooden golem and the newspaper at the end. Destroying the newspaper and interfering with the work of the newspaper is considered a breach of contract. Looking at the last treaty, the daimyo had some bad thoughts in his mind, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. It was just a newspaper that produced newspapers, and they were all civilians. The daimyo really couldn't think of anything wrong. What's more, in this ninja world, paper contracts like this are shit, and no one will care at all. Watching the daimyo hesitate for a while, and finally stretched out his hand to sign the contract, Danzo didn't show any expression on the surface, but a smile rose in his heart. In the field of ideology, it is at the strategic level. These people in the ninja world really don't understand speech at all. But it's a pity that he didn't use a lot of rhetoric he prepared. The main purpose of these 30 newspapers in the Land of Lightning is to promote Danzo's reputation, but on the other hand, it also has the intention of controlling the lower-level personnel in the Land of Lightning. It's just that the two people in front of them can't see it now, and by the time they see it, it's too late. They can only protect the newspapers according to the contract. After signing the contract successfully and waiting for a few days at the border to get the corresponding supplies, Danzo returned nearly 1,000 Cloud Shinobi captives including Darui and Wooden Golem. The war is over. Go home. Mighty Danzo. When Danzo officially announced the end of the war and returned to the village, the whole team roared with joy. Some recruiters who were on the battlefield for the first time were in tears. In peacetime, when they were in class at the ninja school, they always wanted to leave the village and go to the battlefield to gain fame. But the war of nearly half a year made them feel cruel and exhausted. Although under the leadership of Danzo, they avoided most of the traps and sneak attacks, it was a battlefield after all, and people were always sacrificed. One by one, living lives, they were still chatting and performing tasks together yesterday, but today only a cold body was left. This feeling is cruel. War. Looking at his companions hugging and crying, Might Guy was quite emotional. Led by Danzo, the war was not so bad this time. It only lasted for half a year and did not affect too much. He had experienced the Third Ninja World War. During that time, the war affected the entire ninja world, and no place was spared. Whether it was civilians or ninjas, they were all affected to varying degrees. But at that time, he was just a small genin and could do nothing. DANZO was also quite touched when he saw this scene. Because of this war, he changed some of his ideas and had the strength to gain a foothold in this ninja world. You have made contributions and become famous this time. You will be a formal genin after you go back. DANZO looked at Might Guy and said, "Come to the route to help me after you go back." DANZO invited Might Guy. Might Guy still had a lot of room for improvement. As long as he recognized DANZO, his loyalty would not be a problem. Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, shook his head. He had repeatedly warned his good friend not to get too close to DANZO. But from the observation during this period of time, Guy would never refuse DANZO's recruitment. Sure enough, after hearing DANZO's invitation, Might Guy's eyes lit up and he said without hesitation, "I will never let you down if you appreciate me, Lord DANZO." DANZO smiled and patted his shoulder. "No need to be so serious, everyone in our route is very friendly, just like a family." Whether it was Ryoma on the side, or other route ninjas, or even Kakashi in the dark, they all looked confused and speechless. But DANZO was right. Since DANZO changed, the internal structure of the route has also changed with DANZO's change. Not limited to hiding identities, many people have also begun to slowly come out from behind the scenes. For example, Ryoma or Shisui are no longer wearing the mask that hides their identities. According to DANZO, a real man does things uprightly, and killing you is killing you, there is no need to hide it. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 0-50, Things are irreversible. Has Miss Shinobi stopped the war? DANZO asked Aberame Ryoma beside him. After signing the agreement with Cloud Shinobi, they had blocked the news for a while. It was not until Miss Shinobi's people officially crossed the border and it seemed irreversible that DANZO released the news. Although many voices in their village tried to stop it, Mizukage was like a firecracker. Whoever stopped it would die. Ryoma shook his head kide. DANZO smiled. It seemed that Obito was very dissatisfied with his sudden evacuation. Although he said he was going back to the village, he still needed a day to rest. DANZO walked in front, and a lot of people followed him unconsciously. Uchiha Fugaku, Ryoma, Shisui, Might Guy, and even Mito Kato. Many of the leaders of this team had unknowingly trusted DANZO in this battle and gradually followed DANZO's footsteps. Dong dong dong. Come in. In Kirigakure Mizukage's office, a knock sounded, followed by a somewhat stiff voice from inside the room. Mizukage-sama, there is a war report from the border. The people of Cloud Shinobi Village are tired of fighting with Konoha, and there are no extra troops to stop us. Our army has already approached Cloud Shinobi Village. A one-eyed Mist Shinobi ninja walked into the room, carefully looked at Mizukage who was sitting quietly opposite him, and said slowly, "Got it." Yagura, who was sitting in the main seat, didn't even look at the person who came. After listening, he waved his hand expressionlessly, indicating that the person should leave quickly. There is one more thing. The Mist Shinobi ninja stared at Mizukage and continued, the people who have been paying attention to the battlefield on the other side reported that Konoha has negotiated with Cloud Shinobi and is preparing to withdraw its troops. After saying this, the Mist Shinobi ninja quietly waited for Mizukage's reply. After a long while, Mizukage said calmly, "I know." Then he waved his hand again, as if to drive someone away. Mist Shinobi looked strange, but turned around and left without hesitation. The door of Mizukage's office was closed again, and the whole building fell into silence. It seemed that no one else was in the building except Mizukage. A crack suddenly appeared in the air, and a man wearing a vortex mask and a black robe with red cloud patterns came out of the crack cursing. Why did that old guy suddenly withdraw his troops? Doesn't he know what a good opportunity this is? Uchiha Obito, wearing an Uzumaki mask, said angrily in Mizukage's office. And fourth Mizukage sat quietly at his desk, turning a blind eye to all this, just like a puppet. Two figures appeared in the dead silent Mizukage building at this time. Whether he withdraws his troops or not, we just need to start a war and make the ninja world in chaos. White Zetsu appeared from the wall like a puddle of rot, gloating. But I always feel that I have been fooled. Obito scratched his head in anger. He always felt that he seemed to be used by that old guy and used as a gun. As long as it is beneficial to the whole plan, it is just a small matter. White Zetsu comforted again. Obito hooked his finger at the fourth Mizukage next to him. Yagura, who was sitting quietly like a puppet, stood up and gave his seat to Obito. Lying comfortably on the Mizukage's chair, Obito stretched his body. Kisame has agreed to join the organization. Let him team up with Jozo first. They are from the same village and are the holders of 7 ninja swords. Originally, Obito planned to wait until the organization expanded a little before controlling the fourth Mizukage and avenging his lover, but he really didn't expect Danzo to make a decision to form an alliance against Cloud Shinobi Village. This forced him to cooperate with Black Zetsu in advance and hastily control Yagura. Kisame looks a bit old-fashioned. Why don't you find a chance to scare him and let him know your identity as Uchiha Madara? White Zetsu came to the desk in front of Obito and sat down, smiling. At this time, the mist shinobi ninja who had just walked out of the Mizukage building unconsciously looked up at the location of Mizukage's office. The veins around his eye covered by the black eye mask suddenly bulged. After staring at the location of Mizukage's office for a long time, this weird one-eyed weirdo turned around and left. Along the street, Ching slowly came to the vicinity of a huge house in Kirigakure. Dong dong dong. He reached out and knocked on the door. The door cracked open a crack, and after the people inside saw who was coming, the door opened. A woman in a dark blue robe with curvy figure walked out of the house and greeted Ching into the house. Terumi Mei asked Ching impatiently, "How is it? Let's go see the master first." Ching did not rush to tell what he saw and heard, and walked into the house. Terumi Mei curled her lips and did not speak, but still closed the door and followed. This house is not small, it is the residence of the oldest elder in Kirigakure. The two came to a large courtyard one after another. An old man with pale hair and a thin face lay quietly on a wooden rocking chair in the courtyard, his eyes closed, as if he was sleeping. Next to him, a maid made tea for him, looking leisurely. "Master." Ching came to the old man and called respectfully. The identity of this thin-faced old man is undoubtedly the most senior master in Kirigakure, whose status is not lower than Mizukage's. The master opened his tightly closed eyes, which were not cloudy at all because of old age, but clear and bright. A hoarse voice came from the master's mouth, "Have you found out everything?" Ching nodded. "It has been found out, just as Terumi Mei speculated. Mizukage should have been controlled when he was assassinated before. You have some vision." The master looked at Terumi Mei, who was listening carefully, and praised. Terumi Mei was not happy about the master's praise. She frowned and asked, "Now Mizukage is controlled by an unknown person and has started a war with Cloud Shinobi. Should we stop this from happening?" She was in a heavy mood. Since the attack, Mizukage had transferred all the guards around him and made irrational and even nonsensical decisions on many things. For example, the cooperation with Konoha this time, or going deep into the Land of Lightning despite the agreement. In Terumi Mei's opinion, they were all squandering the village's heritage. At this point, our people have crossed the border of the Land of Lightning, and the situation is irreversible. The master shook his head, and his face was not flustered because of this matter. Since Konoha has defeated Cloud Shinobi, the current Land of Lightning can be said to have suffered a great loss of combat power, and we Mist Shinobi will not be afraid of Cloud Shinobi village. And we can take this opportunity to eliminate some of the waste in the village. The master's words were very calm, but with a chill. 11. Read books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th.